Original Die-Hard Sports Station.
The Super Bowl Final Four.
Stanley Cup World Series.
Sports Radio 950, KJR AM, KJR FM HD2 Seattle.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the 2020 NFL Draft, the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Slickhawk here, and I'm going to be with you as long as this thing goes. So thanks for tuning in. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, and it's all brought to us by Coors Light. And here's the first one of the night. I'm drinking right along with you guys here tonight. So as you can see back behind me over there, I've got an entire Coors Light bucket that is filled with Coors Light, and I'm going to be drinking that all night long as we go through this draft. Will the Seahawks pick? Will they not? Will they slide back like we expect them? We're all going to find out. We're going to have guests all throughout the night. Of course, you're going to be able to listen to the regular broadcast, Softy and Hugh Millen. Later on, Jason Puckett and Hugh Millen, all the normals. So you're going to have Hugh giving his analysis, Rob Rang, everybody. But also right here, you're going to be able to hear from every single host on our show. You're going to on our station. You're going to hear from Chuck and Buck here at 5:40. Next hour, Jason Puckett's going to come on. Ian Furness is going to come on. Softy and Fain are going to come on. I'm going to have a couple of special guests along the way, too. Somebody from Charlotte right after they pick. One of my buddies from out there. He's going to Charlotte Radio. T-Bone, WFNZ in Charlotte. He's going to jump on with me. We're going to have other guests, maybe some surprises along the way, too. But thanks for tuning in. I'm going to get your audio to Softy right now so you can hear the beginning of the draft broadcast. But we're going to be here all night long. Let's settle in.
Make sure everything goes off without a hitch. And I told you guys a couple hours ago, Dick and Hugh, that to me, this is kind of one of those things I wish I was in some ways just sitting home watching to see how this thing goes. I'm very curious. I think it's going to be one of those things that they'll talk about in 15, 20 years from now. Hugh, as you mentioned, earlier today on the radio show, it's almost a bigger story, right, Dick, in some ways than the guys getting drafted themselves, how this whole thing goes off tonight.
Absolutely. And I think, you can just turn the radio. We can just go straight to NFL Network, right?
Done.
You and I can just go grab a beer and throw it on there. But we will get an opportunity, you and I and Hugh at 7, or you and I anyway, at 7 o'clock to kind of see how the back half of the draft looks. But you're exactly right. I mean, I'm just as intrigued to see how they do this as I am to see which names come off the board.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different storylines to follow from a player perspective. Again, Hugh, we talked earlier how there's rumors and reports that the Bengals have already reached out to Joe Burrow, basically confirming to him that he will be the number one pick in the NFL draft. If you were Joe Burrow heading into tonight, is there any part of you that would consider pulling a John Elway or an Eli Manning and trying to avoid at all costs going to Cincinnati?
Well, I put John Elway and Eli Manning situations in a different category because Elway had the Yankees and whether or not that was a credible threat. I mean, the Yankees thought a lot of them. And so I think he had more leverage.
All right. I had a question right there immediately, right off the back from Kevin Shockey. I want to start just like everybody, baseline 0. This is beer number 1 for me. One of many, I'm sure. We got, 3-4 hours with this thing. And we talked about this on the radio today. I got the what we call the golf beer. It's the 16-ouncer with the wide mouth twist off. Basically, that encourages large amounts of drinking. Like I'm going to drink this faster than out of anything. Furness, love it. We're going to talk to you later too. And let's go. I know you think it's the under. I get it. I understand your thinking. You're wrong. Everybody else is wrong. That's okay. I'm in the minority on a lot of things. That's all right though. I'm not in the minority on Coors Light. That's what we're doing here. So let's go. That's the fiance. Hey. We're live and we're drinking. I got just so I'm going to kind of set the scene. Right behind the camera I'm looking into, I've actually got the whole virtual setup. Right behind me, I've got my Hall of Fame wall. And then over here, I got the championship wall that you can't really see. Got a pool table. Laura, hockey chick, what's going on? Thanks for stopping by. Got the pool table and poker table. I might bust those out later. Who knows? While the draft is going on, I might wheel it around, play a game of pool, have some Coors Light, whatever it is. So thanks for hanging with me. I'm here to hang out with you guys all night long as we go along in the draft. I'll get you back to Softy and Hugh Millen right now.
He goes 72%, 1,698 yards, 19 touchdowns passing, no picks, and, oh, by the way, runs for 2 more scores for 21 total touchdowns. Dick, there was not a defense in college football who could slow this guy down, but I'm wondering, man, the caliber of receiver that he had, the caliber of receiver that Trevor Lawrence had at Clemson, the caliber of receiver that Tua Tagovailoa had at Alabama. Those guys may never have that kind of talent ever again playing wideout for them, even at this level.
No question about it. I was looking. It looks like Joe Burrow's going to have 6 of his offensive teammates go in the first 3 rounds of the draft.
Wow.
I mean, he had an NFL offense around him. And, my question for Hugh is,
let me jump in for a quick second,
Yeah.
Dick. Roger Goodell is talking right now. Let's head to Roger Goodell's basement as we speak.
Like millions of fans, team personnel, and prospects, I join you from my home for the first virtual NFL draft. This is different for us, and it's different for you, because it has to be. Our thoughts have been elsewhere lately. We have been thinking of those fighting bravely on the front lines and those whose lives have been profoundly changed by this unprecedented crisis. We marvel at the compassion and courage of our healthcare heroes and first responders. We appreciate our leaders and the men and women serving our country. Thanks to these heroes and to everyone who's done their part to help stop the spread. We will get through this together. And when we do, we will be here for you. As we celebrate the newest class of the NFL, we hope the draft will provide a break from everyday challenges. Let us dream of better days and help others. The Draft-a-thon will raise awareness and much-needed funding for those who need it most. For those able to help, we encourage you to visit NFL.com/relief to join the NFL family and make a contribution. We are so fortunate to have the most passionate and generous fans in the world, and we thank you for helping to make the NFL what it is and for being part of our family. Many families have experienced loss. To honor and remember those we have lost, please join me in observing a moment of silence. Thank you. To perform the national anthem, we welcome from his home, with help from his daughter Georgia, Grammy and Emmy Award
All right, let me do
winner
this. Let me
and
jump in, and we will rejoin the NFL Network as soon as the draft is underway. But Roger Goodell from his basement, obviously at his home, starting the NFL draft. The Bengals will be on the clock in a matter of seconds. And as we said a few minutes ago, guys, no surprise here. They are going to take Joe Burrow. We were talking, Dick, just before we went to the commissioner there about the amount of talent that Joe Burrow had at his disposal in Baton Rouge this last year.
Yeah, no question. And, I'm just going to talk about the quarterback position overall and throw it to Hugh. Hugh, I'm looking at an article here. It's got they're ranking the 30 quarterbacks, the top 30 quarterbacks drafted this last decade in the first round. Hugh, it is an absolute disaster list. I mean, there is just a small handful of quarterbacks that were drafted at their position in the first round that are worth that spot. Why do teams continue to do this to themselves, reach and take these quarterbacks? There's going to be 2 or 3 more that are going to be reaches this year in the first round, instead of building a team and then finding a Nick Foles or Ryan Tannehill.
No, Bradley, you're hot. All right, we just had a national anthem from Harry Connick Jr. I guess Burt Bacharach wasn't available. That's all right. Austin Powers would enjoy that.
Pat Mahomes. And now
But I'm ready to get this thing underway. Who is ready for sports, huh? Come on, let's go. Exactly, ready for sports. The Beyonce there, the dog is already passed out. She doesn't even had any of these, but I'm sure she would if she could. I just thanks everybody for already showing up. This is fun. All right, let's go. Exactly. We want to get the sports going. That's what we're here for. Sports radio is what we do. We're sports fans and Seahawks fans, obviously. I want to see them draft tonight. I want something to talk about all night long with you guys. Yes, I just started. It's 5:00, man. Come on, Kevin. Look, you're going to be drinking. I'm going to be drinking. Lonnie, my man, what's going on? Hey, welcome to the league, buddy. By the end of the night, we're all going to be tanked. It's cool. We got time. That Joe Burrow hasn't even gone. That's the big news. Joe Burrow to the Bengals is signed, sealed, and delivered. They're not moving the pick. They've already sent him jerseys and his family and everything. So that's even though Miami wanted to move up there, they're not going to. So That pick is going to them. Rich, what's going on? Hey, Rich, you'll be happy to know I got my pool set up right here, so I'm not going to let the practice go slacking. I know you're very concerned about that, so we're doing all right.
No big deal. If I happen to throw it behind him,
Kevin, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to be here. I'm just gonna get warm up here. I'm happy to to be having fun with you guys. I'm glad I get to, usually when I'm on the radio, I just talk and it's just a glass pane and a microphone. At least now I get to interact with everybody and we all get to kind of have fun together. Everybody tell me what you're drinking. I'm drinking Coors Light. What are you guys drinking out there? Because you better be drinking right along with me. Absolutely. Socially acceptable to start drinking before noon in this time of crisis. No doubt. But you're not alone. You're not alone. You're drinking with me. We're all drinking together. That's what all these comments are. So let me know what you're drinking. Kenny Burns, what's going on, man? All right, buddy, if you could fly a drone out up to this window, you would see a hell of a party going on right here. So let's go. That's right.
Years ago that nobody even, freaking remembers the damn thing. So can you imagine
what is Softy talking about?
Ron from Akron gets the
all right, I'm going to let you go to Softy for just a minute, and then when they throw the break, we'll come right back, and we'll get, hopefully, the first pick of the draft going.
Despite being born in Ames, Iowa, if he can do that for Cincinnati, he would be the same kind of hero in a lot of ways that LeBron James was. So let's do this. Let's get a short break here. We'll come right back at the draft going next on 950 KJR.
It's time to show support for our local.
All right, that was fast. We're back. We're here live in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. As you can see, I got my setup. Everybody hanging out. Hey, you know what? Absolutely. We love our friends over at Georgetown, but tonight it is all about the Coors Light. I'm almost done with my first already. We just started this thing 10 minutes ago. So it's going to be a weird draft. It's going to be different, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And some of all the voices that you're used to hearing on the radio station, I'm going to try to get on this thing, get their faces on in front of you guys in the next 3 days. I'm going to try to get guys like Will Brinson, Jason Lockenfor on. No guarantees on that, but I'm going to try. And those guys are pretty fun. They usually play along with our shenanigans, so I'm going to do that. But every host you hear, including starting at 5:40, going to get Chuck and Buck on. Topher, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the party. Thanks for coming along, man. Good to see you. Don't like that logo. Got to say, that 49ers logo, get that out of here. But that's the first time one of those has been in this room. I'll tell you that. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Jerry Brewer's coming on tonight. Michael Sean Dugar's coming on tonight. Mike Leeper checking in. Leaps and Bounds, former KJR producer, now kicking it in the Midwest. Congrats to you and your kid, your little baby. Hope everything's going well out there to you. And thanks for tuning in. So they approached me with this idea. Hey, obviously we are in a weird time right now and social distancing and all that. Why not get in front of everybody, hang out like you would like to anyway? I'd love to be with you guys at Twin Peaks or something like that. Can't do it. But what I can do is I can be with you guys here in my home, I guess, and still drinking along with the draft. And I'm ready to kick this thing off and actually get a pick in. It's actual sports, which we've been missing out on. All we've had is horse and national spelling bees, which, by the way, thanks, Nick, for letting everybody know about that. The National Spelling Bee is something I did tune into out of pure boredom. So not that I wouldn't watch it normally, but because that's kind of what I do. But so they gave me this opportunity to hang out with you guys, to watch along with you, to listen along with you, and yes, to drink along with you, and bring this draft as close to normal as possible. Because, yeah, if I had it my way, we'd be at the Loose Wheel, or we'd be somewhere. Which I have wings. The wings from the Loose Wheel? Yes, I got some Loose Wheel wings tonight. I'd be at the Loose Wheel or somewhere like that with you guys, or at Wingstop or something like that. I don't know, but can't do that. What I can do is I can be here with you guys online, and this virtual stuff, we're all used to it anyway, right? So we're excited. I am looking at a screen full of a lot of Bengals fans, which is something I really never, ever want to see. That Halloween orange and black. And what do you think it's like being a Bengals fan? I mean, that's a lot of failure. And you could say, well, the 90s were a lot of failure. Yeah, but I feel like that franchise is mired in failure. David says, what's the chance the Seahawks draft a badass defensive tackle? I think there's a good chance of that. I just don't think it's going to happen tonight. Marlon Davidson from Auburn is somebody who I actually, we all do the futile attempt of trying to predict what the hell the Seahawks are going to do, and it never works out that way. So I'm always way far off base. So what I'm talking about is taking Marlon Davidson in the second round with their first pick after trading back. David, I love that enthusiasm right there. Let's hope whoever they draft tonight ends up behind me on this wall. This is the Hall of Fame wall. Every Hall of Famer that we have is autographed and up on the wall. So, yeah, I'm hoping that. Speaking of wall, Steve Wall checking in. Yeah. Tell Puckett it's a good idea. He wanted me to be like full battle rattle. All right, so I got it on here. Look, all the fans are booing Goodell as they should be doing, and it looks like they're about to make the first pick. So thanks for everybody coming along with me. Trying to hear. Okay, Softy not back. Yeah, I don't want to, especially with the first pick. I don't want to get in the way. I know you guys want to hear Softy too and everything, but so I'll try not to step over him. But really, this is our party, right? And I feel like halfway through, we're gonna be so tanked or whatever. It's not gonna matter. I'm gonna be stepping all over Softy. It's just gonna be what it is. Like, hey, it's a party. Yeah, it's slick. Meowsies. Look, it's just Meowsies. What is Meowsies? Look at that. It's a cat face. That's special. Well, thank you, Meowsies, for stopping by. All the best scratches and catnip to you. If I had a little toy, I'd be playing with it. Unfortunately, I'm a dog person, but that doesn't mean you can't come and hang out with us. We're having fun, right?
The federal government has come up with a handful.
All right, that's I got about one drink left of my first Coors Light, and we're gonna replace this bad boy.
Business. Travis Jack, managing member at Metz and Associates PLLC, has a suggestion you don't want to over.
All right, Bengals are officially on the clock, and I'm officially out of beer.
Like a sole proprietorship.
Number one. But that's when I come over here
Going to get assessed what
to the Coors Light bucket.
On that side of things. So you
see that?
get to deduct
Coors Light bucket. I got lots.
For those who have been in business for a while and have reached a certain threshold, say over $75,000.
Yeah, I got a half rack of Coors Light ready, and that's just for tonight if it goes that way. So that's my staple of Coors Light right here. Gonna open this up. Somebody said take it easy. Man, this is the first sports we've had in like 2 months. I'm not taking it easy. There's no chance of that. Yeah, sure. If this goes well with the whole Twitch, yeah, let's do it. Let's keep this thing going.
No purchase necessary. Hasbro is not a sponsor of this promotion. Game ends May 5th.
Love it. All right, and believe it or not, they think the Bengals are going to take Joe Burrow. I know it's a surprise to everybody. All right, so, and just put it out there, too. I want to see, what's everybody drinking along with me? Yes, I'm still going to chug the beers like Jason said. I got some warming up over there. I don't want like ice-cold beer to chug, but I'll do it. Yeah, I'd prefer trade out of the first round just because I want some impact on the defensive line. I just don't think it's there in the back end of the first round, so I don't want to reach for a guy. Better be passed out by the time the Hawks trade out. That is a distinct possibility. That could happen, yeah. Heather, cheer, go Hawks.
The Monopoly Collect and Win game.
San Juan Seltzer, shout out to them. Love San Juan Seltzer. Do we get to meet the fiance? At some point in this process, that may happen. I don't know if it's going to happen right now, but at some point, I mean, look, we got a few hours to be on here and hanging out, so there's a good chance it happens. You might meet the dog, too. Joseph, gin and tonic. There you go. My fiance would actually like that. King, all right. Topher's on that coffee. He just rolled out of bed. That's no excuse. Put something in that coffee. Put some Baileys in there. Do something. You're a bartender, for God's sake. All right. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to throw it back to Softy. He's going to get you through this first pick. Then we'll come back, do some reaction, and do some drinking. Thanks again for hanging out, guys. And I'm going to be here all night long, so let's party.
Let's go to Roger Goodell's basement and get the draft underway.
Doing the draft this way is a new experience for all of us, but some things remain the same. First, the hugs. Sharing that special moment with a player when he is selected is a big highlight for me. My body won't miss those great big bear hugs, but I sure will. Instead, we'll find other ways to have fun virtually. Second, I will miss the interaction I have with our fans over these 3 days. It's a draft tradition and one that I genuinely enjoy. Let's hear from you right now. Oh, come on, guys. You can do better than that. Let's go. Oh, Strahan, come on, let's go. Come on, you guys can do better than that. All right, keep it coming. Wow, even the virtual boos are good. Yes, I can hear you from my basement, so keep it coming. Lastly, the best part of the draft is that it restores hope and generates optimism because every team gets better through the draft. So good luck to every team, and let's get it started. It's now my honor to announce that the first ever virtual NFL draft is officially open. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock.
All right, here we go. And by the way, you guys may have seen this. They had some animated video that the NFL Network, I think this is actually a big kind of joint collaboration between ESPN and the NFL Network. I did see Adam Schefter tweet out there's about 125 people at the ESPN headquarters right now. They're all wearing masks. They're all wearing gloves. They're keeping their distance, blah, blah, blah. But they had an animated video after they opened the draft to preview the Bengals pick. And it was a bunch of dudes in the stands with bags on their heads. I mean, if you're the Bengals, you're like, what the hell? Come on, man. Exactly.
If you're Joe Burrow, you're like, what the hell?
Exactly. And they got a camera in Joe Burrow's house right now, sitting on his couch with his mom and dad. But Bengals 2-14 last year. Only team to not win a game on the road. They were 0-8. And how about this, man? We always like to put things in perspective when it comes to Seattle sports. The last time the Bengals won a playoff game was literally a year before the Huskies beat Michigan to win the national championship in January of 92.
Longest run in the entire NFL, and they've been the Bengals for a long time. And, of course, they're hoping that Burrow can turn that around. But I think we've done a lot of talking about his stats and his attributes and whatnot. But guys, we haven't talked about another aspect. And I know we've had it with Mayfield and Kyler Murray, but just this continuing presence of transfer quarterbacks.
Right.
And, here's a guy,
another one.
I mean, it wasn't, but you don't have to go back to my era or, a generation and a half ago, just 10 years ago, the idea that, wait a minute, you didn't win the starting job. You're the backup. Just bide your time and be the diligent number 2 quarterback. That's not the thinking anymore. Burrow left Ohio State, said, I'm going to LSU, and then look at what he did. I mean, it's hard to convince guys now when you've had all this success. Murray, Baker Mayfield, Justin Fields transfers, Jacob Beeson. I mean, there's a growing list of transfer guys.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Troy Aikman. I mean, it used to be it was every 10 years ago there'd be a prominent guy.
Right.
Now we're stringing together, 4 or 5 significant quarterback, Heisman winning guys, number 1 overall guys within a half a dozen years.
3 of the 4 quarterbacks, Dick, in the Final Four last year were transfers, except for Trevor Lawrence.
But what's more potent, guys? The talent that a great quarterback or great college quarterback brings to a franchise, or the absolute garbage that those franchises are, and just the poison that starts at the ownership level and trickles down to the general manager and the coach.
Yeah.
Hugh, can a quarterback overcome all of that if he's that special?
Well, that's a great question.
Drew Brees did.
Yeah. I mean, my answer would be yes. I mean, I stunk it up in New England, and Tom Brady turned that around. So it can happen. I mean, we mentioned Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
The Colts had been what? I mean, you had to go back to Johnny Unitas and the Black High Tops before you could remember the Colts being any good, right? I mean, Jeff George, he couldn't do it.
Well, Drew Brees shows up in 2006, right, with the Saints.
Yeah,
and I mean, how often did we kind of make fun
Bobby
of
Aber and the Jim Mora years?
Well, yeah, but they weren't anywhere near what they were when Brees got there. I mean, we used to make fun of Tom Benson was this clown umbrella spinning owner that would be dancing up into the sideline. He finds Drew Brees and everything turns around.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying I think the Saints
all right, I'm
came into existence.
Tired of waiting. So I'm just going to go now. All right, first of all, big shout out to Tony. Thanks for shouting out the Beyonce. Shout out to Doofy, by the way. Checking out the live stream all the way down from Hillsboro, Oregon. And this is my second beer here. I already killed one. So, and we haven't even made a pick yet. The pick is in. I just wanted to say what's up to everybody that was saying, hey, I like that the what everybody's drinking keeps rolling into. Want to absolutely keep that going too. Let me know. Todd knows Coors Light's the best. Absolutely. That's why I'm drinking it right here. Let me know what you're drinking, if you're changing up your drink, what you're doing, how you're watching the draft, how it's unique to you. Keep the comments coming. Let's go. I want to interact with you guys. I want to hang out with you guys. So that's what we're doing tonight.
Cincinnati, Andy Dalton, man, has been there for how many years? 9 years, and he's 0-4 in the playoffs with a sub-60 passer rating in the postseason, 1 touchdown and 6 interceptions. Maybe not all his fault, but at some point you got to freaking move on.
Yeah.
And the guy's got a year left on his contract, by the way.
And I think it's worth just noting parenthetically that you had John Schneider really liked Andy Dalton. And I mean, there is a faction in Renton that would have loved to have had Dalton, and it never came to pass. And it seemed like those first couple of years, Dalton was on his way to a hell of a career. And maybe it's what Dick just alluded to. It's just, the toxicity that exists in Cincinnati and the cheapskate and the way, their unusual scouting and what have you. But all
right, the first pick is in. It's Joe Burrow to the Bengals. No surprise anywhere. Moon, how you doing? Tell Kara I said, what's up? All right, so the first pick is in. Let me know. Look, put in the comments. Let me know, because I've been muting this on and off. Is the TV in the background, is it making any kind of feedback or making me hard to hear at all? Let me know, because if not, I'm just going to leave it on here so when I take my breaks, I can hear that. I can hear Softy and Hugh, and I can talk to you guys also. So, Redskins on the clock, expected to take Chase Young. I really don't think the Seahawks have put up together a package to jump up there. As much as I would love Chase Young, it would be about, it would be about the next 4 years of this franchise's future to go up and get Chase Young. So not really worth it, even though I'd love to have that cat. So it's going to be It's going to be tough to get a great defensive end out of this unless, look, these guys have foresight, right? They did it with Frank Clark. They got him in the second round a few years ago, and he ended up being what he became. So maybe they can find, and of course, he slipped because of a lot of questions as far as character and all that. So I don't know if there's that guy in this draft. Hopefully, John and Pete can find something like that. But it's just the talent in the back half of the first round where the Seahawks pick. I don't expect that to be anything really worth writing home about. So that's why I wanted to trade back, get some more picks, and then get a defensive lineman. Later on they'll get a receiver. Some people talk about Jonathan Taylor, which I don't think they should do, but would be exciting. I'd be upset if they use that pick on him, but then when he's actually here, I'll be excited about him. One of those kind of things, There's Joe Burrow with his Bengals hat. God, you're going to wear an ugly uniform for the next 5 years. Congratulations, buddy. But he's an Ohio guy. I'm sure he's down with that. It's all good.
And finally slow this guy down. But
this is the part you don't think about. When you're talking, you're not usually drinking. It's hard. So I got to remember to drink. I got to remember to take a second because it's a party. I got to remember to take a second of my conversation. Usually if you have a conversation with somebody, they talk back as you're listening, then you take a drink. Yes, they are. Those are autographed, yes, behind me.
And he was 197 against those 4 teams. The Alabama.
So it's been fun acquiring those. Tez and Kenny, I bought already autographed. Walter and Steve Largent over there. I got those autographed in person. Since you asked. But yeah, it's also interesting that just the fact that, and this was kind of the Beers autograph. No, maybe I should sign them as one after the other. Hopefully we'll run out of ink. Jägermeister, garlic steak, fried potatoes, and Chardonnay. Now that's the way you do it. Yeah. Why not? Why not Jägermeister? Look, we all remember the early 2000s. It's a throwback. Maybe he drank a lot in college. I don't know. Jaeger bombs, right? Are you the My New Haircut guy? Jaeger bombs. I've done a Jaeger bomb or two, or several. They just showed Gronk for some reason. By the way, Gronk. What's up with that?
That's a very important.
Full disclosure. So I'm in a brand new. You guys know I look at everything through the filter of fantasy football. Somebody asked about the pool table. The pool table I don't know how to do this without messing everything up. The pool table's over there. There's the poker table, and then there's the pool table. You guys know I put everything through the fantasy football lens. So full disclosure, I'm in a brand new dynasty league, which dynasty, if you don't know, it's your team and you carry your team over. All you draft is rookies. So I took over for somebody else's dynasty team, and it was a mess when I took it over, but it had Gronk on it, and I picked up John Ursua the other day on waivers and dropped Gronk. This was like 2 weeks ago. And now, of course, Gronk, and my team needs a tight end. Now, of course, Gronk is going to be playing with Tom Brady. The next jersey to go on the wall will be the next Seahawks Hall of Famer. I mean, the next jersey they retire, which, unless it's Steve Hutchinson, because to hell with that. I'm not putting Steve Hutchinson on my wall. No, that's not happening. But, so the next one. So I don't know who's the next number they're going to retire. Is it Marshawn Lynch? The next Hall of Famer going to be Earl Thomas? I mean, is it going to be, look, technically, I mean, Sean Alexander could wear, am I wearing the game pants? And you maybe to find out by the end of this thing, who knows who'll be wearing pants. Maybe it'll be Sean Alexander. We don't know. Odds on total of number of beers tonight. Over under at 7. Well, this is number 2.
13, 14, 15. So they know how to put together.
So that's happening.
Good football team.
What's Dick Fane talking about? All right, I'm gonna throw you back to Jason. What's up, man? Hey, Shelly, thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna throw you back to Dick, Softy, Dick, and Hugh for their analysis on the Joe Burrow pick. We'll be back in a few minutes. Talk about Chase Young, the Redskins, and then when this draft really starts, which is pick number 3, which the Lions own right now, who knows if it's gonna stay that way. So, but I'm gonna be here with you guys the whole way. So let's keep this thing going. All right, I'm gonna finish this and get another one.
So I'm not certain that he's going to be a superstar in this league and a perennial Pro Bowl player and a Hall of Famer and all that. What I am certain is Cincinnati had to take him.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's no way they can let this guy go because everybody else has some kind of question that would scare you off, right? I mean, Tua, obviously, with the injury factor. Justin Herbert has some questions. I actually, in some ways, kind of like Herbert right now more than I like Tua just because of the injury problems. But Joe Burrow goes number 1 overall to Cincinnati. No surprise there. That puts the Redskins on the clock right now at number 2. Their pick is in. We'll get the Redskins selection in just a second. And we were talking about this a couple days ago that if you're the Washington Redskins guys, you get a brand new head coach in Ron Rivera who brought Kyle Allen with him from Carolina to Washington. Are you totally married to Dwayne Haskins if you're Ron Rivera? And if you're Daniel Snyder, look, we've seen teams before go after a quarterback in the first round very high and then turn around the next year and grab somebody else. Case in point, Arizona 3 years ago drafted Josh Rosen, I believe at number 10? Is that right? And then took Kyler Murray at number 1 immediately after that the following season when they got Cliff Kingsbury as their head coach. So what do you have here? Quarterback taken high, coach gets fired, brand new guy comes in. Are they married to Dwayne Haskins?
Well, I think there's a lot of examples. I mean, David Woodley started a Super Bowl, one of the youngest quarterbacks ever for the Dolphins. And then the next, you figure, okay, for him, life is golden, right? And then all of a sudden Moreno gets drafted right underneath them in the very, 4 months later. So
but David Woodley wasn't a top 10 pick that season. I'm talking about back-to-back taking guys that high.
But he was a young guy and he had taken him to the Super Bowl. My point is that franchises, and you're right, I'm putting that in the category of franchises that have had a young guy who've accomplished a lot or has a lot of expectations, and then all of a sudden, a shinier penny comes along. You say, it's like what's Buzz Lightyear and Sheriff Woody, right? I mean, at some point there's a shinier toy, and if Tua Tagovailoa, is deemed to be that much higher in terms of his potential than Dwayne Haskins, then it could happen. I doubt it. Yeah. I think Chase Young is too important or just too much of a defensive end. And I think you've got to give Haskins another year. Mm-hmm. That would be my thought if we were doing this show in Washington. But it wouldn't flat out stun me. Well, I'd be pretty surprised. Let me say this. I'd be stunned. Maybe I wouldn't be off my chair, but if they don't take Chase Young, I'm going to be shocked.
No doubt. And I would just also add this, Dick, too, that if you do stick with Dwayne and things don't work out in Washington and you end up rolling out a horrible year, you might be in a position to grab Trevor Lawrence next season, right? Out of Clemson.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Who's a stud, no question about it. I would ask this, Hugh, there's probably going to be at least one guy that comes out of this draft that's going to be wearing a mustard-colored jacket in 20, 25 years. One guy. Would Chase Young be the highest percentage guy of anybody in this draft that you, if you had to bet one guy wears a mustard jacket?
Hold that thought. Let's get to Roger Goodell's basement. Here's the Redskins now on the clock at number 2 with their selection.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State.
What's up? Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State, 6'4", 264 pounds.
Snapped the cone, bobbled it for a minute, knocked away from him by Chase Young, and picked up by Pete Werner. Defensive end Chase Young separated Jack Cohn from the football.
Hey, he's got to be in the Heisman Trophy vote.
Young entered Ohio State as one of the top prospects coming out of high school and is now leading after his junior year as one of the top prospects in this NFL draft. Young led all of college football with 16.5 sacks this past season and finished in the top 5 in tackles for loss. Young's athleticism is off the charts, but he still has room to add more pass rushing moves to his arsenal with his size, speed, and ability. Scouts say Young is a generational pass rusher that only comes around once every so often in the draft.
So entering the last 2 games of the regular season, Chase Young had 9.5 sacks, okay? He ends up at 16.5 because he had 7 combined against Wisconsin and Penn State in the last 2 games of the regular season. He was an absolute monster, although I will tell you this, and maybe it just wasn't a factor for that game. We were all at the Rose Bowl 2 years ago against Ohio State. I don't remember leaving that game thinking, man, this guy was unblockable against the Huskies. It sounds like and looks to me like Chase Young took a pretty big jump this last season.
Well, he really did, and they talked there in the snippet that he has generational talent. I mean, I would say the guy doesn't have a weakness. But first of all, he was 6'5" exactly at the combine, so they had him at 6'4". So he's got the size that you want. He can bend. He can turn low when he wants to hit the run the hoop and get low, drop his hip. He can do that. He has a multiple array of pass rushers. I'm looking at a lot of pass rushers on tape this year, and I'm seeing a lot of guys that just they don't have a second or third or fourth move. That's not what you see with Chase Young. So I don't agree with that part of the snippet. I think he's got sophisticated use of his hands. He's got an inside move. He's got an outside move. He's got a bull rush. He's got a speed. He's mastered the art of the strip sack. I mean, this guy forcing fumbles. He's got a motor. He chases from the backside. He has discipline.
Yep.
When he's supposed to have discipline in the run game, there's very little to quibble about. I'm going to answer rather Dick's question. Is he the guy who's most likely to go in the Hall of Fame? I'm big on Jeff Okudah, so it's hard to get me off of him. I'd say they're in a dead heat. Maybe just to be a little bit off the grid, I'll stick with Okudah, but I would say that Chase Young and David, in the 22 years we've been doing it, he's like a Myles Garrett. I mean, he's the equivalent certainly of the number 1 overall types.
Right.
And I can't. I'll put it this way: Julius Peppers. We've scouted all those drafts. I can't recall a guy that was higher regarded than Chase Young.
Well, our guy from PFF, right, a couple of days ago said he was the highest graded edge rusher in Pro Football Focus history. You're talking about him coming in and being a top half of the NFL defensive end right now. Before the guy even takes his snap.
All right.
They're doing the comps on TV.
The Lions have made their pick. A lot of people, including myself, thought the Dolphins were going to trade up to go ahead and select to Tua Tagovailoa out of Alabama. That didn't happen. The Lions, you see it right there, take Jeff Okudah, the cornerback. And here's Chuck Powell and Bucky Jacobson along with us. Merry Draftmas, gentlemen.
Merry Draftmas.
Right. Guys, the Dolphins didn't trade up. What the hell?
Let me tell you something before you start. This isn't about QB1s or RB1s tonight. This is about Kettle ones.
Yes, sir. There you go. I love that. He's got the Kettle one right there. That's how you do a draft.
That's how you do a draft.
Don't need anything else. Just the bottle. You got it nailed. Bucky, Now, Bucky, I know you. You got there. You go. Now the man has himself.
God bless you.
Here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports.
Look at that beard. His beard's grown 18 inches since last I saw him.
How does it grow that fast?
Wow.
My God.
Amazing.
I said yesterday when I was on with Dick that I haven't done anything. Like literally the horseshoe is grown out as it's ever been. Like in 20-some years, dude. It's the longest. And for the first time ever, no, not the first time in 20 years, I shampooed my hair. And then I combed it yesterday. So
wow.
A lot of people are letting themselves go during quarantine. I'm actually shampooing my hair for the first time in 2 decades.
Is this going to be now? I mean, maybe you should just have it happen. Once we get back into normalcy and you get back into civilization, let it go. Maybe look, I'm growing what I'm calling a COVID fro. You could have a ginger COVID fro.
Yeah, the skullet. This is about as close as it's going to get. We're going to have a pandemic for me to let my hair go like this because I don't see anyone, so it's fine. But no, I might let the beard go though. I think this is going to stick around for a while.
I don't want to influence your marketing team, but Corona Fro rolls off a lot. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner.
I know it does. But that's all I came up with at the time. I'm gonna be honest. I was
or Cafrona.
Cafrona. There you go. I like that. I do like that. All right. I thought the Dolphins were going to move into 3. You know, I'm in a contest for my fantasy football draft position, and I took Tua going at number 3 because I thought there's either the Dolphins, the Chargers, somebody quarterback needy is going to make that move or be afraid of somebody else. Maybe that would have even been the bigger thing, being afraid of somebody else to jump up there and get a quarterback. It doesn't happen. The Lions take Okudah, and now the Dolphins, I guess that's a ballsy move on their part.
I'll just say this. I think that fans, and I'm one of you, love the idea of trading up and getting the sexiest pick possible. But I think that the NFL general managers are all looking to trade down. You know, I think that's the era that we're in right now. We want the extra picks. And look how much time they had to try to figure out a way to trade down in this sucker. And yet they end up staying at 3 and taking the guy that they preferred. I would imagine the offers just weren't there for the Detroit Lions. And maybe John Schneider faces that later this round as well, that he's just not going to get the offers to move down. Maybe that's the thing that forces him to actually pick in the first round this year.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And I thought it was scary for Miami to stay put, but they must have some inside info that they're going to be able to get whoever it is they're looking at. It's either that or we're going to be surprised come 5 if they end up going with some O-lineman or something that they thought that they just obviously determined that they don't think that the quarterback that they really want is out there. It's kind of like what you've been saying, Chuck. If you don't get the guy you want, don't take the next best thing just because you need to check a box, because that's put you back 3 or 4 years. Maybe everybody's kind of on that same page.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Giants have 3.5 minutes left on the clock. No trade has been announced yet, so I don't know if they go offensive tackle or whatever they do. But I guess if the Dolphins were afraid of somebody jumping up in front of them, they would have gone to 3 and made sure of it. So I don't anticipate a trade here either. I guess the Giants are just going to pick, and the Dolphins are going to be rewarded for their patience, Chuck.
Well, I think that if the Giants' idea was we want the best offensive lineman we've evaluated in this draft, then that's going to come true for them. And I have a feeling that's what Dave Gettleman was thinking the entire time. He's not somebody that gets all that tricky. He's kind of like your grandpa who's got doilies who sit out on his, he still has the doilies from 1978 that he's never even washed. They still have coffee stains on them from the party he threw back there during his graduation. So that's Dave Gettleman. So he might move down, but my guess is he's going to be comfortable staying right where he is and taking the best offensive lineman as he's evaluated on the board.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. A whole lot less criticism you're going to get if you just kind of stay put and take one of the best guys that's available. You all of a sudden start doing some sort of trade, then it just gives fodder for people to criticize. Like, what? You only got what for who? And you let this guy go? And I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised if he's sitting on his plastic-covered couch just going, yeah, well, it's fine. We'll just pick here. We're good.
Yeah, exactly. His plastic-covered couch.
Well, this is our – by the way, Bucky, we're getting comments. People want to see the river behind you.
It's not. I'm not by the river.
Oh,
Right
you're
now.
not?
I'm on the other side of the house. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, you've got, I don't know, you've got that whole compound there, I guess. Is there any flora or fauna especially there that you want to show off? Any grazing deer, any soaring eagles?
No, they usually come by in the morning. They like listening to the show, and
yeah,
and they, after they're tired of hearing the nonsense that I spew, then they meander off into the woods, and they're like, we'll come back tomorrow and see if this clown has anything good to say.
Come on, Bucky. Give the people what they want. Ride an elk for Draftmas.
It's just like riding a reindeer, especially if you find one with a red nose. We got about a minute and a half until the Giants pick. I'm gonna keep you guys hanging out until they do that, so we can just kind of react to whatever it is that they do. The Seahawks pick. Look, it's draft miss. We've been talking about this for 2 months. It's finally here. We all kind of had different opinions on what the Seahawks have done, but my opinion has changed almost daily, even sometimes 2-3 times a day. I finally landed on Marlon Davidson, where I think they're going to go in the second round. We had a contest today. For those who didn't hear, Chuck, first pick for the Seahawks, wherever it is. Who do you have the Seahawks taking?
I have Antoine Winfield Jr., and I know that doesn't sort of jibe with what the Seahawks have done in the past with their secondary assets, but I just think at his core, things that make Pete Carroll tickle inside. I mean, he loves guys that can play football. This is a little less athletic Earl Thomas, but you're not having to spend the 7th overall pick on the guy, for goodness sake. So that's who I went with. I don't feel real confident about that, but I think that he fits as your your slot corner immediately, and then long-term, a Pro Bowl free safety once Quandre Diggs' contract expires.
All right, Bucky?
I went Ross Blacklock.
Blacklock.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, I need a couple more of these cousin Larrys, I think.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so, that's what we're here for. This is the party, damn it.
Yeah. And who knows? Who knows? It's based on, I have a feeling he's going to be around, obviously, at 27. I wouldn't be surprised. And if they can move back, he still is a guy that's going to be sliding. You're kind of right there. That 27, you're in the happy zone where you can take some big guy. You can take the Jonathan Taylors, which would be sexy, or you can kind of still think, oh, we got a couple of these blue chip guys right on our heels, so we're going to take this guy. So I think they're going to trade back and try to get somebody like that. Hopefully it's him, so I get one. Chuck already has one.
Chuck, last year.
It sounds like the Taylor stuff, though. A lot of people are kind of doing the Taylor to the Seahawks thing right now. Sounds kind of fun.
Well, last year, when DK Metcalf went to the Seahawks, Hugh Millen, who had been just really excited about that possibility. Yeah. I mean, he took his hat off. He did push-ups. He did a dance. He jumped up on a stripper pole. He had ones cascading from the ceiling. This was all at the VMAC in a very professional setting. He was really excited.
He made love the blitz. That's how excited he was.
Chuck, what kind of
love the blitz?
Which is sacred, as we all know. If they do that, what's your reaction going to be, Chuck? I'm going to pin you to it right now. What are you going to do if the Seahawks take Jonathan Taylor?
Oh, I think that's the sexiest choice they could make in this entire draft. So I'd be really excited about it. And I realize the argument against it. I do. There's a great case to be made against it. I said this on Softy's show tonight. I'm not in the cult that believes running backs are a dime a dozen, but I've read the brochure. I filled out the resume. I've circled the neighborhood thinking about joining. The only exception that I would draw is that I think that there are special running backs that you do make an exception for when you draft. And I think he's one of them. And I don't know why he hasn't been separated from the rest of the pack by other draft experts.
Well, the pick is in as James Riley. He's just updating us as we go. Giants take a tackle, but it's not Wirfs and it's not Wills. It's Andrew Thomas.
I'm 4 for 4. I'm 4 for 4, suckers.
Well, you should have made my picks for me, damn it. Fiance is 4 for 4 too, by the way. I'm 2 for 4. But no, I guess that's who they evaluated number one. There was a lot of consternation who was going to be number one in the tackle, but they go offensive line like a lot of people thought they would.
Highest floor left tackle, Andrew Thomas.
So he goes to the Giants. Gentlemen, thanks for hanging out. This was a lot of fun.
You're the best.
You're the best. Well, Bucky's beard is the best, really.
That's true.
Let's do this again tomorrow night, shall we?
All right.
All right.
You're on.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, man.
Chuck and
Good to see
Buck,
you
and we're
guys.
going to have the morning show in the morning, 6 to 10 tomorrow. We're going to have all the analysis. Peter King is coming on with us, Hugh Millen, Rob Rang, all that in the morning. So 4 picks off the board now. So you've got, of course, what everybody expected. Joe Burrow goes number 1, Chase Young number 2. Okudah goes to the Lions at number 3, the cornerback. They don't trade out. The Dolphins don't move up, and they're on the clock right now. And then Thomas, the tackle, goes to the Giants. All right, gonna Ian, you know who that is. Gonna take a break. I'm gonna get you to Softy and Hugh and their analysis of what the hell's going on in these last couple of picks. And we'll be back. By the way, about 6:15 or so, Michael Sean Dugar from The Athletic gonna come on and hang out with us for a little while. So thanks for tuning in to Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. We're just hanging out, drinking beer.
The New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, tackle, Georgia.
What's up? Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle, Georgia, 6'5", 315 pounds. A starter since his true freshman year at Georgia. Some have Thomas as the highest-ranked offensive tackle in a deep draft of tackles because he should step into a starting role immediately. Other tackles might have higher upsides, but are not going to be ready to start day one. Thomas is technically savvy and has great size with good hands. He excels as a run blocker, and while he was an exceptional pass blocker at the college level, he'll need to improve his footwork when pass blocking at the NFL level.
So Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa was the first tackle taken in our mock yesterday. Daniel Jeremiah actually had Wirfs mocked to the Giants right here at number 4. Instead, it's Andrew Thomas out of Georgia, who's the guy that you said you liked yesterday.
Yeah, I thought he's the best, just in case of Wirfs looks more like a right tackle to me, just in terms of his frame and how he moves. I don't agree with all of the snippet there. I think that his athleticism is being undersold in that snippet. I thought he had the best athleticism. Now, you know, the kid from Louisville,
Becton.
Yeah, Becton.
Yep.
Becton has the highest ceiling just because he's 6'7" and 3/8 and 364, and he ran a 5'1", and he's got pretty good athleticism. So that guy has the potential to be more dominant. But I think I will say this: the number 4 pick, I think that the Giants probably played a little bit conservative. I think that they probably could have tried to elicit people with the quarterback, get people involved with the quarterback and slide back to 6 or 7 and still got this guy and picked up a second rounder for it, maybe even a first rounder for next year. But they wanted to get obviously an offensive lineman and a left tackle to protect their young quarterback. So I think it's a safe pick, a little bit cautious.
Yep.
But I do think they got the best left tackle in the draft. He's not a transcendent left tackle as if in the last 22 years, this is the best I've seen, but I think he's the best for this year.
Hugh, how about the gap between 1 and 2, both edge rush
I think it's small.
and corner?
I thought you meant between him and the next guy.
No. I'm talking about the 2. Remember the question I asked you right before that pick. The edge rush and the corner seem to be a 1A, and then everybody else. Is that right?
Well, I think there's a bigger gap between the edge rushers than there is from the corners.
Okay.
I think the Florida kid. Was it Henderson?
C.J. Henderson.
Yeah. I think that he's closer to Okudah than the next guy is closer to Chase Young.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm seeing a shot Tua Tagovailoa, I assume at their house. They're in actually Alabama. His parents moved out there. They're on the couch. They got their lays on. All of them are getting ready to get drafted here potentially to Miami at number 5. If you're the Dolphins, is this where you're going, guys, with Tua Tagovailoa? Because they've got 3 first-round draft picks up again at number 18 and number 26. I mean, the last time they had a Pro Bowl quarterback, for crying out loud, was Dan Marino 25 years ago in 95. They got Ryan Fitzpatrick and Josh Rosen on their team right now. And if you're Josh Rosen, you're thinking, what the hell do I have to do here, man? I go to Arizona, and they draft Kyler Murray the next year. Now I'm in Miami, and they may end up taking Tua Tagovailoa, which would screw me again in Miami. So if you're the Dolphins right here, you've got Fitzpatrick, you've got Josh Rosen. Do you take Tua Tagovailoa even though he's got the injury concerns? You look at the injury concerns, guys, by the way, for Tua, and they are vast. He's had 6 different injuries in the past 2 years, including 2 high ankle sprains, a quad injury, a sprained knee, a broken finger, and that hip problem he had last year.
Yeah, I'm just probably too biased to Justin Herbert, the way he's befriended my son. I mean, I just have to kind of recuse myself of that one. But I would say addressing Tua, injury concerns notwithstanding, this guy, I view him not as a left-handed Russell Wilson because he doesn't have that type of athleticism and he doesn't have that type of decision-making outside the pocket. I think he's a left-handed Drew Brees at exactly 6 foot. Drew Brees was 6 foot and a quarter. So there goes the size reference. Now he has a different passing motion than most guys. He kind of keeps his elbow close to his rib cage. He draws it back and then he just kind of twists his entire body. I think it's a beautiful motion. It's very efficient. It comes out quick. He spins the hell out of the ball so he can throw the ball in any weather. I think his anticipation and his feel, his accuracy, he's a hell of a passer, probably the best just natural passer in the draft. But boy, we could debate this until sunup.
The injuries, man.
How risk tolerant are you about these injuries, Dick?
Well, with Tua, though, this is a guy that was supposed to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and he was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft for months and months and months and months ago. So
he got hurt.
And he got hurt. So you have the opportunity, yes, to get a bust. You can get a broken down truck. That's a possibility. But you could also get the number 1 pick in the draft at number 5. So those are the 2 quarterbacks. Burrow and Tua are the only 2 that I see in the first round that I'm like, that's a worthy top half of a first-round pick on a quarterback.
Well, the problem is if you draft him and you're the Dolphins and he just can't get right because of the injuries, you'll never hear the end of it, ever. Yeah. People will sit there and say, what the hell were you thinking? This guy had
All right, there it is. It's quarterback time. Tua Tagovailoa is a Miami Dolphins, so their patience actually pays off because, I thought they would move up to 3 where the Lions are at. They don't do that. They wait and they don't have to give up. Look, they have 3 first-round picks. They just used one of them on Tua. And so Roger says, Tua, just another Mariota. Look, here's the thing on Tua. It's not like he made a ton of really difficult throws. Like a lot of what he does, like watch his highlight package. A lot of what he does, and he's great with his legs, but a lot of what he does is like at the line of scrimmage, just past the line of scrimmage. But what he is efficient with those throws. So can he push the ball down the field? I guess we'll see. I mean, it's a pretty nice throw here that he makes. So, I mean, he's a good quarterback. Obviously, he's highly evaluated. It's just the knock on him, I think, is that a lot of the throws he made at Alabama, he didn't do a whole lot. Eric Andrews says that was a dumb pick. Well, I mean, it may have been. Look, Marcus Mariota was a Heisman winner, just like I'm sorry, he was not a very good pro quarterback. The next pick that I expect to come off the board, though, is also an Oregon quarterback, and I think maybe he'll be a better pro prospect than Marcus Mariota was. Yeah, I think yes, Topher. I think the Chargers are going to take Justin Herbert. Although here's the deal, that's my opinion. They've been the scuttlebutt. I can't believe I used a word like scuttlebutt, but I did. Is that they don't want a quarterback here? I mean, so we're gonna see if they're just kind of blowing smoke, saying that that they're all about Tyrod Taylor, which I just can't see an organization being excited about Tyrod Taylor. Like, okay, that's what's gonna carry you on to greatness, Tyrod Taylor? I don't think so. And you have some good quarterbacks here. I think Justin Herbert's one of them. I think he needs a lot of work, but he's got some tools that are really good. So, but Miami, they pick Tua. They don't give up the draft capital to move up to do it. They're still able to get him, so good for them. They've still got the 2 draft picks here in the first round, and they got, I think, the 7th pick in the second round. I thought they were going to give up that second rounder to move up from 5 to 3. Didn't happen. So, so egg on my face, I guess, on that. By the way, a couple shout outs. K Fence, what's going on? Good to see you checking in. Moosey Meesey, what's up with you? And then all the way from Australia, got Kelsey checking in. Hey, what's going on? Amy says hi. Charlotte says hi. I won the league and you guys kicked me out for it. Let's just call a spade a spade. I won the fantasy league. as a rookie champion, my first year in that league, and he didn't let me come back the second year. I was too good for you guys. That's okay. I hope everything's great in Australia. Hug Garrett for me. Hug the kids. And keep the comments coming. By the way, how many drinks deep is everybody in? I'm mostly through my third Coors Light. My third, Lonnie, I'm mostly through my third Coors Light. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send it to Softy and Fane and Hugh for a few minutes. And by the way, when we come back, 6:15, Michael Sean Dugar from The Athletic going to jump on with us, talk about what's gone on in the draft so far. So I have to look forward to, more beer to look forward to. And when Puckett comes on, assuming that Herbert is gone, then I will do my beer chugging that he is mandated that I do. So hang out, keep hanging out, pour yourself another drink, and let's go with this draft.
Hassle-free nicotine pouches.
Oh,
Game changer, made for game changers.
Well, I guess they're on break, so we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to stay right here while they're on break, because that's what I'm here to do, right? If they're on break, I'm supposed to be here. I was just really talking too much. I heard Softy. I knew he was on, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to steamroll him. I don't care. By the way, I did, Peter. By the way, congrats on the marriage, Peter. Congrats to you. And I'm being 2 drinks in. Good for you. Somebody says, boy, they're coming through East Coast. Okay, Fence. What's up? Yeah, it's much later out there. Okay, so you got an early start. I get it. Topher, Jameson cold brew. Is that technically coffee? I don't know. Is that a coffee or is that a drink? Either way, I'm sure. Slick Amy is a better pick than Herbert. Just saying. Bob, she's my number 1 overall pick. There it is. I would move mountains. I would trade draft picks to draft her, but luckily, I already got her, and I signed her to a long-term deal. So don't have to worry about that. Switching from San Juan Seltzer to brown sugar bourbon in my Lou Panilla Hall of Fame mug. Now that's a great mug to be rocking the drinks with. So the Chargers are on the board. The pick is in. And again, I think it's going to be Justin Herbert. If it is, then I have to chug. It's the third quarterback taken, so I would have to, I guess, chug 3 beers when Puckett comes on. And then about an hour after that, it's going to be a little silly up in here because that's quite a bit. Bring back Bucky and his beer. Bucky, so what does it mean? The way it's going to work, every hour I'm going to bring on one of the hosts of the station kind of as it goes in the day. So like Puckett will be next hour, 7 o'clock hour Ian, and the 8 o'clock hour I'll bring on Dick and Softy and then we'll do the same thing tomorrow. So Bucky will be back tomorrow and his beard and whatever 3 Rubens IPAs. Good for you, Cameron. Way to go. I like that. Whatever animals are traipsing along in Bucky's path will be on tomorrow as well.
This moment of gratitude is brought to you by Rocket Mortgage.
I already mentioned, as I'm talking, you forget to drink when you talk. Like I said, you have a conversation with somebody. When they talk, that's when you drink. So I hope I'm not being rude as I take a second to go ahead and take my drink. Now, Roger Goodell is announcing the Chargers pick.
Hero.com. Quicken Loans, LLC, NMLS number 3030. License in 50 states.
Justin Herbert, the Oregon Duck. Throw your O. Bam. All right. So when Jason Puckett comes on, I'm gonna put this shirt on, and I'm gonna chug my beers while he's giving whatever analysis we're gonna get from him. Kelsey, it's 11 a.m. down under. Yes, you start it's NFL draft day. I don't care if you're in Astoria or Australia, it's draft day, and you drink, and that's what we're doing. So pour yourself whatever you got there. Bounce one kid on each knee, and then have your drink there. Jeff, go Hawks. Justin Herbert is a Los Angeles Charger in those he gets to wear those sick uniforms, by the way. I love those. The new uniforms. James has been a godsend. Just popping in here. So if I miss a pick, James is going to be in here updating the picks, and I love it. James, that's your official job. You are the pick updater in the comments. You just keep them coming. Anytime somebody makes a pick, if I'm rambling or whatever it is, or if I don't know, downstairs or something for a minute, and somebody makes a pick, by all means, jump in there and make the pick. So that's what's going on there. Pendleton, yeah, good whiskey, and Diet Dr. Pepper number 2. Jay, you're doing it right. The brown water, always a good situation. Herbert is definitely better than Mariota. As College, no. Prospect, I think maybe, yeah. Mariota just didn't have it.
KJR, visit Coors Light.
All right, sounds like Softy, Dick, and Hugh Millen are back. Gonna chill out for a few minutes. When I come back, we'll bring on Michael Sean Dugar from The Athletic. All right, hang tight. See you guys in a few.
Number 2 to the Redskins, Jeff State, a teammate of Chase Young. Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle. Georgia to the Giants at 4. Tua Tagovailoa just went to the Dolphins at number 5. That puts the Chargers on the clock right now at number 6. The pick is already in. Let's hear from the commissioner.
With the 6th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
What's up? Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon, 6'6", 236 pounds.
Herbert, play action to throw, looking downfield, going toward the end zone. Touchdown! Johnny Johnson III.
The Rose Bowl winner is known for his strong arm and athleticism, rushing for 3 touchdowns in a victory last New Year's Day. Herbert played 4 seasons for his hometown Ducks, with his senior year being his finest. 32 touchdown passes, 6 interceptions. At one point in his college career, he threw at least 1 touchdown pass in 35 straight games. He is also the first player to repeat as an academic All-American since Tim Tebow a decade earlier. Herbert was a biology major, but his chemistry was evident as Oregon won 12 of their last 13 games.
Justin Herbert, as a senior, 32 touchdowns, 6 picks, and let it forever be known, the answer to a trivia question. Justin Herbert's very first start was against who, Dick Fane? You remember? Very first start.
Yeah, Washington. 70 to 21.
And what happened in that very first throw against the Huskies?
Buda Baker.
Picked off by Buda Baker.
Sir.
Now here we are 4 years later. Give credit to him. Give credit to the Oregon coaching staff for turning him into the number 6 pick in the NFL draft. You know Justin Herbert obviously very well because of your son's ties to Oregon. Justin Herbert, 32 touchdowns, 6 picks, 3,400 yards, 67%, is now heading to L.A. to replace Phillip Rivers in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and I appreciate how, his younger brother, Patrick, is my son's roommate, and so he spent a lot of time at the Herbert house, and the things that Justin's done and said for my son, I just really want to say that I think he's an incredible character guy. He won the academic Heisman, guys. And now you're talking about a 6'7", 236-pound athlete, all stayed in 3 sports. And as you said, as a freshman, he didn't have a great team around him, and he took his lumps there. I think that was part of the building process for him, and he elected to stay at Oregon for 4 years. Now, the things that have dogged him, the questions have been, hey, is he taking too many hitches? Is he processing late? What have you? What about the offense? Is it more just bubble screens and rails off bubble screens? But he stuck with it, and he came out. He was a Rose Bowl MVP. Had the 3 rushing touchdowns. He's a Senior Bowl MVP. He's got a hell of an arm. I mean, he's so fluid when he throws. He doesn't look like he's throwing hard, but he's really pushing 6'7". I think he slouched a little bit at the combine to get himself under 6'7". He looks like a forward on the basketball team. And so he throws effortlessly, but with those long levers, the ball just jumps off his hand. So he's got the athleticism, he's got the arm. The question will be just, can he play anticipatory? That's probably been his biggest knock. And then the other one is leadership. I think it's fair to say he's a quiet leader. He has immense respect in that Oregon locker room in terms of how people view him as a performer, as a guy who values a team, as a guy who has humility. And so he has a different brand of leadership, but he's a great player that came on. And I'm just thrilled for him, and good stuff for Justin.
And Hugh, the first thing I thought going to Los Angeles is this just seems like a good fit, man. He stays on the West Coast, laid back environment. He's not going to the Rust Belt. He's not going to the East Coast. This just seems, and he's got a better team. And the Chargers have been, as far as you talk about talent on the roster over the last 4 or 5 years, even though they haven't had great playoff success, Chargers have had as much talent as anybody the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I agree with you. And they've got Tyrod Taylor there, and there was a thought that maybe they really valued I don't know, maybe a higher athlete, but what Herbert had, everybody's going to talk about Jordan Love here at some point, and Jordan Love's athleticism. Well, Herbert had he had a faster 40 time. He had the same vertical jump. He had a longer broad jump, a faster 3-cone shuttle, a faster short shuttle. I mean, this guy, you just don't understand the athleticism behind him. So I think for my old teammate down there as a head coach for the Chargers, yeah, he wants athleticism. Guess what? He's got it in Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
And and Dick, to your point about the laid back nature,
yeah,
totally agree. I got drafted to the LA Rams in Anaheim. There's a certain nature about playing pro football in LA that is different than, as you said, playing for the Giants or playing for the Jets or the Eagles or what have you, the Redskins. It's just different. I played in every stadium in the NFL. It's different in LA than it is. And I think I think there's something to that in terms of it. It's probably going to be a softer landing from him, and just from a personality standpoint.
He's not going to have that hardcore media hammering him in LA. There's no question about that. And I mean, look, the guy's personality, if you don't see him play, I'll admit you see a guy that looks like he's kind of scared of his own shadow, and he has changed a little bit in that regard. I remember, Dick, you and I talking to him at the media day in 2017. We brought up that Husky game in 2016. I told Dick off the air, I thought the guy was going to start crying on the air. Swear to God, just the look on his face. He was so quiet. He was almost whispering to us on the radio show. So he's going to have to inspire NFL players. Obviously, it's one thing to lead college guys in Oregon, another to do it at the NFL level, but not shocked that they took him here. Doesn't have Melvin Gordon. He's in Denver, obviously, now, so he's going to have to find a running game down there. But Justin Herbert, the latest pick to the Chargers at number 6. That's back-to-back quarterbacks. Tua Tagovailoa goes to Miami at number 5. Joe Burrow, number 1 overall to Cincinnati. By the way, the Seahawks are saying, as of right now, their pick at number 27, if they stay, by the way, at number 27, the Seahawks are saying their pick should be approximately between 8:05 and 8:20 p.m. tonight. So we're talking about a couple hours from now on the clock. Hawks have 7 picks as we speak. Number 27 in the first round. Number 27 in the second round, which is 59th overall. Number 32 in the second round, which is 64th overall. 37th in the third round. You're asking, aren't there just 32 picks per round? Well, that's a comp pick in round 3 at 101 overall. Number 27 in the fourth round at 133. Another comp at number 38 overall at 144 in the fourth round. And then number 35, 214th overall in the sixth round. Those last 2 picks are also comp picks for the Seahawks. So as you look at the board, obviously a ton of guys, a ton of big names are still available. Isaiah Simmons dropping a little bit. Derrick Brown, the defensive tackle from Auburn, dropping a little bit. Carolina is now on the clock, obviously at number 7. Got a brand new head coach, Matt Rule. Baylor head coach is now the coach in Carolina. Cam Newton's out, and Teddy Bridgewater.
All right, there it is. You have the Panthers taking Derrick Brown, the defensive lineman, interior and defensive end. So he does a little bit of it all. I mean, he's a beast out of Auburn. Kind of played along that Marlon Davidson, who I want the Seahawks to take in the second round. Brian Stevens asks, how many Coors Light? This is my third one. I'm almost the over under. Somebody put it, I think it's 7. And so by the time the Hawks pick, well, the Hawks probably aren't going to pick till tomorrow night. So I can actually get quite a few done there. Michael Sean Dugar are going to be joining here in just a minute too, and we'll talk about what's been going on in the draft or what he expects the Seahawks to do. I also want to talk to him about. So I didn't realize, I guess, what those guys do at the Athletic. I mean, they do like a mock draft. Like they go full scale, like all the different writers from all the different cities, and so I want to. Richard Holland says he needs a beer.
Not Mahomes though. Mahomes.
I don't know what to do for you. I've got a lot of beer.
From Mahomes.
You should have some beer. We should all have some beer. Look, in this time of coronavirus and this time of suffering and this age that we're living in, everybody should have some beer. My God, man, get yourself a beer. If you don't have one, great news for you. Coors Light delivers. Coors Light will deliver right to your house. You just go check it out. Look it up online. I'm not lying to you. I swear to God, Coors Light will actually deliver to your house. Eric says this is the best sports bar he's been to in weeks. The only one you've been to in weeks, but I'll take it anyway. Oh, gotta love that setup. All right, so we're going to get Michael Sean Dugar in here in just a second. Cardinals pick is already in. Good point, James. James is on it. James is my guy right now, hooking up all the picks, all the news. So if I miss any news, by all means, and not just James, anybody, just throw it right out there, because I obviously can't really have Twitter up right now. So I'm really flying with my ass out right now. So any news that you see, put in the chat box so I can see and react to it. No fake news. Don't need any sports talk Joes or anybody out there. Taking an Uber, Roger. That's the beautiful thing about the virtual sports bar. I'm going to Uber downstairs and roll into my bed when this is all done, is what I'm going to do, and pass out. But that's not, we got a long time. I mean, the Cardinals are just picking right now at 8. So we got a long time until that happens. And Roger Goodell announcing the pick right now. So let's take a listen to that.
29th against the run a year ago, allowed a league high 31 touchdowns on the ground.
And it's Isaiah Simmons, who I thought was going to go at 7 to the Panthers. And Isaiah Simmons, the outside linebacker, well, he's listed as that. He's kind of in everything. He does it all. Ends up going to the Cardinals. That could actually be an issue for the Seahawks. I mean, if you saw him in the national championship game, like he does it at the line of scrimmage, he also plays safety. He's a little bit of everything. And so that he could look, it seems like every year the Cardinals take some really athletic, really big time guy that could bring it to the Hawks. So I don't like that so much for Seattle. Working on trying to get Michael Sean Dugar. Gonna throw him a text and bring him on, talk about that pick. But yeah, Isaiah Simmons, yeah, this guy is athletic as hell. He's a really good defensive player. I mean, he doesn't have at least at Clemson didn't have a specific spot. I'm curious if he's related to Anthony Simmons. Of course, remember former Seahawk Anthony Simmons, linebacker, played at Clemson, could be related. I'm not sure, but yeah, played a little bit of. He even plays corner a little bit, but slot corner, outside linebacker, safety, inside linebacker. He moves around. He's just a defensive weapon. Yeah, Topher. Yeah, Cards are beefing up. Cards are going to be, look, in the NFL, we talk about in the morning show all the time. In the NFL, a rebuild should only take 2, maybe 3 years once you get a quarterback. Well, they got Kyler Murray last year. They're building around him. Now they're building a defense. The Cardinals, I mean, if they do things right in this draft, and, you know, they could, look, they go and get DeAndre Hopkins. It's clear they're serious about getting some weapons for their new quarterback. You know, they could be in the playoff picture very, very soon.
Like no contact delivery to keep your food.
All right, working on getting Dugar in here.
Power your iHeartRadio station with CenturyLink. Get super fast and reliable internet to stream.
All right, just send him a link. He'll be in here in just a second. But yeah, a rebuild happens. I think the NFC West, honestly, if not this year, then next year, but as soon as this year, going to be the toughest division in the NFL. The Rams, they're probably going to end up being the worst team in the NFC West, to be perfectly honest. The 49ers, we know what they are. I expect them to take a little step back just because the Super Bowl hangover for the loser, that's a real thing. Obviously, Seattle's always right there. And the Cardinals are getting better and better. And, you know, the Rams, even with the Rams are still going to be tough, though. I mean, they still have Jared Goff, who's a pretty nice quarterback. They still got weapons. They still have Sean McVay. And I think when you got Sean McVay, you got a chance. And now I'm joined by Michael Sean Dugar of The Athletic. And Mike, welcome to the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. So let me point out, this is the first sports bar you've been in at least a couple of months.
Oh man, it's been a while since the combine in Indy.
Yeah,
I think it's been a minute, man. The quarantine has been real. I'm getting real familiar with the walls in my room, my apartment.
Yeah, that's kind of the way this thing is gone. I'm upstairs right now, in this sports bar. Got the Coors Light. I'm surrounded by the Hawks jerseys and everything. I appreciate you coming on. Some surprises to me early on in the draft. I expected Simmons to actually go to the Panthers. I expected the Cardinals to go offensive line to protect Kyler Murray. But they add to their defense. And I was just talking about the Cardinals. Look, I expect the NFC West to be the most difficult, if not this year, the next year, but the toughest division in the NFL.
I mean, it kind of has been for a few years now. I mean, when guys are healthy, for the most part, obviously like the Nick Mullins Niner teams, like, it's whatever, but even then they beat the Seahawks, right? Like it's still a tough division because I think the coaches have been really good. Like McVay, Bruce, really good coach. Obviously, Pete. I mean, even go back to like Harbaugh, like even Jeff Fisher. As much as we joke about 7-9, 8-8, like Jeff Fisher knew how to beat Seattle, which he was doing it when very few people knew how to do it with any consistency. So I mean, yeah, I'd have to go crunch some numbers, but I would guess probably in the last decade, the NFC West has probably been the best division in football.
And I think the most represented for the NFC in the Super Bowl as well. I mean, if you go back, you're talking Seahawks, Niners. You just had the Niners again. The Cardinals played against the Steelers. So probably since the early 2000s, I think maybe you had the Rams in there a couple times. Probably the most represented division in the Super Bowl for the NFC. By the way, and this is something I wanted to talk to you about because you were on with Chuck and Buck this morning. And I heard what you guys were talking about. So tell me about this mock draft you guys do at The Athletic. So you actually get with like the other cities' writers, the other teams' writers, and actually do a full-on mock where you're trading picks and you're actually trying to do the best thing for your club. Is that kind of how that goes?
Yep, 100%. So
God, that's cool.
We knew the day before that we were going to do. I mean, we knew for a couple of days. So like the night before, I called Green Bay or hit up my Green Bay guy like, yo, I got pick 27. Let's talk. I want these picks. He's like, all right, cool. And then, the board's filling out, I'm reaching out to teams, like privately, like, hey, here's 30. What you want? The Colts told me no. 'Cause I thought they would come up for Easton or Love.
Yeah.
And they were like, nope, we're going to stay at 34. Somebody else shot me down. The Texans said no at first. Which was a little bit surprising. But then once the board started to come up around 25, people, I was getting offers. The Browns gave me a good offer, and then rescinded it. Okay, now I understand John Snyder's issue with the communication of it.
Yeah,
I had a deal from I'll give you behind the scenes. I had a deal from the Chargers. A guy from the Chargers was like, hey, if Ezra Cleveland is there, we will take him at 30. But this is when pick 25 is happening. And I'm getting an offer from Cleveland and an offer from Houston. And Houston's offer was a little better. I think I would have got pick 40 and pick 90 and had to give up 6th.
Yeah.
I think.
That's nice.
That bad.
That's nice.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the Chargers, I think, were offering a second, pick 37, pick a 4th, and a 6th, which the value was kind of similar. But I was like, man, I don't know if I can wait until Ezra Houston is there. Yeah. Because the Texans wanted to move up to take Ross Blacklock. It was a lot going on there. Meanwhile, Cleveland had the offer there, and they're waiting because they wanted a tackle. I think who they took in that draft. So there was a lot going on. I ended up trading with the Chargers. But yeah, no, it was fun. It was chaotic, and I kind of see why John, when he found out it's going to be a different room center, but it was like, oh damn, what do I do? Because it's a lot. It is.
That sounds like the most fun thing I've ever heard of, to be perfectly honest. That's something right on my alley. So a similar situation, a lot of people thought the Dolphins were going to move up into 3 with the Lions to get Tua. They're patient. They wait. They say, hey, we're not going to give up a second-round pick or whatever it would have cost. They still end up getting Tua at 5. Did that surprise you, A, that they waited, and then B, that they were still able to get their guy?
So I'm in the minority in terms of the pre-draft stuff this year. I thought every team in the top 6 needed a quarterback. I really did. I thought, Washington, I didn't see the Haskins thing last year. I was just because with me, I give rookies usually 2 years as a starter, but even if you get 1, we can see something. Like the Jags obviously saw something in Gardner. He only had 12 starts, I think. Obviously, you see it in Kyler, even though his team stunk. You can kind of see it. I didn't see it with Jones or Haskins. So I was like, oh, everyone, and I don't think Matt Stafford's got anything left. So me, I was if I was like the other teams, I'd have been definitely doing my due diligence. The other teams, meaning Miami, the Chargers, doing my due diligence to find out how serious teams like Detroit and teams like who else was in front of them? The Giants wanted to look at these quarterbacks. And I think that's the result of it. And I wasn't really surprised because even if you didn't have the mock drafts and stuff, or excuse me, you didn't have the pro days when scouts usually leak all their info because scouts are real gossipy. They're like high schools in that regard. Even though they didn't have that, teams do their intel, right? Stuff gets leaked. It wasn't, I probably guess it wasn't a case of them being patient, Miami. They knew what Detroit was going to do. They knew what Washington was going to do. They knew what the Giants were going to do. So no, it didn't surprise me because if Miami wasn't sure, like even like a sliver of doubt when it comes to a franchise quarterback, they would have just moved up. They would have done like what the Bears did in 2017, take Trubisky. Like I think they moved up like 1 pick or 2 picks.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because they weren't sure. They weren't sure. You could tell they weren't sure what the Niners were going to do.
Now, if they get their guy, it's worth it. What would have scared me, though, the reason why I think it took balls from Miami, though, is because that last second offer. You know, what's somebody who's trying to move up to take Tua really going to throw Detroit's way, make them an offer they can't refuse, and then jump in front of Miami and then take. So, with the thing you can't think of, that's what would the unknown is what scares me, and so that's why I would have been worried there.
Yeah, no, there's some teams I would have imagined. Like, even though they have a guy that I like Atlanta getting desperate, even you never know what in the world John Gruden's thinking. If he's like, yo, let's do it. You know, let's move up and get your guy. Because honestly, I don't think there's such thing as overpaying for your guy. Obviously, you can make all the deals and it not work. RG3, Trubisky, whatever. You know, even Paxton Lynch in 2016, you can do that. But if you think that's your guy. A quarterback is so valuable. There's probably nothing you can't overpay in that regard. If you think he's your guy, so yeah, you kind of do got to be scared that a team is willing to give up like stake in the company to another team to move up and take a QB.
Well, things are moving fast now. The Jags take cornerback C.J. Henderson. The Browns are up now. Their pick is already in, which means no trades in the top 10. I thought there was going to be some movement. I don't know if it's because of the technology. I don't know if it's just because everybody already knew what they were going to do, what it is. I thought there'd be movement. There's no movement, Mike.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. I mean, in our mock on The Athletic, I think the Jags traded they traded out of 9. I can't remember. I think they moved back to 14, and Tampa moved up, and the Browns traded back. There was a lot of teams willing to move up. I think the receivers were kind of enticing at that point, which I still think will be the case. Maybe we'll see some shuffling here. But I do think like teams have gotten smarter. I mean, teams are still pretty dumb. There's some dumb ones out there. We make that very.
Bill O'Brien is still out there somewhere.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien. Teams still taking run stuffing defensive tackles in the first round. Like that's not wise. Teams, whichever team takes DeAndre Swift from Georgia, the running back in the first round, it's like it's value. It's all about value. So I think there's been a little bit like teams getting their IQ up in terms of what you should demand. You know, if you're going to be the team like trading up or trading back, or how that should go. So I think that contributes to it a little bit, but it's still early. I think there's going to be like a lot of moves taking place here the rest of the night.
Well, the Browns do make their pick. They take a tackle, Jedrick Wills, the tackle out of Alabama. I'm going to let you go and get back to your draft. Before, I know you're big on music. Do you have is there a special Michael Sean Dugar draft playlist that you've got going on while all this is happening? Anything like that?
Well, yeah, I had to get some music on because I wasn't feeling the whole virtual setup. They have 15 boxes of Bengals fans. I was like, we don't care.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to a lot of Rod Wave. It's an artist called Rod Wave. It's a newer guy from St. Petersburg. He's
all right.
All the people tuned in right now, he's the guy.
Okay, let people know Rod Wave.
All
right.
Song, The Greatest. The name of the song is The Greatest. That's like the best way to start off if you're being introduced to Rod.
Good. I'll check that out, and everybody else will. Anything need to plug real quick with The Athletic?
Well, when the Seahawks do make a pick or make a trade or whatever, at 2 a.m. at this rate, come check out The Athletic. I'll have a bunch of stuff. We're doing a Seahawks Man-to-Man podcast tonight. Me and Chris Kidd are going to link
You and
up.
Kidd.
Yeah, we're going to do a podcast tonight. I'll have some analysis. Aaron Finchers will have some stuff. We'll have insight from whoever our college writer is. Like if it's Gross Models, our Penn State writer will weigh in as well. So we got it all. We're super busy today, so just come check it out.
Love it. Kid's my guy. I told him he has to check out Original Kings of Comedy this weekend. He has some homework. So he had never seen that old school comedy. So he's going to check it out. Yeah, I know. He's going to sit down with his girl. They're going to check it out. So I'm taking care of him.
All right. Yeah, I'll make sure he's doing that.
Oh, good. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Michael Sean Dugar hanging out with us here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Like I said, Jedrick Wills just went to the Browns. CJ Henderson, the cornerback, goes to the Jags. This is the last couple of picks. I'll throw it back to Softy, Dick Fain, and Hugh Millen for analysis of those picks. By the way, when we come back about 10 minutes from now, we're going to have Jason Puckett. And yes, I'm going to do my Coors Light Chug Challenge for Justin Herbert. That's all coming up here before like in the next 15, 20 minutes. So to hang out, we're hanging out. It's a lot of fun. Just stick around.
You know what?
Precisely nothing.
If CJ Henderson were number 3, it'd be a chump for crying out loud.
I don't know. I would just say this. Let's just get to it. I think there's a lot of similarities with him and Jeff Okudah, except he's just not as good.
Let's get the pick for the Browns, who are moving fast. We got CJ Henderson going to Jacksonville at number 9. We are ready right now. Roger Goodell is walking up to his basement camera. The Browns on the clock right now at number 10. Here's the commission.
So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills, tackle, Alabama.
Okay, so there's your second tackle off the board. Andrew Thomas was first up, going to the Gents at 4. Jedrick Wills, offensive tackle, Alabama, goes to the Browns at number 10. So the Browns now have their bookends because they signed Jack Conklin away from the Titans in free agency. Think about this, man. Baker Mayfield now is going to have Nick Chubb behind him. He's going to have Jack Conklin on one side. He's going to have Jedrick Wills on the other side. And he's going to have Austin Hooper, who they signed in free agency from Atlanta. So this is a big year for Baker Mayfield and the Browns for sure. No question about it. Had one of the worst turnover differentials in the NFL, but Jedrick Wills, Alabama tackle, is the pick now for the Browns at number 10, Huey.
Yeah, and I think he's a high character guy. You know, there's a toughness to him. He has athleticism, but I think he's got a real nastiness to him. I mean, he's got very strong hands. But in addition to just having strong hands, he's got a good pass set. In fact, he has a wide repertoire of pass sets. He can jump set you. He can kick step. So I think he's an intelligent player, picks up the stunts and what have you. I think the only question I have is usually the second tackle. And, if you're a top 10, 11 pick of the draft, you're a left tackle, and he was a right tackle.
Right. Well, and they just signed Conklin, too. So where does he play? I mean, can they turn him into a left tackle? Yeah, I mean, who knows where this guy's going to end up? I just think if you're the Browns, man, you've got to start getting something out of your freaking quarterback. This is now going into his third year in the NFL. He was under 60%, Dick, last year at quarterback for Cleveland. So if he's getting to 59% in year 3, man, this feels like a big year for him. If he drops another egg in year 4, there's going to be folks asking for his head for sure.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, and you know me, I'm a big character guy when it comes to quarterbacks, and I've never liked Baker Mayfield, and I don't think a lion or a tiger can change his stripes, man. I think he is what he is. He could mature a little bit, but I don't think it's going to help. Hugh, as far as these tackles go, I mean, you've talked a lot about Becton. How do you compare Becton to the guys that have gone so far, like Wills and Thomas?
Well, I think Becton has a bigger gap between his floor and his ceiling. I mean, it's just hard for me. Maybe that's just an old school comment, but it's just hard for me to imagine at 6'7" and 3/8. That's Becton out of Louisville. That he wouldn't have potential for bust. You say, well, why would you comment like that? Well, if you've been watching the draft long enough, you know that at every single position there are busts galore, right?
Right.
If you're hitting 50% at any position, then that's good, right? So you have to always envision, all right, well, how is this going to go wrong? He looks great. How is this going to go wrong? Well, if you're 364 pounds, you just don't have the feet to play, and guys beat you with quickness, and so Becton is just an unusual football player because he's the biggest that we've seen as a potential first rounder. I'm sure there's been undrafted free, or maybe 7th round guys. He said, he's 6'7", he's big body, maybe we can work with him and it's a 1 in 10 chance. But this is a Becton is a top half of the first round prospects. A lot of people thought he's the best tackle in the draft.
Yeah, he's a big guy for sure.
There's a good
and he can
year.
Move.
There's a good year for tackles. And you asked me before, or actually you didn't. I thought you were asking me what's the difference between the best and the next. I said not much. Throw a blanket over them.
Right.
And so I think there's about 4 guys that I think they're very tight. It's just what's your flavor of ice cream at Baskin Robbins, right? And if you want to have a guy in Becton, this Mekhi Becton, then you're getting a guy. I will say this. In watching tape, I've never seen a pro lineman throw guys around like him. I mean, it looks like WWE.
Right.
And then you look at the roster and you say, wait a minute, I'm going to go look at that number 45. Hang on. How is he some 208-pound guy that walk on that somehow had to play because of injury? I mean, how does he get? And then he said, no, he's a 248-pound starter. And he's getting tossed around by Becton. So that part is actually kind of amusing to watch.
Well, the Jets are on the clock now at number 11, and they were the worst offense in the NFL last year. Total yards per game, 31st in scoring, 29th in passing, and they got to get Sam Darnold some weapons here, pal.
Sam Darnold.
I mean, Robbie Anderson took off. Jamison Crowder is still there, 122 targets last year, but just 830 yards and 6 touchdowns. They got to find this guy some weapons, and they've got their pick of the litter here, fellas. Any wide receiver they want in this draft is sitting there at number 11 for the Jets. They can grab CeeDee Lamb. They can grab Jeudy. They can grab Henry Ruggs. They can have Justin Jefferson. I mean, if you're the New York Jets, don't you look at Sam Darnold and tell him, hey, man, listen, we're going to get you some time.
Sam Darnold, with time.
But we want you to have freaking receivers to throw to. They can have anyone they want. This is maybe one of the deepest wide receiver drafts we've seen in a long time. We're through pick number 10. There's not been one wide receiver taken. The Jets can have anyone they want.
Yeah, and I was just watching some of these guys. I really had fun.
I did it! Not even close.
Oh, boy. All right. Mekhi Becton goes off. Louisville offensive tackle to the Jets. That's the most. I'm waiting for a trade. I'm waiting for something shocking. It just hasn't happened. And, boy, I guess they call him Dreamboat now. It's Jason Puckett.
Yeah. I'm eating pizza right now. You said 39.
I know. Sean was like, hey, he's there. We can go if he wants. There you go. Got the Coors Light. Now, you know what
Pay off your bet?
Well, yeah, I'm going to pay it off. Hold on. I'm going
to best receiver in this draft.
Where'd you go?
Jeudy. And
uh-oh. What's he doing? You like the title of my name, Dreamboat?
Is elite too.
Where did you go? Are you coming back to the show or not? There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I got this at the Rose Bowl. All right, Justin Herbert. Now I'm supposed to. So
I see your Coors Light.
This is a 16 out. Oh yeah, why don't you do what I'm about to do with that? So
I'm a professional man.
During the duration of this little interview, I'm going to down what is the equivalent of 3 12 ounces, so 36 ounces. So like 2 of these. So that's what we're going to call it. No trades, Puckett. What the hell?
Also play for their AAU.
Well,
the
are you shocked that there's no trades? I mean, I'm not shocked that there's no trades.
I'm stunned.
Well, I mean, you have to think about why there's no trades. I mean, I think it's hard to communicate. We talked about this, I think, a little bit in terms of were there going to be trades? Were there because of the communication, because of the ability of them not to make trades beforehand? And I think they wanted to play this thing off pretty straight and narrow.
Yeah,
and that's probably why you don't see trades. What shouldn't blow you away, I think the no trade certainly stands out. You look at the first 10 picks, right? 6 of the first 10 from the SEC. You want to know why they're in the national championship game every single year?
Well, obviously.
Final 4, it's because of that.
It's where the best players want to go. They got the best stadiums, the best TV. They got the national prestige. I mean, out here, out west, look, half of the schools playing half-empty stadiums every week. I mean, we can't get, it's not a national brand, the Pac-12 right now. That all the best players from California, a lot of time going to the SEC.
What was that first chug of the beer?
Well, I'm halfway through on this. I'm already 4 beers deep, I think, something like that. So
it's good for you. You don't got to do it all now. It's just a little bit of peer pressure. That's all.
I know it. It'll happen through the time. Oh wow! Now, so Mekhi Becton, who just went to the Jets. They're showing him pushing an F-150 around his complex. So apparently,
who doesn't do that? Slickhawk?
He was trained by Walter Jones.
Well, if he has any career like Walter Jones, then he's going to be a home run hit. All right. So, what do you think Seattle's going to do? You think if there are no trades, you think they stay at 27 or they ultimately trade?
They'll still trade. They've got this stuff worked out. Come on. John Schneider doesn't know how to pick in his natural selection. There's no way. They'll move back.
So are you through? How many beers have you had now of the Coors Light?
This is number 4 right here.
That's 4. 4 since the bet, or just 4 since the party started?
4 since the party started. This is my first since the bet.
Have we gone to the bathroom yet?
It's about here. I just did. I just broke.
You broke the seal.
I know.
It's all downhill when you break the seal. Trust me. I know.
You would know.
Well, when you get in your 40s, you don't even have to have anything to break the seal. Just it's all downhill.
Right. Just had Michael Sean Dugar on. Had Chuck and Buck on. Now you're on. I'm going to be honest. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I bring some more entertainment to the party to those guys.
Well, exactly. You know how to party, and this is a party. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
When do you jump on? We heard a lot of softy today. When do you jump on the broadcast?
We're 20 minutes, 7 o'clock.
Nice.
We'll be on the airwaves. It'll be me. Hugh will stop on by. Rob Ring will come on the first segment. Ian Furness will be here.
Yeah.
Throughout the night, we'll be here for till 9 o'clock or maybe later, and we'll check in with Chuck. We'll check in with him, and you want to come on?
Sure, whatever.
There's Hugh in the background.
Oh, see if he'll say hi. There he is.
Now for Hugh. Now this thing, what we brought for Hugh,
nice.
This goes with the whole kit. So
yeah,
we have a tradition when we do the draft at the VMAC.
Is that why he was dancing up and down with the DK doing the push-ups? He'd had a little bit of the.
So the tradition at the VMAC is this. I like to count how many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches he has throughout the whole draft. His record is 5, maybe 6. I think it's 5, but it could be 6. So what I did, since we're not going to be at the VMAC, but when you really chug the beer, for God's sakes,
I'm doing the best I can.
Open up your gully. There's softy.
Not really good. Oh, there's softy. Hey, you'll get your chance. Oh boy, look at that. Okay. Henry Ruggs. Henry Ruggs goes to the Raiders. First wide receiver off the board is Henry Ruggs.
Now this is like a fantasy draft. It's a run on wide receivers.
Yeah, the Raiders like speed. They remember when Darius Hayward Bay. They took the fastest guy ever, and he sucked. But that's what the Raiders like to do.
I think he's a little bit better than Darius Hayward Bay.
I'm just saying they take the fastest guy. He's the fastest guy. Hayward Bay was the fastest guy.
You didn't let me finish my story on Hugh.
Sorry, go ahead.
So he eats like 6 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at the VMAC. So what we did is I brought it to him. So we brought bread, peanut butter, and jelly. And I brought it for him. It's in the studio. He's having as many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as he possibly can. I brought Guinness with our whiskey because after every draft, the Thursday and Friday night, we usually go over to Dino's after the draft.
Yeah.
And we have Irish car bombs.
Oh, I love that.
And I brought that to him. So
that's a tradition, you guys. You would be leaving me out of that. Wow, I gotta get involved in that.
You're never there on Thursday and Friday.
I know. I don't know why. I'm always over there on Saturday. They pushed me off to the end. Maybe after this. Maybe look. Jay Bohm said that he gave a hierarchy of his favorite KJR hosts. You're number 1. I'm number 2.
No, thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. You're very kind. It looks like you're a ginger, but
that's all right.
Not against you.
No, nobody's perfect.
Do you like Herbert going to the Chargers?
I think it's what they had to do. I mean, now I think it's ultimately. I'll be honest. I don't think it's going to be great.
You don't think it's going to be good, do you?
I don't think he's going to be that good. No, I don't. I think it'll be kind of average, around the middle. Maybe he has a Mitch Trubisky type career because I think Trubisky will be around a while. I just don't think that he's, a franchise quarterback. I don't think Justin Herbert's a franchise quarterback in the NFL.
Think missing?
I think there's just a certain edge that he's lacking. Look, game on the line, a minute to go against a tough defense, and you got to go and march down the field. Justin Herbert just doesn't strike me as the guy I really want in that moment. I don't know. It's just I think he lacks. He's got a lot of physical tools. Maybe it's upstairs. I don't know, but I don't think that he's going to be the guy.
Here's Softy. Yeah. Well, what happens in the breaks, Hugh will disappear and walk around, and then Softy's got to find him. This is just like being at the VMAC where he's yelling for Hugh because Hugh's in the lunchroom.
How does everybody? I mean, there are people doing actual business. Bob Condotta's writing stories and updating tweets and trying to decipher, Pete Carroll draft clues and conduct business. How does that go with Softy?
This is a blessing in disguise for everyone that covers the Seahawks over there. Trust me, they are so glad we are not there.
They're never going to let us back.
Because Softy is so bleeping loud and so you. And I mean, they're going to do this every year.
Yeah,
they're going to make us do the virtual bar, and we're going to be home here, guaranteed. Hey, I got somebody wants to say hi.
Okay, what do we got? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Is that?
Hi. Yeah, he said hi.
You got to shoot the arrow, Nando. Look at that. I love that. Well, I can see my desk actually right there behind you. There you go.
You want me to? Should I show everyone how dirty your desk is?
No, that's okay. We don't have to show everybody how messy the desk is. I mean, nobody wants to see that.
Right now on the little scroll, if you want to see how dirty Matt's desk is.
You've got a show to prepare for. You got things to do. Softy's back on the air. They got to talk about this surprise that the Raiders just did with Henry Ruggs. So we'll get to that. Appreciate you jumping on. Talk to you again tomorrow, and we got a show 10 to 1 too. So
okay, buddy.
Thanks, Puck. All right, Jason Puckett, 10 to 1 host. He's going to be hosting the coverage from 7 till whenever. So you're going to hear him tonight along with me, and we're doing this all night long, baby. So keep the drinks coming. I'm many Coors Lights in, and I hope you are too. So I'll leave you with the end of Softy's coverage with Dick Fain and Hugh Millen.
Facebook pages have daily updates, or feel free to call, text, chat, or email.
Oh, I guess they're still on a break. So Softy's still trying to track down Hugh Millen. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Henry Ruggs, I did not expect to be the first wide receiver off the board. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. CeeDee Lamb is still on the board, right? Yeah. Jerry Jeudy's still on the board. And so the Raiders, Raiders gonna Raider, I guess, because they like the speedy guys. I'm trying to rack my brain to see if I know anybody down in the Bay Area that actually be willing to jump on with us, because I'm curious what I know a guy that's in Vegas now. I don't even know who I'd talk to in Vegas that would cover this, because this is
rare meat. Well done.
That is an odd pick. All right, Softy's back. We'll get his thoughts. We'll get Hugh Millen's thoughts, especially. I want to know what Hugh Millen has to say about this.
Find out what Oakland does at number 12 excuse me, I said Oakland, I meant Vegas at number 12. Here's the commissioner.
There are many first evers that are part of this draft, including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver, Alabama.
What's up? Henry Ruggs III, wide receiver, Alabama, 5'11", 188 pounds.
Matt looks, waits for the snap on a 3rd and goal from the 3. He'll get it. He'll throw towards the back of the end zone. Touchdown! Henry Ruggs III.
Amazingly, in his 3 seasons with the Tide, Ruggs scored 25 touchdowns on only 100 career touches on offense. He also returned kicks. Compare that to his senior year of high school when he had 20 touchdowns on 102 touches. He's an enticing selection for teams that can envision him turning short passes into long gains. He can sell a double move, but he's not big at all, so he'll need to learn to get away from physical defensive backs in the pros. Ruggs' speed is undeniable, and he wowed the combine by running the 40-yard dash in 4.27 seconds. He also recorded a vertical jump of 42 inches.
All right, so Henry Ruggs is the first wide receiver taken. Had the fastest 40 at the combine among wide receivers, 4.27 blazing speed. Had 98 passes caught at Alabama. 24 of them went for touchdowns. But as you said yesterday, Huey, this guy is not just a speedster. He is as polished a route runner as you'll find in the draft.
Yeah, well, not as polished as Jerry Jeudy, but you're right. I did say, look, you watch him, and he's not just a track guy. He has hands, and he has sophistication to his route running ability. When he sells those double moves, as what do we call? I'm calling it a snippet. That's like a lay term. What's the real technical term?
Vignette.
The vignette. That's a foo-foo word. Well, then in the vignette, when they talked about his double move, that's what you see on tape, man. He gets his shoulders, his hips, he turns, he has good timing for when he looks back. I mean, there's an art to that, and so I think he's well coached. Obviously, Alabama's receiver coach is doing something there because all those guys are freaking just really polished.
By the way, just real quick, the Niners just sent the 13th pick to Tampa Bay. So San Francisco was on the clock, and Jackson and I were surmising they would go grab Jerry Jeudy to play down there in the Bay Area. They just moved out of 13. We'll find out compensation, but Tampa Bay is now on the clock at 13. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Good. Yeah. And so, but just finishing up on Ruggs, state champion in the long jump. 42-inch vert. Can you imagine? I know he's only 5'11", but if you could just imagine the kind of dunk repertoire this guy has at 5'11", I mean, that's like Spud Webb numbers. You jump 42 inches. So at any rate, my final thought, Dick Fain, is that this is a commentary on the world champion Chiefs, that Tyreek Hill and those little guys, that Roadrunner outfit, the fact that Henry Ruggs was more valued than CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy or any of these other guys simply because of his deep heat, 5'11", and just that's the idea that this is old school Raiders style. This is Al Davis telling John Gruden, "Hey man, we got to hit the long ball, and nobody's going to do as well as Ruggs."
You guys want the compensation for this next pick?
Please.
This is what just happened. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers dropped down 128 spots from 117 to 245 to move up one spot right here from number 14. So clearly they had their eyes on somebody that they thought the Niners would potentially grab. They move up. They again, they trade number 14 and 117 overall for the 13th pick here and 245. So dropping down 128 spots to move up one spot right here at 13.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I hate the fact that San Francisco now has a GM that knows what the hell he's doing. That makes me very, very upset. The second thing is, as far as these playmakers, Hugh, you talk about Ruggs. Tell me kind of where your tiers are, because I want one of these guys. I want a game breaker, either at the wide receiver position, or we talked earlier about like a Jonathan Taylor at the running back position that can get a ball and take it to the house.
Chenault. That's a legitimate opportunity for Seattle. I don't think Jerry Jeudy's going to be there. I don't think CeeDee Lamb's going to be there. I'm not saying the Laviska Chenault's the next best guy. At this juncture, we only have one wide receiver off the board. I think it surprised many, not all. I mean, at some point I said, hey, if you want the deep speed, you've got in Ruggs a guy who has some polish to him. But I would have, if it would have been me, I would have taken Jerry Jeudy. I would have taken CeeDee Lamb next. Ruggs would have been my third guy. But Chenault would be the next guy.
Yeah, I think you're going to be even more pissed, by the way, when you find out what the Buccaneers
Justin
are
Jefferson.
doing here at number 13. Let's find out in just a second. As soon as that pick comes in, we'll have the announcement for you. But I mean, again, if San Francisco is looking for a wide receiver, even if Tampa Bay guys goes after Jerry Jeudy, they can still get their hands dick on CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, as you said, Hugh. So I think you're right. It's irritating as a Seahawks fan, but John Lynch, man, he's moving up 128 spots to just drop one spot in the first round, and likely still gets the player he was looking for.
And also Jalen Reagor, I think, if we're talking about the guys for Seattle.
Too high for him, though, here, you think?
Here.
Yeah, right.
I'm saying Seattle at 27.
Exactly, yes.
If Dick just said, hey, I want one of these guys, I would say Laviska Shenault, Jalen Reagor. Those would be two names that I would think have a good chance. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think they have a good chance of being on the board at 27.
Okay, let's find out what made the Buccaneers drop 128 spots. They gave up the 117th pick for the 245th pick, all for the luxury of moving from 14 to 13. Let's find out why that was so important to Bruce Arians right now.
The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs, tackle, Iowa.
What's up? Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle, Iowa. 6'5", 320 pounds. Wirfs, who could also play guard, finished his third season with the Hawkeyes as the Big Ten's Offensive Lineman of the Year. He then dominated the NFL Combine, posting the top performance in his position group's 40-yard dash and setting records in the vertical jump and broad jump. The Iowa native was a known quantity before he ever arrived to play for the Hawkeyes. He was named the top prep athlete in the state after taking home a state wrestling championship, in addition to his second straight shot put crown and his second straight discus title. Of course, Wirfs was a high school All-American in football, and he became the first true freshman lineman to start for the longtime coach, Kirk Ferentz.
Well, it's such a good move for the Niners, man. This wasn't a guy they were going to take anyway. They got Joe Staley, they got Tomlinson at left guard, and they still can get whichever wide receiver they want. You wonder how much of this was at the instruction of Tom Brady, by the way. I mean, I got Godwin. I got Mike Evans down there already. We don't need a wide receiver. I got Gronk. If I'm coming down there, if I'm going to come play for you, you better damn well protect me. And they just went out and got the offensive lineman with the fastest 40 in the draft.
Well, it wasn't just San Francisco that Tampa Bay would have been worried about. It would have been everybody in the league that would have traded up with San Francisco, right?
Sure,
If
yes.
they would have
If somebody else was offering a better deal, correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So, look, a lot of people thought that Wirfs is the best lineman in this draft. As I said before, this is a very good draft for tackles, and you can throw a blanket over them. I have my idea. I think the kid from Georgia was the best, but I think it's very slim margin between the best and the fourth best. And here, Wirfs here. Now, he's a little bit heavier set guy. He played right tackle, and that's where I think he should be, but he's an athletic guy. Heck, on the TV, they were just showing him having an Iowa record. Now, you think of all those linemen from Iowa. He has the Iowa record for power cleans, 450 pounds times 4 reps. And the power clean, the reason I'm bringing this up is that's an explosive power in your hips movement. I mean, power is defined by some strength coaches in the NFL as strength over time. You got to snatch that thing up, drive your hips, and have quickness in addition to strength. And then the next video they showed is him jumping out of a swimming pool. He's standing up to past his belly button, like almost to his chest, and he was able to jump out of a swimming pool. That's pretty damn good for a guy 325 pounds.
I'm just looking at this top-heavy, offense-heavy Bucs team. I'm wondering who they're going to stop, man. I mean, they're every game's like Softy and I talked about the other day. I mean, they are all offense, and they go offense in the first round again. That defense is going to give up 30-plus points again this year.
Well, like we said, the Falcons made the Super Bowl the 26th best defense in the NFL and almost won the damn thing, and should have won the freaking thing, by the way, in the second half of that game.
You're bringing up the one exception.
Yeah, well, of course.
I think it's a good move.
This is also a team with Tom Dan Brady.
Just load the offense. Yeah. I think to have juice in the stadium, the energy, I feel like they have to have the weapons and the protection for Tom Brady.
Sure.
Because if Tom Brady's successful, that's going to lift the defense. That's going to lift the crowd. That's going to lift the environment. The whole energy is going to change. That's why you acquired Tom Brady. That's why you're paying him $30 million?
Well, let's face it. You're not going to fix the defense overnight, right? I think all of us can agree with that in Tampa Bay. At the very best, that defense is going to be mediocre, maybe less than mediocre at best, because they were so awful a year ago. So if you're Tampa Bay, and I agree with you, Hugh, why not put all your chips in the offense? You are winning right now. You are selling out to win right freaking now. If you're Tampa Bay with Tom Brady, there is no waiting for 2021. There's no waiting for 2022. You do everything you can to win right now. And if you can't get that defense fixed in time, if the only thing you can do is make them mediocre, then score 40 points a game, win every game 45-40.
What do you always say? Man, this is sucking the life out of me. Let me tell you, think about the defense. They have the life sucked out of them when the offense, I mean, Jameis Winston damn near set an NFL record for interceptions last year, right? And over a 5-year period, he definitely set the record. So I think this, Dick, I think the energy from that defense, knowing that they are caddying, as it were, if you want to be disparaging, they're caddying for Tom Brady, fine. But if they see that Tom Brady has the ability to make those plays, those guys are going to reach highs because of what Tom Brady's doing that they never thought they could.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think they're going to be a good team. But I think all this thought of Super Bowl, NFC Championship, you cannot have a terrible defense. And they had a terrible defense last year.
Maybe
you can't have a terrible defense and go to the Super Bowl.
Well, they're the third best favorite on the board in the NFC right now.
It's too high.
I mean, Vegas thinks they have a shot of making it for sure. So I think in the end, look, if you're if you're Bruce Arians, you led the league in pass attempts a year ago. Tom Brady's going to put up some crooked numbers. I saw Salisbury was asking 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns. You go over, under, way over for Tom Brady. In this system, are you freaking kidding me? With Mike Evans and Godwin and Gronk not coming back. So, I mean, I just don't know what more you can do if you're Bruce Arians, because you're not going to turn this defense overnight into a top 5 or top 10 defense. You may as well just say, look, we are what we are. We're going to throw the ball 40-plus times a game and outscore everybody. So let's keep it right here. We'll find out what the Niners do. So if you're San Francisco, guys, right here, and you weren't going to take Wirfs anyway, you can still get the guy you want. You got Deebo Samuel. You got Jalen Hurd at wide receiver. Obviously, Kittle is your number one target for Jimmy Garoppolo. But, Hugh, if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Jordan Jefferson, if you're going wide receiver, which one do you take to play with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I'm going to stick with what I've been saying. I think Jerry Jeudy can play in any system.
Yeah.
When you have that type of route running ability. Now, I do think it's interesting to pause here and say I've never seen so many good receivers that specialized in the slot, and yet they have size too. You know, you think of customarily, whether you want to go back to Bobby Ingram or whomever, your vision of a slot receiver, Doug Baldwin, your vision of a slot receiver probably involves a guy who's about 5'10 to 5'11, right? Edelman, I mean, some of the best slot receivers. But in college football, we saw CeeDee Lamb predominantly in the slot. We saw Jerry Jeudy predominantly in the slot. Jefferson out of LSU. We got some guys that are in that 6'1", 6'2" range that have great body control, and they're playing in the slot. And in large part because, in my mind, hell, I coach offensive football. I'm a passing game coordinator. If you play a too high defense, I want to have size in the slot, because I want to have a guy that, if he's going to be the threat to run down and split safeties, I want to have some size that my quarterback can throw over the top of linebackers. So I don't know. I never really bought into the idea that your slot receiver should always be a 5'11" little guy. Now, if it's man-to-man, of course, 3rd and 5, and you expect man-to-man, but split safety zone defenses, I want some size going down the middle.
I'll throw one thing at you, by the way, just to consider here. They did lose Buckner in the trade with the Colts, and they got him off the roster. They're saving a bunch of money. They're moving back now to number 14. So we'll find out what the Niners do in a second here. The Seahawks pick, by the way, at number 27 is going to be up around 8:05, 8:15, that kind of range in that 15-minute window between 8:05 and 8:20. Let's find out now what the Niners do at number 14. They made the trade with Tampa. Here's the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
How about that? Javon Kinlaw, native of Goose Creek, South Carolina, baby. I mean, if he can come in and replace DeForest Buckner, and they'll do it for a lot less money, and they get to keep their draft pick at number 31. I mean, look, they may, Dick, as you said earlier, if the Jets are going to pass on a wide receiver, the Niners see the same depth at wide receiver. They may get a guy they like at 31 as well.
Yeah, but I am surprised. I mean, if Jeudy is what Hugh says he is, man, Jeudy and Deebo Samuel, look out, dude. That would have been unbelievable.
Let's do this, Huey. We'll get a quick break. I'm going to have Puckett step in here. You guys can respond to the Niners going with Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, which leaves every other wide receiver outside of Henry.
All right. A lot has gone on in the last few minutes while we took that little break there. So I let Softy and Hugh and Dick kind of break it down. We had our first trade finally. It was one pick. So the Niners move back, get themselves a pick, and then still get, I'm assuming, the guy they wanted anyway, which was defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw. I'm still reeling over the fact that the Raiders end up taking a wide receiver, but they take Henry Ruggs and leave CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. He's on the board. Meanwhile, the Bucs moved up a pick to take Tristan Wirfs, who I think a lot of people thought that the Niners might have taken a tackle there, so they go Tristan Wirfs. And the Broncos are on the clock now. Where's somebody saying, "Where's my game day attire?" Don't listen to Puckett. Game day attire is for just that. Game day. This is not game day. This is the draft. But I got a lot of Coors Light, let me tell you, and a lot of dead tops to the Coors Light. working on trying to get some. Here's the problem. Full disclosure, I was going to try and bring on real quick somebody from the Raiders to explain this. Problem is, all my contacts I have for the Raiders are in Oakland and don't follow the team anymore. I don't have anybody in Las Vegas because that's brand new and I just don't have those contacts. So, so the Niners do their thing. The Broncos pick is in. Only one trade so far, and we're almost halfway through the draft. Even Atlanta, who a lot of people thought might trade up for a pass rusher, hasn't done anything. But the guy that they probably would have traded up for, Chase on, he's still there. So if the Broncos don't take him, a lot of people think Broncos are going to take a wide receiver, which because the Raiders messed up everything. I mean, not in their minds, of course, but by taking Ruggs, look. The Broncos should just run right in here and grab CD Lamb, who in a lot of estimations is the best wide receiver in this class, this draft class. So I would think that John Elway wants to pair an elite wide receiver, and look at him. He's feeling himself over there. I think he wants to pair an elite wide receiver with his second year quarterback, Drew Lock. And he's just been handed a gift. Vic Fangio, I mean, he's beside himself. Elway was beside himself because I got to think because Oakland gave them a gift. And here's Roger Goodell to announce the pick. Let's see what that is.
An auto policy from State Farm gets you collision coverage. And this radio ad from State Farm.
Jerry Jeudy, there it is. Okay, so Jerry Jeudy goes to the Denver Broncos. CD Lamb still out there. Jerry Jeudy, a receiver who he's known for his route running. He's one of the best route runners in the history of the draft coming out of college there at Alabama. And Jerry Jeudy is somebody who, look, he's going to be paired with Cortland Sutton as Topher just mentioned there. Deshaun Hamilton, another younger wide receiver that they have there in Denver. They've got Noah Fant, second-year tight end. They just drafted last year. He's developing. So really young weapons now for Drew Lock. So he's got all the opportunity that he needs as far as weapons around him. I've been drinking. Can you tell? Weapons around him to be successful in his second year. He came in toward the end. So, but if you're a Broncos, I mean, you saw the look on John Elway's face. I mean, he just looked like he just got done watching his favorite adult flick. He's thrilled, and he should be. The Raiders handed him Jerry Jeudy. If I'm a Broncos fan, I mean, I'm running around in the streets right now. I feel like that's a steal at 15. I had them taking a receiver. I thought it was going to be Justin Jefferson, but Jefferson obviously falling. CD Lamb still falling. I thought the Jags were going to take him early on. The Jags pick again late. What the hell? They might get Lamb later on with their natural pick. So you might see. Now the guys are falling, though. Now we're going to see, I think, some movement, some trades. Some people saying, okay, he fell closer to us. We're going to jump up. Atlanta, I expect to take a pass rusher. Like I mentioned, Chason is out there still, who I thought they might trade up to get, but they can go ahead and take him. Dallas is upcoming. I think they're going to take a cornerback or a safety. Their fans have been clamoring for them to get a safety for like 3 years. They've been trying to get Earl Thomas. So I think that they're going to go and take somebody in the secondary. And if Miami comes up again, they probably go, offensive line or something like that. So, and then after that, look, I really expect the trades to come hot and heavy. So that's kind of where we're at. We're here in the Coors Light virtual sports bar drinking Coors Light. My dog just bailed. She just went downstairs. You guys are still hanging out with me. How many drinks in are you guys, though, especially the ones who are drinking the brown water? I'm a little concerned for you. Let me know in the comments what you guys are doing and everything. We're just hanging out here having fun. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little drunk. It's true. I've had a few of the Coors Lights but we're pushing through. We're on to hour number 3 here in the Coors Light virtual sports bar. They're going to make a switch here soon. Softy is going to be joined by Puckett, and Puckett's going to take you the rest of the night. I mean, when Atlanta picks, we're going to be at the midway point through the first round. So that's exciting. We'll be halfway through. I'm nowhere near halfway through my stock of Coors Light though. So
every home has things it needs.
Trying to do the right thing. 4 minutes left for the Falcons to pick. Quick reminder, in about, what time is it? 7 minutes, The Carolina Panthers, they selected up in the top 10. They went a little different route than a lot of people thought they might go. Some people thought Isaiah Simmons. That's what I thought. They go defensive tackle. We're going to have Travis T-Bone Hancock from WFNZ in Charlotte join us, talk about what the Panthers did, talk about what's going on in Charlotte now, kind of a regime change. CMC, he just gets the deal. Cam Newton, he's gone. Where's he going to go? Best pick so far. That's Hugh Millen stuff. If you're looking for hard-hitting analysis, who made the best pick, who screwed the pooch, this is not the show for that, my friend. This is the sports bar where we talk crap and drink. Tony, of course, closer and closer with the Hawks getting a trade. Exactly. Although only one trade so far. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe they don't trade. Not sure. All right, going to throw it back to Softy, Jason Puckett, Dick Fain, Hugh Millen in the coverage. Be back in about 5 minutes or so with Travis Hancock from WFNZ in Charlotte.
Brewed Coors Light. Coors Light, made to chill. By Redbox. Head to the box or stream on demand. By Hunt Services, solving your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical crisis. Visit huntservices.com. By Lakeland Village Golf Course. Go to lakelandvillagegc.com. By Porter & York, your number one choice for fresh meat and seafood delivered straight to your door. And by J&M Remodel, Seattle's home remodeling experts. Visit jnmremodel.com.
So if you're ready, let's get it started.
Now, our 12th man NFL draft coverage on Seattle Sports Radio 950 KJR.
And welcome in. We roll into the evening hour. It's the evening band here. Jason Puckett alongside Hugh Millen, who's here, has been here all day long. Ian Furness is in the Comcast Travis Moger suite over there. And then on the line with us from his palatial studio, it's one of the best, maybe the best guy in the business, our NFL draft expert, Rob Rang, NFL draft scout, also part of now the Sports Illustrated network. All right, we bring you in here to the evening festivities here on 950 KJR. Complete coverage here on the NFL draft on 950 KJR. Brought to you by Redbox, Hunt Services, Lakeland Village Golf Course, Porter & York, Coors Light, and J&M Remodel. We can go through this real quickly, and we'll give you a recap here in a moment of all the picks that have been selected. The Denver Broncos have just taken Hugh's favorite player, maybe in the draft, and Jerry Jeudy. We'll get to that in just a quick second. I'll tell you this right now. The SEC is dominating again. 6 of the first 10 picks out of the SEC, and I believe it's now 9 of 15. Rob Rang, let's start there with you. I believe in your mock draft, I think you had 16 guys from the SEC going in the first round. This does not surprise you probably one bit.
No, it doesn't. I think the SEC is the elite conference in college football. It has the best talent. It's one of the reasons why they are consistently in the in the playoffs and often the national champion winner. And what also doesn't surprise me is what the teams in the NFC West division that have selected so far, the Arizona Cardinals and San Francisco 49ers, what they were able to do so far. Frightening stuff from a Seahawks perspective with Isaiah Simmons, the really versatile linebacker, safety. You can do just about anything going to Arizona. And then as well as Javon Kinlaw. I absolutely agree with Hugh that I love the receiver that was selected right after that, Jerry Jeudy. In San Francisco, obviously could use some help with the wide receiver position. But as Softy mentioned a moment ago, the trade of DeForest Buckner to the Indianapolis Colts created a huge hole in that defensive line for the San Francisco 49ers. Let's face it, what makes the 49ers a dominant team is that defensive line and their running game. For the 49ers to eschew the concerns about the receiver position and instead double down on that defensive line with Javon Kinlaw, who is a really, really talented player, every bit as gifted as DeForest Buckner is himself. So it is going to be frightening stuff for a Seahawks perspective. But at the same time, obviously Seattle has their picks. It's the 2020 draft has not been quite as topsy-turvy as we thought because there hasn't been the trades, but they certainly have kind of gone as expected so far. The elite talent in this draft is along the offensive line, receiver, and cornerback, and that's getting played out so far.
Ian, it doesn't seem to be any surprises here so far. Only just the one trade involving San Francisco and Tampa Bay. Other than that, it's been pretty calm.
That's kind of my surprise, though, is the fact that it has been quiet. Maybe because of the logistics and everything going on, that we're seeing the fact that maybe it's just more difficult to make maneuvers and make trades unless you had done it beforehand. Shout out to Rob, by the way. 15 of his top 16 guys have already been picked. I mean, just nailed it, Ranger, so far. CeeDee Lamb, the only exception, your 11th ranked prospect. Assume he'll go here pretty quick as well. But
all right, and we're back here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Atlanta just went off, took a cornerback. I didn't even have going in the first round, AJ Terrell. But these guys know better than I do, and who am I? I'm just Slickhawk here in a man cave, drinking Coors Light. So who knows? But look, the Falcons go off. Let's see. Next up is going to be the Cowboys. They just have 5 minutes while they're on the clock. I expect them to go defensive back. Who knows what's actually going to happen? But made the promise that we would have some special guests. So here in just a moment, we're going to have my buddy, we call him T-Bone, Travis Hancock from WFNZ in Carolina, who they've already picked. So then they gave me a bit of a surprise where they went. But look, we're just hanging out. We're hanging out. We're having drinks. Everybody, like I said, let me know what you're drinking.
About another one of those quarterbacks. That's what's going to generate.
You know what I'm drinking? It's Frost brewed Coors Light here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. And there's my guy, like I mentioned, from WFNZ from the Mac Attack, T-Bone. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining us. What's going on?
Look at your setup, man. I like it. Where are you at right now?
Yeah, I am upstairs. I mean, I call it the lair. It's my little man cave. I got all 4 Seahawks jerseys that are, retired jerseys up here. Yeah, pool table, poker. I can give you the virtual tour if you really want it.
Yeah, give me the tour, man. I want to see this.
Yeah, all right. I call
because my wall has a picture of Coach K on it, and people don't like.
There's a fiance there. I got the championship wall over there. There's that's from the Super Bowl, and then there's a championship ring up there, replica ring. Yeah. Largent, Easley, nice. Kenny, Walter Jones. I got the poker table there, and the pool table right there. So yeah.
Well, next time I'm in the neighborhood, I'll stop by. How about that?
Sounds good. Hey, man, I don't know, playoffs or something. Look, we might have a couple playoff teams, especially after this draft. So Carolina, first of all, what's going on down there? I thought you guys were going to go Isaiah Simmons all the way.
So did I. I thought Isaiah Simmons, maybe C.J. Henderson from Florida.
Yeah.
Trade down. Derrick Brown, solid, right?
Yeah.
But the other guys they passed on have the ability to maybe be spectacular, right? So they got a good player. They passed on potentially some great players. So the fans here, look, it's a mess anyway because they're trying to rebuild.
Yeah.
So they could go any direction. It's okay. It's not great. It's okay. That's my take on it so far.
So you view it kind of more like high floor, lower ceiling, though, kind of more of a safe pick, which I guess if you're rebuilding makes sense. I'm trying to figure out.
A safe pick, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out what the MO is down there in Carolina because you think they're going full rebuild and everything. They're going to bring in a quarterback eventually. Teddy Bridgewater, I think, is kind of a bridge QB. But then they go to give $16 million a year to CMC. You don't see that a lot anyway to running backs, especially not in a rebuilding franchise. So is it a full rebuild or is the toe kind of halfway dipped in the water? What's going on down there in Charlotte?
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous because they have sort of that hybrid plan going where they make some moves where it's like they're going one direction, then they make another move where you can't really tell. Defensively, it's a full rebuild. If you guys have a chance, go Google Panthers defensive depth chart. I think they have a guy named Woody Harrelson playing defensive tackle next year, or Woodrow Wilson, or it's ridiculous. Their defensive depth chart, they've done pretty good on offense. Like they've got weapons and they should be okay. But man, they play. Obviously, New Orleans, Atlanta, Tampa Bay twice.
Yeah.
At Kansas City, at Green Bay, at Minnesota.
That's fun.
They're gonna give up 60 points in a game at some point. I need a beer, by the way. You got a beer?
Oh, absolutely. Right here. This is the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. It's Coors Light and the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. There you are.
Can I show you what I'm drinking right now?
Absolutely. Look, we're asking everybody what they're drinking. Whatever it is, throw your O, so to speak.
Ain't no law if you're drinking.
No law when you're drinking the claw, my friend.
The manliest beverage in North Carolina, right?
Absolutely. No, I understand. So, the Falcons, who are in your division, just went AJ Terrell, which I didn't even have him going in the first round, kind of in my mock. So he goes off.
Was sort of a late riser because in the early mocks he was sort of second roundish, right? Like in the 40s.
Yeah.
Then I saw one last week where Oakland was going to take him. So, Oakland is a little aggressive. They kind of do things outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
So you start thinking, wow, but then you started to read player rankings, and he was like in the 20s. So he really was a late riser.
I love this. Somebody just said, when do we get to see the Panthers in Seattle's a regular season game? It feels like these two teams played every year for about a decade. No offense, I'm enjoying the break from you guys for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it started to go the Panthers' way towards the end of the rivalry there, right? A little bit more.
Well, I think Greg Olsen.
I don't know when they play again, because see, you guys are good now. So that divisional matchup thing that they had going on, I don't know when it is, but man, those were some great games, weren't they? And that win by the Panthers in 2015, where Greg Olsen catches that pass regular season.
Oh, yeah.
That sort of set the bar, that sort of set the tone for what the Panthers became that year, because the Panthers had to get by you guys to get over that hump. And once they did, boy, they started to dominate. That's when they went 15-1 that year.
And that was the beginning of the collapse of what I absolutely view that as a jumping off point for the Panthers on the way to their Super Bowl season. And that was the start of the decline for the Seahawks too. And Greg Olsen, I think he went for like 170 yards in that game, had the big touchdown. Cam Chancellor had been holding out. They had the confusion. But now Greg Olsen's here. And so I think people want to know from somebody down there in Charlotte, what does he have left in the tank? If he's kind of remotely healthy, what Greg Olsen are we getting from what you saw last year?
First of all, you're getting a coach on the field. His leadership is off the charts. So when you combine Russell Wilson with him, what he can do for DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and the young players and the young tight ends, off the charts. I'm surprised he's still playing football, but because I thought he was going into broadcasting. Honestly, I thought that he basically said goodbye. So then Charles Davis moves on to CBS. Fox opens up. I thought that broadcasting was it. I don't know if he's going to be vintage Greg Olsen, but he can provide so much for you that goes beyond football. He settles the team down. When he was out for a while, the Panthers became in disarray. Cam wasn't the same. And when you have Russell Wilson and him together, that is just tremendous leadership. So I think he's definitely, his value goes beyond the numbers. I don't know what he has, numbers-wise left.
Yeah.
But certainly a huge addition for you guys.
And definitely, I mean, can at least be a red zone threat. One of yours, Bandigan, says, why did we not go D-line with our first pick? Panthers, our line got bullied last year. So he's questioning the pick that the Panthers made down in the comment section.
He says, why did we not go D-line with our first pick? They did go D-line.
I know. That's why I think maybe he meant O-line because
O-line? Well, they weren't going to go. Once they signed Russell Okung from the Chargers, or they traded for him, they weren't going to go offensive line in the first round. So Panthers have so many needs. You could have gone about 50 different directions, and everything but punter and running back is pretty much on the table, right? The punter's good here. Hey, you guys have had I need to say, you guys have had more basketball success than we've had recently. You guys don't have a team in the NBA.
God, yeah, you're right. And we need to get that fixed. Absolutely.
It needs to come back. I was watching the Sonics game the other day because I've been watching a lot of old games.
Right.
I was watching that ridiculous Suns-Seattle game with all the free throws, 1993.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure you
saw a rig job.
I'm sure you saw, and I'm sure you saw the Jordan documentary. Just seeing Jordan and them in Key Arena at all, that was cool to see. It was a nice throwback.
Yeah.
One last one for you, just because I don't know what the hell's going on down there in Carolina. We already talked about the rebuild. I view everything through a fantasy lens. CMC, Matt Rule coming in. I expect his usage to go down just because they don't want to kill the guy, but as far as fantasy goes and how much you're going to use him, I mean, I'm somebody who owns him all over the place. So is that something I could just count on for the next 4 or 5 years now that he's signed this deal?
Yeah, because he's got the dual threat ability. And also, when you think about it, are you the PPR leagues? Are you the PPR leagues?
Yeah.
Think about Teddy Bridgewater's game. Dink and dunk, right? Dink. He could have 250 catches next year.
Love that.
So, I mean, how many catches did dude? I mean, even if they're resting him as a running back, he doesn't come off the field much anyway. So Teddy Bridgewater might just go. And Ian Thomas is the tight end here.
Right.
And he only had like 3 catches last year. So
I actually like him a lot.
My point is, like, the Bridgewater doesn't have a security blanket that we know of yet.
Yeah.
In the tight end. So McCaffrey's I'm telling you, he might catch 1 million balls next year.
Do you expect the Panthers to draft a running back to back him up?
No. No, I don't. I don't think they. I mean, I guess, but
yeah.
I just think that it doesn't. Backup running back means it's like being Brett Favre's backup quarterback. It just is like whatever. You know what I mean?
Or Russell Wilson's backup quarterback. Hey,
you got
Bone.
a question here about the rivalry here. I'm trying to read.
Let's rebuild. This is rebuild and the fun rivalry that seems to build between the Hawks and Panthers. Look, the Niners just went through a rebuild. Took a couple of years, but that rivalry's heated back up. So I got to think that the Panthers do it right, and they end up at the top. And Seattle stays there. We could rekindle this rivalry. We could do this.
I think they could, but part of the rivalry is going to be gone now because think about it. It was Russell versus Cam, right? Who's
right.
the better quarterback? You have the Heisman Trophy winning star, the guy that got overlooked in the draft, and Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And by the way, Russell Wilson along the way completely passed Cam. Like that's not even that was a debate for a while. Not even done. It's done. It's done. Sorry. I mean, Russell's the daddy. Like.
But Cam's got the MVP trophy. We got to do something. We got to get Russ one of those.
His game, though, man, I can't say enough good things about Russell Wilson. Honestly, like he's off the charts. You know what I mean?
hope Cam catches on somewhere. I've always been somebody. I like Cam. A lot of people criticize the antics. I don't. I love watching him. So I hope he catches on somewhere.
You know where I think he? You know where I think he would be in the perfect world right now?
Yeah.
Think about this. If Taysom Hill wasn't in New Orleans,
yeah,
Sean Payton was former Panthers. He can sell Cam on, come in for a year, back up Drew. I'll utilize you in certain packages with Kamara and whatever. I can utilize you in ways other teams can't use you. Be patient. Drew retires. You're my guy. But Taysom Hill's there, and that sort of takes away a little bit of the, that little gadget aspect of it all. But certainly, I think Sean Payton would take a look at Cam if he could. I don't doubt that in my mind.
So Cam lovers, we just need to take out Taysom Hill. We just need to, I don't know, do a Tanya Harding or something.
I'll
figure it out.
Troy Aikman will stop you before you take out Taysom. It's not happening, pal.
That's a good point. Bone, thanks for coming on. Love you, man. Cheers to you. Say what's up to Mac for me as well.
All right, you guys be safe in Seattle, okay? We
All right, you too.
Outside of football season, okay?
Appreciate it. T-Bone, man. Travis Hancock joining me from WFNZ down in Carolina, down in Charlotte. That's the deal there. I'm going to take a break myself. I'm going to throw it to what I assume now is Jason Puckett, along with Hugh Millen and Rob Rang. That should be our coverage now. So I'll let you kind of hang out with them for a minute. I'm going to get another beer and then come right on back here on the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar.
Seattle Sports Radio 950, KJR.
And welcome back to our 2020 NFL Draft coverage. Jason Puckett with you, along with Hugh Millen. We've got characters moving in and out. We got Ian Furness. He's here. He's off the TV. Rob Rang from NFL Draft Scout has popped in. You'll hear him a little bit later in the program, also working with Sports Illustrated. Our coverage brought to you by Hunt Services. Hunt Services, solving your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical crisis. Visit us at huntservices.com. All right, the Dallas Cowboys just made their pick moments ago. You heard it right here. CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver out of Oklahoma. The Miami Dolphins are back on the clock at number 18. Number 5, they took Tua Tagovailoa. We'll see what they do here at 18. Hugh, one thing that we have seen here so far, and we'll bring Chuck Powell on here in just a quick second. Actually, let me do that right now. Why wait any further? Let's bring Chuck on from the Powell residence. Chuck, how are you, sir?
Oh, you guys are killing it. What draft coverage. Man, we are awesome at this. Nice work, everybody.
Well, we've got Hugh. I mean, we just sit there. All we do is we throw softballs to Hugh and Rang, and they hit him out of the park. And then we sit here and stuff our faces with pizza. That's what we do here.
Too kind. And lying like a rug.
All right, Chuck, what the observation so far? We're a first round. We are 17 picks in. What stands out to you?
I'll tell you this. While everybody's looking for wide receiver ones and running back ones, I've looked for Kettle one all night long. So I'm going to warn you in advance that that's happening here in Kirkland. The other thing is, and look, I mean, I see things now through a Seahawk prism these days. And I think that the two things that have stood out to me the most about this draft is, man, Arizona's had a good offseason. With DeAndre Hopkins and Isaiah Simmons. And, man, I hate that John Lynch gets it because I think he really understands how to operate this draft and how to operate this league right now. He knows when to press the gas pedal and he knows when to press the brake. So, I mean, there's some serious competition in this division right now, and I have a lot of faith in John and Pete, but, man, they got their work cut out for them because the rest of the division's getting better.
Hugh, only one edge rusher has been taken. That was Chase Young, going number 2 overall to the Washington Redskins. The Seahawks right now, we think about 805 that they will pick. If Miami, I believe their pick is coming up shortly, they'll pick at 18. Not that far away from Seattle selecting at 27 if they stay at 27. Unless there's a big run here, there may be an opportunity where Seattle, if the edge rushers they like, with only one being off the board, may have their choice of some guys.
Well, I think it'd be a real long shot at this juncture, but Chase on from LSU would be the guy that's the twitchiest and the highest in potential. You know, he's a little bit of an underachiever, but I think the talent and the potential there at 27, you'd be thrilled. He would probably feel like he should have gone, at half that rate at around 13, right? So beyond that, I just think it's a bad draft, and I think Chuck accurately described the situation. I couldn't have articulated it any better. I think at the top of the show, and he just said, look, if they're sitting there at 27 and the next best pass rusher, despite it being a glaring need, that doesn't mean you exercise the pick just to take a guy that you think it should have been mid-second or late second. You don't do that. Trade back like they have in the past and just find another way to meet that need. But what you don't want to do is sit there at 27 and be desperate and take that valuable commodity and use it on something you think is less than worthy at 27.
Chuck, to that point, what you said earlier, if they don't get, let's say Chase on, and I highly doubt that Chase on would last there, but once you get past that, you've got the kid out of Iowa, Michigan, Gross Matos out of Penn State. By all accounts, whether it's Rob Rang, Dane Brugler, the people that do this for a living, are most likely putting second-round grades or worse on these guys.
Yeah, if Chason's there, I take him. To a huge point. If not, I'm moving down. And the other option is that if you're sitting there at 27 overall and you have a chance at the best running back in the draft, even though it's not a standout need for the 2020 Seattle Seahawks, it might be a standout need for the 2021 Seahawks and beyond. I would be tempted to go for Jonathan Taylor, but only Jonathan Taylor. And that's only because I really highly value him. Otherwise, I really do read the tea leaves here. I mean, based on John Schneider's reputation and based on the way this draft's going, I fully expect a trade down, maybe twice back into the second round, accumulate more picks. That seems to be where John Schneider, executes his game plan the best, is just manipulating the draft. And that's a skill, by the way, manipulating the draft. I think that's what John Schneider shines at.
Let's go to the podium, and the podium is the basement for NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. The pick is in, number 18 for the Miami Dolphins.
We got good news for Tua here. With the 18th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC.
Austin Jackson, the tackle out of USC, the second Pac-12 player to go on the draft. And if you are a degenerate gambler, you're hoping that there's no more Pac-12 players taken in the draft, because the over-under you had at 2.5. So,
well, I don't know who that would be.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just know a guy who knows a guy. Now, he was a guy that was Chuck. There was some people that mentioned Austin Jackson there, perhaps Seattle being an option at 27, but he goes 18 to the Miami Dolphins. And so I think that's the 5th tackle now that has been selected in the first round of the draft. So we've seen a lot of tackles coming off the board, Chuck.
Yeah, a lot of people had Austin Jackson to the Seahawks. As a matter of fact, if you go to NFL.com, the NFL Network, I thought maybe they had some inside information because so many of their mock draft experts had the Seahawks taking Austin Jackson at that point, or maybe it's just that everybody is under this perception that Pete Carroll just loves every USC product. But this is a guy that a lot of people had linked to the Seahawks. That will not be an option, and I think it's further evidence that we're going to move down.
The Raiders are on the clock. It's weird to say the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. They're number 19.
Yeah, I think we just have to pause for a second. The human interest story angle is just too high with Austin Jackson. I think most people know. If you don't know, he has a younger sister. I'm guessing, I didn't catch the age, but approximately 6-8 years younger guys that had kind of a rare blood disorder, and she was having to have transfusions every 2 or 3 weeks, and they determined that the best action for her, I mean, she was literally dying, and they determined the best action was to get a bone marrow transfer. Well, now Austin Jackson gets pulled in. There's only a 25% chance that his chemistry is going to work with her. Well, as it turns out, the 25% chance hits. So last spring, he, instead of going through spring ball and do everything, he took he took an operation, had bone marrow extracted from his hip, a very painful procedure, had a long comeback. He put his season at risk, and he was able to donate his bone marrow. And thus far, it's been a very successful transplant with his sister. And if you haven't seen the story, try and look it up on YouTube. Extremely touching in terms of the love that he's sharing for his sister. And it wasn't that he had to do it. In his mind, he was embracing that he got to do it, meaning he viewed it as an opportunity and just way beyond football. So I think a story that can touch us all and something you need to see in far greater detail than I just described. But good on Austin Jackson that he made that kind of decision. And if you're a fan of good things happening to good people, he's a first-round draft pick and healthy ostensibly, and had a great season last year. He came back and was ready for the opener. But man, that touched me. I got very misty-eyed, as did my wife, when we watched that story earlier in the week.
The Raiders are on the clock right now. Then it will be Jacksonville at 20, the Eagles at 21, the Vikings at 22, the Patriots there at 23. The interesting thing will be here, I guess Jordan Love is still available. Would they go quarterback? Would the Patriots potentially go quarterback at 23? Saints at 24, Vikings again at 25, Dolphins back on the clock at 26. And then we'll get to the Seattle Seahawks at 27. Chuck, going into this, the priority for you for the Seattle Seahawks in the draft was what? Or is
well, obviously it's defensive end, but as Hugh referenced a little bit earlier, I just don't think that you reach. I mean, John Schneider, I think, evaluates this draft as I'm only going to have about 20 guys valued as first-round draft picks, and if one's not available to me at 27, I'm not going to reach for that guy. So they're going to come away with a couple of pass rushers between now and the end of Friday. But I don't think that it has to be at 27 if you don't have the guy that you value as the 27th overall pick on the board. So I certainly put pass rusher as the number one objective out of this. But you know what? If I'm sitting at 27 and my time comes up and I got the best player on the board, or I got it, if I'm going to move down first, but I don't throw it out of the realm of possibility that they end up with Jonathan Taylor out of this, that he absolutely fits what they want to do. And I just think that he's special. I think that he's a special running back that you could build your future running game around. And he and Russell together with DK on the outside, I mean, that's a triumvirate that could be special for the Seahawks for years to come.
Let's go to the commissioner, Roger Goodell. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders, number 19.
With the 19th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Damon Arnett, defensive back, Ohio State.
Damon Arnett, defensive back, Ohio State, selected 19th by the Las Vegas Raiders, the third Ohio State Buckeye taken there in the first 19 picks. Hugh, I'm going to go back to Chuck talking about Jonathan Taylor. If he's there at 27, your thoughts on taking a running back at 27?
Well, he makes a very convincing case. I'm probably not quite as resolved as he were that to happen. I'm a little bit concerned about the wear and tear on his body with 3 straight years of 2,000 yards. But the speed and the physicality, that certainly fits what Seattle wants to do. And I tell you what, guys, I've wondered, what if your plan was just like, hey, we're never going to give a running back a second contract. I don't care if he's Ezekiel Elliott, whatever. It's never going to be worth it to pay a guy 15-17 million when you know that the probability is going to be that he's just going to really have a slide in his late 20s. And if you were to just say, hey, we're going to spend a high pick, even with the first round draft pick, you're not paying a lot of money from a cap perspective to a first rounder. And if you just said, "Hey, we're gonna discard our running backs at age 26. We're just not going to do it. That's just how we operate." You'd probably be better off.
And if it's 5 years, you get him to 5 years because you could protect him. That's worth the 27th overall pick, right, Hugh, if you find the right guy?
If you find the right guy, I am a little bit concerned as to why these Wisconsin guys haven't been better, but that's not fair. Look, I think that if he's the guy, then he's for sure worth this. And as you point out, Carson's going to be coming due next year, so you're going to have to pay him a lot of money or let him walk. And then you're going to be in really dire straits. You got the issue with Rashad Penny. He's not going to be ready for camp.
All right, guys, here we are. I just ate wings, so I got stuff on my fingers, so now I can't open my beer, which is a problem. Lonnie, yes, we suck at mock drafts. All right. 20th pick into the Jags. And they're in now. And joining me right now is Ian Furness. I can't even keep a straight face. What's up, man?
What's going on, brother?
Well, here's my problem. I respect you so much. Like you're the gold standard, and here I am. I'm not gonna be honest. I'm about 6 beers deep up here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports, but I'm just acting silly. I'm doing nothing serious. And here you are. And I'm just entertaining the man. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm having a good time. I'm having a good ass time.
And the one thing, I don't know if this would be a concern, but
hey, how are you?
I'm great. I'm doing great. I mean, I got my whole setup here and having a good time.
Oh, hang on there. That's better. I was hearing myself. I had the Facebook post up. Like this is a new thing to me. Now I'm good. Now I'm good.
You see everything kind of in real time. Everything's there. Everybody's shouting you. Everybody loves you, Ian. Q13 Sports Radio KJR. Everybody loves the beard.
Not TV ready yet, man. Not TV ready yet. I got some stuff going on here.
Sports bar ready though. I mean, this is.
I'm not that either, man, because I don't have a beer in my hand.
Well, what's up with that?
I got. Hey, Joe TV 9:30 tonight. Q13 11:30 tonight.
Perfect. That's where you can catch.
They frown upon that over there for some reason.
I understand. Yeah, I get it. But here, that's no problem here. And I won't tell. Look, I'm just gonna jump right in with the Raiders. What the hell is up with the? So they go and get Ruggs. They leave Lamb. They leave Jeudy. Those guys. Lamb ends up going to what the Cowboys or whatever it was. So
right.
But the Raiders, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it was, they go with Darius Hayward-Bay. Right? They just like speed. And this seems like almost that kind of pick where they just wanted the fastest guy out there.
Which are we talking about, the cornerback, or what are we talking
about? The wide receiver when they went after Ruggs.
Oh, with Ruggs, yeah. Listen, they can move the football team all they want. They're not moving the DNA. I mean, Al Davis's ghost is still hovering above, saying, "Draft a dude, man." That's what they're doing. Listen, I don't care about the Raiders. They're not in Seattle's conference. You know what's a problem is what Arizona did. Isaiah Simmons is a bad mofo, man. That is not a dude you want to see in the division twice a year. He can play everywhere on the defense. That's not something you were kind of hoping they would kick that pick a little bit. You know, maybe they were sipping on some Coors Lights, playing some golf down there in Arizona today. That did not
happen.
Yeah, no,
I was talking earlier with Michael Sean Dugar of The Athletic just about the NFC West.
Yeah.
And just how it maybe not in this year, although I think maybe even this year, but certainly by 2022, it's going to be the toughest division in the NFL. I really feel like you got the Niners they're going to be hanging around there. They're being well run right now with John Lynch. The Cardinals, look, a rebuild, if you got the quarterback, only takes 2 years in the NFL, and they're well on their way.
Yeah.
And I think the Rams are going to probably hang around a little bit too. So
I think they're already there. I think that's already the toughest division. I think you just went through it. You described it. What's a tougher division? The NFC South, maybe, but Carolina's going to take a step back, right?
Right.
I mean, I think if you just go 1 through 4, it's the toughest division, certainly in the NFC and probably in the NFL right now. I mean, Arizona's better. LA, I can't, they didn't make the playoffs after a Super Bowl appearance, but they were still 9-7. Mm-hmm. And then the Niners went to the Super Bowl. Seattle won a wild card game and lost in the divisional game. So, yeah, listen, it's hard, man. It is a hard division. And so, I can't wait to see what happens here in about 25 minutes or so, right? Is that where we're at?
That's kind of where we're at. Look, the 20th pick just went off the board. Kayvon Chason, which is somebody. Look, he's a pass rusher that I would have loved to have had. He goes off the board though to Jacksonville. Look, because the division is so tough and the NFL is getting better, it's just one of those situations. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. I worry for the Seahawks and their pass rush situation. They haven't gotten better yet. Now it's not over. You still got Clowney out there. You still have Everson Griffin out there, and they still have this draft. But time is moving along, and they haven't gotten better. So is this team getting worse, Ian?
Well, I don't know if they're getting worse. I don't love what they've done on the offensive line, but I understand what their philosophy is. I mean, Ifedi, they just weren't going to re-sign him. That's a weird deal because it certainly feels like you could have had him for less than you signed Brandon Shell for. And you know what you're getting there. They obviously – listen – the offensive line is something that watch it in a few minutes. They'll do something crazy, but this is a team that has gone down in terms of drafting offensive linemen over the last 3 years. They drafted 3 in 2015, 3 in 2016, 2 in 2017, and 1 each of the last 2 years. They've drafted 10 in the last 5 years, and out of those 10, here's who's left: Posick, Jamarco Jones, Phil Haynes, Joey Hunt. Yeah. That's it. So I think they're going to stay away from the offensive line. Schneider doesn't like college offensive linemen. I think they have to trade this pick. I mean, I'm just looking at guys coming off the board right now. There are guys that Rob Rang has well into the second round, as far as the rating is concerned. So if it's at all possible, and we've only seen the one trade so far, is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is crazy. That's a whole new thing. One trade so far. I think you have to trade out of the first round because you're at the point now where there's more than likely you don't have a first round grade on anybody left in this draft right now.
That's my worry, is that there has only been one trade. Maybe GMs aren't feeling the technology; they're a little bit weary of it, and just not jumping into it. You only have the one trade, and that was moving up between Tampa Bay and San Francisco, one spot. Yeah. So even if John Schneider's willing to trade, what if I'm worried that guys aren't going to be willing to move up or kind of mess with the technology, or it's going to get too close and they might not do it. Seattle might be locked into drafting a player at 27.
It might be. I don't think they'd be locked in. There's still 6 teams that aren't in the first round, right? Mm-hmm. I believe so. There's teams that might want to get up. Teams that might have a stock. I mean, look at you. I can't even talk to you, man.
Why?
I can't even talk to you because one of us is able to have an ice cold Coors Light, and one of us is not. This is not nice, man. This is not cool.
Nobody at Q13 is watching. I'm going to tell you this right now. Over on my desk, there is a bottle.
Yeah.
It is clear in color. Put it in a water bottle as you're doing whatever, and nobody's going to know the difference.
Okay.
You are welcome to the bar I have, the array of stuff I have at my desk.
I'm waiting till noon on Saturday when I'm off the air, and then I'll be good to go. People were asking about Collier, and where he's at. I don't think he's given up on him yet.
Yeah.
I think what it is that he's not a pure edge rusher. He's more of an inside-outside guy, a little more versatile guy, but he's not a pure edge rusher. Speed rusher is what they still need. They'll draft a couple of those guys, 1 or 2 of those guys at least, but I can't imagine that they're going to have them in the first round. I mean, Jason's off the board now, right? So that was probably the only other guy you had a first-round grade on, maybe.
Exactly.
At that point, everyone else is a second-round grade or worse. I still think I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Curtis Weaver, the kid out of Boise State, because he fits the bill. Doesn't look the part. Doesn't run the part, doesn't do anything. Like, you look at him like, you've got to be kidding. But he wins his one-on-one battles. Like, every one-on-one battle he wins. So that kind of screams Seahawk, but
yeah,
we'll see.
I have them sliding back, taking Marlon Davidson. He's an SEC guy. They like guys like, they took Jaron Reed. They like guys like that up front. We did have last thing for Ian. We did have somebody asking about John Ursua. A lot of people, we know it's a deep wide receiver class. A lot of people are expecting them to actually take a wide receiver second or third round. I'd actually like to see what Ursua has as a third wide receiver in this slot. And I don't know. I believe in him. I don't know why. It's a belief that's based on nothing whatsoever, and then was encouraged by one amazing catch in a critical moment, in a critical game. I like John Ursua. I want him to work out. What's your feel on that situation, the third wide receiver, and do they address that here in the draft?
I mean, my preference would be no. Much like the running back would be no. They went out and they signed Philip Dorsett. They have a 1 and a 1A wide receiver tandem right now. I mean, Tyler Lockett is Pro Bowl caliber, and DK Metcalf is coming off a year in which he almost had 1,000 yards his rookie season. That's a grown man playing the X on the outside. It's going to win one-on-one battles. Okay, so your next receiver, in theory, is no better than number 3. Now, that's a starter in the NFL for the most part because you're going to play most of the time with 3 wide receivers, and Seattle does that a lot. And especially without Fant now, I would assume that might even be more the case. But I can't imagine that that's a priority. And I know that it's always best player available. I just don't know how that would be something you would do. I saw the Rashad Penny drafting a couple of years ago made sense only in this. They're a running football team. Carson, can he handle 300 carries? No, probably not. And with that position, you get a second guy because that's your priority. But I can't imagine going after a guy that's at best, 1C in terms of a wide receiver. But we're trying to predict what John Schneider and Pete Carroll are going to do.
Good luck.
We're all going to look like fools, more so than normal, right? More so than normal. So
exactly. Well, you're going to be jumping on with Puckett and Rang and Hugh Millen here in a few minutes. I'll let you get to that. Thanks for coming in here.
What do you think of the beard? What do you think of the beard? Yes, no?
I love the beard. I would encourage this when you first started it, man. I think you should keep it. It's definitely a great look for you, and I'm a fan of that. So good for you. And the people like it too.
I don't know. I just saw. Shut up, Jesse. look at our man over there, huh?
Yeah,
it's a little gray. It's getting more gray by the second.
Okay, that's okay. It's distinguished is what it is. It's experience. Your beard has experience, and I like that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see. All right.
What are the times again, Q13 tonight?
9:30 on Joe. So after we're done, we'll be off the air on KJR.
Yeah.
So 9:30 on Joe TV.
Okay.
And then again, 11:30 on Q13 Fox. So just check it out. Just go hit the little Comcast thing right there. It's easy to see. But I really think, it'll be interesting to see what we have to talk about. But we're on 9:30 tonight, 9:30 tomorrow. So join us on Joe TV, and then if you can, if it's a little bit later, then join us over on Q13 because we'll do something that we're doing here and that they're not doing on the national broadcast, and we'll talk about the Seattle Seahawks football club.
Oh, I mean, you won't just go to commercial break when the Seahawks are about to pick, like happens every single year on the national broadcast.
No, because they're going, there's a trade in, the trade is in, the trade is in right now. The Seahawks have traded down. I bet, what do you think? Trade down twice.
Yeah, I think so, to get into the second round.
Yeah.
And then they take Davidson.
I just know I love the Cortez Kennedy jersey, by the way.
Yeah, well, I've got all 4. I got Largent, I got Kennedy, Easley, and then Walter Jones.
Oh, Cortez, the best ever, huh?
Rest in peace, Cortez. We miss you. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for dropping by, and we'll be listening. Yes, sir. All right. Took care of that, and I'm going to take care of this. Hang tight. And Jerry Brewer coming up next hour, too. Jerry Brewer, Softy, and Dick Fain all coming up in the next hour. So hang on with me here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar, and we'll be right back. Well, I guess I'm still on here.
Progressive presents Get Pumped.
All right, we're still on. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Jalen Reagor, who is a speedy wide receiver, just went, and I can't. You know what I'm going to do? When you get to this point, Leatherneck, what's up? Here you go. Here's the silver bullet. There you are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my tools that I have available to me. Jalen Reagor goes to the Eagles at 21. Kayvon Chason, like I mentioned, went to the Jags. Vikings are up. Their pick is in. I can't believe how few trades there have been. I got to think it's because of this odd technological thing. Just GMs and owners aren't comfortable with it, I think. So, and aren't trained due to the lack of visits in the pro days, Steve. Look, whatever reason it is, I can't remember a draft. Look, this was a draft where I anticipated more trades than any other before, and we have had less trades than any other before. So I don't know what that means for John Schneider. I know he wants to move. I know he wants to move back. That's what he does, pick up more picks. I just don't know that option is going to be available to him. So we'll see what happens. Minnesota's pick is in, so they haven't traded either. The wide receivers, though, so we've had what? I think that's 4 wide receivers go. Ruggs went, then Jeudy, then Lamb. Now Reagor has gone. So 4 wide receivers if you're on that prop, looking for 6 in this round. And I covered the microphone. Look, when you're having this much Coors Light, you have a little reflex. It's okay, though. Percentage of Hawks keeping the first-round pick. It's going down. Every pick that goes off that's not traded, that percentage, I think, goes down. Look, it was 90% for me earlier. It's down to like 70, 65% now. Exactly, Kevin. I want fireworks when I'm talking draft. I want trades. I want idiotic moves. Luckily, Las Vegas gave us an idiotic move, so we'll see what happens there. The Vikings, they're going to announce their pick. It's in, and then the Patriots are going to go off. Interesting thing here, the Patriots, they haven't had to move at all. Do they take Jordan Love? Is that going to be their next quarterback of the future? They've got Jarrett Stidham. Who knows if that's somebody that they actually believe in? They're going to hand the reins to, whatever. But I could absolutely see them going Jordan Love. I could see them going, look, it's Bill Belichick. There's no guessing what Belichick's going to do, right? So who knows? But the Vikings pick is here. The TV broadcast is back on. Hope John still has a first-round grade at 27. Is the trademark is well. I mean, they have backup plans upon backup plans. I just and I got to think maybe I don't know. Maybe at that point they do take Jonathan Taylor. Let's see what Hugh Millen has to think, though. He's on with Jason Puckett and Rob Rang talking about the way this draft is going. So we'll throw it to them right now.
Number 27. The Vikings have the next pick at 22. Then it's the Chargers back there at number 23. They had Justin Herbert earlier in the draft, number 6 overall. Then it's New Orleans for the first time at 24. Vikings back at 25. Dolphins again at 26. And then it will be the Seattle Seahawks. It's interesting. I think there must have been just a trade because the New England Patriots were the pick at 23, I believe. And I think they just made a move. If we get the details on that, they just made a move with the Chargers. So I was going to ask you, would New England think quarterback at 23, Jordan Love? Would they surprise everyone and go Jacob Eason? But they have traded now.
Well, this is now the time where Jordan Love and Jacob Eason are going to be considered because, of course, the rule that if you draft a quarterback or any player in the first round, you're going to get that 5th year. So you would naturally want that more for a quarterback, particularly a younger guy that you're developing and thinking, okay, this is more or less a redshirt year. Certainly Love would fit that bill if that's the choice. So I think that Love is probably going to go between now and 32 for that exact reason. Like they'd want him in the first round as opposed to the second.
New England traded that pick to the Chargers. The Patriots trade the 23rd overall pick. The Patriots trade the 23rd pick. The Chargers give up the 37th and the 71st pick. So a second and third round picks there in the draft. And so they have not selected a quarterback. Ian Furness is joining us. Just got done doing some TV. Said, these TV guys.
Not TV. That was Slick TV.
Oh, you were doing Slick TV.
Slick TV. That's the furthest thing from TV.
How drunk is he?
He's good. He's in control. He's in control. He's in control, Puck. He's fine. He's fine.
Oh, I don't.
He's all good.
He didn't look fine.
The thing I love is he's drinking the Hugh Millen Memorial Pounders. You know, the ones that we had at the Millen House that time. The one time we got invited there, Puck. After the golf tournament up there at Snoqualmie Ridge.
It still, Ian, brings a tear to my eye when you open up that fridge and all that was in that fridge was ice cold Coors Light, made to chill.
What did we tell Hugh that night? Listen, I know he's a proud Husky, but man, there is part of him that is crimson deep down, man. I felt it that day.
He's a meathead, and he knows it.
We felt the kinship that day. I know we did. Just a quick note, because we've been kind of keeping in touch with the Seahawks throughout the night. Normally we would be there and they tell us this. It now looks like they're expected to pick between 8:40 and 8:50.
Ooh.
So it's a little bit later than we thought. So it's going to be a little later, but looking like maybe sometime after 8:30 is when they're expected to. Well, the 27th pick will be on the board. Let's put it that way.
It will be on the board. Do you expect them? You expect them to trade? We all do, right?
I don't. Hugh, is there anybody left on the board that you think is a first-round pick for them?
It's a great question. Well, I'm in deference to our man Chuck. I would think Jonathan Taylor would be a guy that they would strongly consider, and so you got all the running backs available to you, and whether it's Swift from Georgia or whomever you like there. Dobbins from Ohio State. You know, those are commonly thought to be the top 3 guys, so they may have their choice here. But I don't think there's an edge rusher.
No.
I don't think there's a corner. And you guys know my opinion. I think that people are underemphasizing the acquisition of Quentin Dunbar. I didn't think much of the Philip Dorsett acquisition. I watched every single play that he was involved with, and I'm like, whoa, I was just underwhelmed. And then I looked at his contract, and they only had $137,000 guaranteed to him, right, on a contract that's not guaranteed on under $1 million base, right? So there's no luck that he's even going to make the football team. So I do think there's a need for the third receiver now. I would say Chenault, from Colorado, that could be a guy as a slot receiver. Seattle needs a third receiver.
Would you like, if you had a choice between the Pac-12 guys, Ayuk at Arizona State or Chenault at Colorado?
Probably Chenault. I think he's got more run after the catch. He fits more for what they need as a third receiver. You say, well, what third receiver? That sounds like a luxury. Just remember last year, Seattle, of all of Russell Wilson's pass attempts, 74% of them were from 11 personnel. That's 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 receivers. Then you throw in the other 10 personnel with 4 receivers, even an occasional 5 wides, and it all adds up to 84% of the time they had at least 3 receivers on the field. So you have to think of the third receiver as a starter.
I agree, Hugh, but I would just say if it's a big guy like that, that's different than what they already have, right? That's bigger than Dorsett, bigger than David Moore, bigger than Ursua. If that's the guy they go with, bigger than Lockett, okay. But I'd like to see him accumulate more picks, get out of that 27th pick. I'd be good with that. 7.
I'd be good with that.
Yeah, I'll tell you this: I would take Chenault before I'd take a running back. I just hate the thought of going for a running back in the first round and not getting more picks.
All right, let's get the pick in for the Minnesota Vikings, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll come back more with our 2020 12-man draft coverage. Minnesota Vikings up at number 22. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 22nd pick in the 2020 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU.
Big run on wide receivers here late here in the draft in the last 20 minutes. Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU, going to the Vikings at 22. On the clock on a trade, the Chargers moving up on a trade with the New England Patriots. They're on the clock at 23. The Saints at 24. Vikings again at 25. And then it's the Dolphins at 26. And then the Seahawks, as of now, 27. We expect around 8:40 that they will make their selection. We'll take a break. We'll continue our 2020 12-man coverage right here on Sports Radio 950. KJR.
Hey, Seattle, power your iHeartRadio station with CenturyLink. Get super fast and reliable internet to stream, game, binge, work from home, attend class virtually, and more. CenturyLink is investing in fiber internet and advanced technology solutions that can fuel your digital world. Are you ready to take your online experience to the next level? Learn more at CenturyLink.com/Seattle Fiber. Service not available everywhere. Restrictions apply.
The Monopoly Collect and Win game at Safeway ends soon. Game tickets are available through May 5th or while supplies last. Don't miss your chance to win $1 million cash. There's still time. Shop Safeway for game tickets while they last. No purchase necessary. Hasbro is not a sponsor of this promotion. Game ends May 5th.
Sounders Off the Pitch is brought to you by DivorceLawyersForMen.com.
Last week, Major League Soccer announced that there will be no matches until June 8th at the earliest. Prior to the news, the aim had been to play all 34 games on the schedule. However, this release states that our goal remains to play as many games as possible. And while we currently have enough dates to play the entire season, we recognize at this time that may be difficult to do so. So we may have a shortened season in MLS this year. For the Seattle Sounders, while players continue to train from home, Sports Radio KJR is airing classic Sounders games from the club's history. Last week was the 2015 knockout round against the Los Angeles Galaxy, and this week is statistically the best comeback in
what's up, everybody? Back here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Sorry I left you for a minute there on commercials. Commercials? You don't listen to commercials. You want to drink Coors Light with me, and that's what we're doing. Here it is. Boom, Coors Light. The Chargers just picked their second pick, Kenneth Murray, middle linebacker. I don't think I even had going in the first round. I'll look at my selections of my super official, super great mock draft where I know nothing. and I try to predict picks anyway. Nope, didn't have him. Okay, we're gonna see how good I am at this, because hey, Chambers Bay Distillery checking in. Chambers Bay, what's up, guys? Love it. Saying what's up. Just one of our great sponsors at the radio station, and somebody who, of course, I enjoy imbibing as well. So cheers to you. Welcome to the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar, and thanks for tuning in, Chambers Bay. I have the Saints taking Patrick Queen coming up next. So we will see how accurate this is. That means they will absolutely not take Patrick Queen. It means they're going to do something crazy like take Jordan Love. Who I actually had thought about them possibly taking Jordan Love here, but I ultimately took him to the Patriots, and they didn't do that. They traded out. So Minnesota, let's talk about the Minnesota Vikings real quick, because that's interesting. So Stephon Diggs leaves town. You think it's just going to be Adam Thielen, but they had Justin Jefferson, who I think sneakily is one of the best wide receiver prospects in this draft, and they've added him. So now that's Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson. Look, like I mentioned before, you already know I look at everything through the lens of fantasy football, and that's a big deal. So I think that's really good for Cousins. I think Jefferson's going to do really well fantasy wise. I don't know what it means for the Vikings as far as winning football games, but I think that's going to be good for Justin Jefferson if you guys like fantasy football like I do. I think it's a good place for him to land. Everybody's shouting out Chambers Bay. We all love Chambers Bay. The hand sanitizer, thanks very much. Look at that. Yeah, Chambers Bay has one of the better logos out there. So Chambers, make another comment, Chambers Bay. Just so we can look at the logo again. Say something. I want to look at that logo again. That's badass. And I'm an Army guy. I'm going to be honest. That's more naval. Okay, it's more aquatic, whatever it is. But yeah, dog's name is Charlotte. She's a basset hound. She's like 10 years old, right? 10 years old. She's going to be 11 in July, but that's Charlotte. She's just hanging out. She doesn't really do much. She just lays around, whines. Oh, she's right here, though. She's very sweet. Very sweet. She's not the smartest dog, but she is the sweetest. And it's very easy to fall in love with this dog. Hey, whoa, my God, is Jerome Brewer. Jerry Brewer with sans haircut. You're like me. I've got the COVID fro going on. Jerry Brewer from the Washington Post jumping on. Jerry, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm great, man. I just hopped on a little bit early because I got nothing else to do.
What else are you doing, right? Well, hopefully you're having at least one of these or something like that. I mean, to get you through. I mean, it's a whole first round. It lasts 4 or 5 hours, whatever. This is what we're doing in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. But thanks for jumping on. I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
The thing that's blown me away the most has been the Raiders taking Henry Ruggs, who is a receiver I didn't see going nearly that high. But I've been equating it all night to like when they took Darius Hayward-Bay. They like the fastest guy in the room. Is it just a simple case of that? Mark Davis saying, I want the fastest guy?
I mean, he's more talented, I think, than Darius Hayward-Bay. The athleticism and the speed are just off the charts. So they're going to take a chance there. I think the fact that Gruden liked him, who's a very particular about what he wants in his wide receivers, bodes well. I think the fact that Mike Mayock liked him bodes well. So I think he's going to be good, but you look at it and it's just like, just the eye test when you think about Jerry Jeudy, not as explosive of an athlete, and he plays in the slot more than the outside, but he was by far the best receiver on that team. And on a team that is going to have probably 4 wide receivers that wind up going in the first round of the NFL draft, because they got 2 more who are likely first rounders in the 2021 draft. So you think about that and you think about him. You think about CeeDee Lamb, who really is a guy. He's probably my favorite of the group. He really jumps off that he went as low as he did. And then Justin Jefferson, similar to Joe Burrow, just tremendous improvement from one year to the next. And he was unguardable a lot of times during the college football season. So I thought about those 3 easily before I thought about Ruggs. But when we see the video of him and the dunking in basketball and just how explosive he is and some of the plays at his size that he could make in the air, plays that you would normally expect somebody like 6'5" to make, you could understand why they took a chance. The fact that this group, Mayock and Gruden, decided to take the chance on him maybe makes him more than your typical Raiders speed obsessed Al Davis memorial pick.
I thought Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, I thought that's a great landing spot for him. You know, I look at everything through a fantasy lens anyway, but Kirk Cousins, Stephon Diggs has moved on to Buffalo. Kirk Cousins and that offense and what they like to do, move the ball down the field. I think that's going to be a good landing spot for him, and I think they're going to make some fireworks early on in his career, just being paired up with Cousins.
Yeah, they'll do some things, but they're still not going to be the class of the NFC. You know, I still like a couple teams in the NFC West there better, the Seahawks and the Niners, and I still like the Saints better, and we'll see what the heck they're building in Tampa Bay and what Gronk has left, what Brady has left, all of those guys. So they're still a team that's probably, at best, going to be able to win one playoff game.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it does help them, and it helps kind of restore their offense after trading Diggs, but I don't really expect a lot from the Vikings to make a tremendous amount of noise. They've been together for so long and haven't been able to get it done yet.
What do you think about Tampa Bay? Because I tilt my head one way, and I see a team that. Oh, hold on. What did the Saints do? Hold on. We're going to announce this first off.
Didn't know he was going to go this early.
Who? What did they take? Oh, Ruiz went. So the Saints end up taking Ruiz, which is interesting. So I'm not sure I saw him going off at 24. Wow. So they take Cesar Ruiz, who I thought would go later, maybe in the second round. But yeah, talking about the Bucs, I tilt my head one way, and I see a team that, okay, all right, they got weapons now. I mean, they got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Tom Brady now comes, he brings Gronk, and all of a sudden they've got an offense that looks on paper like, oh my God, explosive. On the other way, I tilt my head and I say, okay, but Tom Brady is 42, whatever he is. Gronk is coming off of a year-long layoff. I don't know what Brady has left in the tank, and you're talking about a team that's, middle of the road. What do you expect from Tampa after all these changes they've made?
Well, we got to see how they finish out things in the draft. I think they're off to a good start in getting the most freakishly athletic tackle available. Trading up just a little bit to get him to get Tristan at number 13. So they're an interesting combination. You've got guys with a lot of tread on the tires. You got a lot of guys who are veterans. I think they've got a nice mix, at least for one season on offense. And I think the security blanket that Gronk is helps them. I'm not so sure. I'll be really interested to see what they ultimately do with O.J. Howard. I mean, I think a lot of people just naturally assume that they're going to trade him. Given Gronk's injury history, given how hard Gronk plays on every possession, and all the things that he does as a blocker in addition to a receiver, you might want to hold on to a guy like that, because Gronk is probably, especially coming off of a year out of the league, he's probably going to miss 3 or 4 games like he normally does. And you might want to, even if he is healthy, you might want to give him some load management days, bring load management to the NFL. So I think there's a chance that they could challenge the Saints,
right?
But still, the Saints are such a good all-around football team, and I think they're still hungry, even though they've been chasing and haven't been able to get to the Super Bowl with this group the last couple of years. So I would still put them in sort of the wild card realm, competitively. But I would not be so. If the Saints slip at all, maybe there's a chance that they could win 11 or 12 games and win that division.
I've talked about the NFC West a couple different times tonight, including with Michael Sean Dugar, with Ian Furness. The NFC West.
Dugar was on here?
Oh yeah, he was, of course.
Oh
man.
Lord, man, you even gave us stars.
Absolutely, he even gave us a musical suggestion and everything. Yeah, absolutely. But we're going all out here.
His music is trash. No,
no, come on. You know,
I'm kidding.
Look, he's a connoisseur, man. I defer to him. Look, if Dugar says it's gospel for me.
What's better, his music taste or his basketball game?
I haven't seen him play ball, so you guys kind of see him a little bit. I know how he talks about how he plays ball, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, he makes me think he's like, some combination of Dwayne Wade and Kobe or something.
He just wants to take on Bobby Wagner. Oh, I see him. So the Niners just jumped up into the Vikings pick at 25. So I'm curious what the Niners have it. It might be for a wide receiver. We've seen 4 come off the board so far. A lot of people thought that the Niners would get out of the first round with a wide receiver. And so I'm thinking that it might be that. I'm not even sure. I don't have my list in front of me, so I can see who's left.
This one's a little bit puzzling because the Niners, they had those 2 first-round picks to start, and they got second, third, fourth. They got holes in the middle of the draft or in sort of that second level of the draft, and trading back was wise and able to get the number 117 pick. Now trading up, there just must be someone that they're really desperate to get. Yep. But I'm surprised that they wanted to use that draft capital instead of doing, the Green Bay or John Schneider thing and moving out of the first round.
Yeah, there are a couple Pac-12 wide receivers. Matter of fact, at this spot, I think that would be next on my list. Talking about Brandon Ayuk and Laviska Shenault. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those 2 cats. Seattle, after this, is going to be just 2 picks away. Jerry, I expected a lot of movement, a lot of trades in this draft. There have only been 2 trades, both of them involving the 49ers. I'm worried about between the technological issues, the timing and everything. The GMs are gun shy. I'm worried that John Schneider might not be able to move back the way he wants to. And he might be locked into picking at 27. Do you see that at all?
I don't think he'll be locked in. I mean, maybe you don't get as much in a trade, according to the little guide that they use. Mm-hmm. But I think he'll have the opportunity to do so. I mean, this is the greatest thing about them switching this and making the first round one night in the NFL draft is. I mean, teams want to win. It's kind of foolish for a lot of teams, but a lot of them, they want the headline and they want the victory of the first day. And so when it gets late in the first day and they haven't addressed something that they really need or something that they really want, they get a little antsy. They get a little desperate, and there might be a player on the board that they just absolutely love and feel like they got to have because they don't want to go to bed without it. And, So I think that works in their favor. I mean, if the Seahawks really want to get out, they'll get out, and I would expect them to, because I couldn't imagine that there's one player at 27, the way this draft is falling, that's going to be so much higher on their board versus the rest of them. So I think they'll trust their board and try to get greater value. It's just, it always seems to work out in their favor doing it this way.
So the pick ends up being Brandon Ayuk, the wide receiver. So out of Arizona State, who basically ruined the national championship chances for my Ducks. So of course, he would go to the hated San Francisco 49ers. 2 picks in the first round for them. They slide back. They take Javon Kinlaw, pick up an extra pick. Now they move up a little bit and take Ayuk. But the 49ers, look, they're trying to assemble some speed offensively. They've got, obviously, Kittle, who's one of the best tight ends in football. Dante Pettis didn't pan out. Meanwhile, Deebo Samuel has so far, and now they add Ayuk. The one thing you don't want them to do is develop that ultimate balance with Jimmy Garoppolo and a speedy offense, but it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to attain now.
Brandon Ayuk is a pain. I mean, and for people who don't know him, maybe can't pronounce his name, don't watch the Pac-12 enough. He's a fun player. And so you're looking at it from a Seahawks perspective. It's very disappointing that they got another weapon. However, I mean, I as much as I like him, I'm not sure he's the kind of guy that you trade up for late in the first round. But you're also talking about a team that blew a lead in the Super Bowl, and they're thinking as much about next year as they are thinking about 3 years down the road.
Sure, and I think it's a small gap, and they're trying to get it more narrow. Last thing for you, Jerry, talking about I think that in the NFL, and especially the NFC West, where I talked about how difficult it is, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. The Niners, and here in the draft so far, getting better. The Cardinals, between bringing in DeAndre Hopkins and then the picks that they're making today, getting better. The Seahawks, I am a little concerned, especially when it comes to the pass rush. It's not all over,
sure,
but their options now are limited. You've got Clowney, you've got Griffin, and you've got the potential trade for somebody like Yannick Ngakoue, which I think probably the time has run out on that now that we're at the draft. So, and then you have the draft, and I don't think anybody left is really going to be earth-shattering. Are the Seahawks falling back a little bit this offseason now because of their inability, so far at least, to address the pass rush?
I don't know about falling back. I'm not willing to make that strong of a statement. I think they're a team that they've got some young pieces that are going to get better, and they're starting to come back and be more of a team on the rise. A good mix of veterans and young players who can improve. The Seahawks, by getting Quentin Dunbar, they improved tremendously. You're going to wind up getting the right Jaron Reed back this year, I think, because he won't have a suspension to deal with unless he gets in any more trouble or anything. Right. So there's some things there. I think they found, even though they're not sexy guys, they found their right kind of guys in trying to replenish some things on the offensive line. I'm a little bit concerned about their running back situation. I'm interested to see if they go ahead and address that in this draft, even at 27, or better yet, moving down and taking a running back in the second round. I don't know. The most pressure, you're right, that pass rush, and it is very disconcerting to see them leaving that open this late and just not jumping at something. But I mean, one thing, Yannick Ngakoue, if he doesn't get traded tonight, I don't think it's out of the, I think it actually could work in the Seahawks' favor, another team's in the favor, because maybe you just go ahead and you bite the bullet and you give your 2021 first round pick or a second and a sixth. And so you sort of have pushed that obligation to later. When you look at what they took, Jacksonville took a defensive end who would have been a perfect Seahawk in Chasen right there. And so their need to keep him, why are you going to keep him around? He's on Twitter, damn near cussing out, the owner's son, and just trying to put a torch to every bridge that he possibly can.
Right.
So, I mean, he's very much in play for the Seahawks or any team. And so you can get real aggressive, now that you've seen Jacksonville play some of their cards. Eventually, the money's going to dry up. So, you're not out of the running right now. And then Griffin, push comes to shove, you can get him as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind, I think that's critical, is you're talking about an NFL season that is going to be truncated. Even if we're able to start the year in September, the off season is diminished and dramatically changed, and that's going to work in the favor of the teams that have been together for a little while, have great quarterbacks, and just have a great understanding of who they are. And the fourth thing would be a coach who is able to simplify the game plan and get his players to play their asses off. And that is what works in the Seahawks' favor.
Well, Jerry, anything in the post coming out? Anything you want to promote? Anything that's going on personally? Any personal projects you want to get out there? Even if it's an Instagram of some little gardening project you've been doing in the meantime here in the COVID quarantine. Anything you got going on?
I got a piece about Chase Young, a column about Chase Young that's already up online that people can check out. And then I will do tonight while you're sitting there drinking those Coors Lights.
Yes, sir. Right here.
You know, have about 6 more of them. I am going to I'm going to try to review the first round in a unique way, and that'll be up this in the morning when everyone's awake. So I'm just going to write about the NFL draft all weekend and pray that we have another sporting event soon after this.
Well, by all means, get yourself down a bottle of Woodford Reserve. I know that you get down on that as like I do. And so I appreciate you coming on, and cheers to you, sir. And thanks for doing this with us.
All right. Take care, man.
All right, man. I'll see you. Jerry Brewer, Washington Post, buddy of mine, former KJR personality. We're going to take a break. We're going to throw it to Jason Puckett, Dick Fain, Rob Rang, as they talk about the Packers now jumping up into the Dolphins, about Dolphins sliding back. The Packers have a pick in, and then it's going to be the Seahawks. You know we're going to be here for that, so hang tight for me.
Now, for Arizona State, one thing about Ayuk is he is the first receiver in combine history to be under 6 foot but have a wingspan over 81 inches. So he's got these long arms, and I think he's more of a run after the catch specialist. I think they're in the same genre. Chenault and Ayuk are in the same genre. I just think that Chenault's a little better.
The Packers now are on the clock. Because they have traded their 30th pick and their 136th pick to move right in front of Seattle at pick number 26. So they have just dealt with the Miami Dolphins to move up to pick number 26, and the Green Bay Packers are now on the clock right now. What do the Packers do at 26? They obviously wanted someone, so they moved up in the draft, and they sent their 30th and the 136 to the Miami Dolphins for pick 26. And so we'll wait and see here what the Green Bay Packers will do there at number 26. Now, the running backs are all there. If they wanted to go running back, Dobbins is there, Swift is there, Jonathan Taylor is there, Patrick Queen is there, the linebacker out of LSU is there as well. What do you think there is? What do you think what would you want to do?
For Green Bay?
No, excuse me, for Seattle.
For Seattle. Well, first of all, I think they're gonna surprise. There's gonna be something that wouldn't even be on my radar because they almost always are. I think they're probably gonna move back. By the way, it'll be interesting with Green Bay whether or not they want to get a quarterback for the future. But for Seattle, if you had to have me submit something, I would say Chenault, because I think that if you view the third receiver as a starter, which I do, I think that Seattle's really poor there. I think there's a gigantic drop-off. I mean, you love where you are with DK.
What? Aaron Rodgers just got put on notice. Jordan Love, Utah State quarterback, goes to the Packers. Aaron Rodgers just got put on notice. That is hilarious. Oh, my God. So Seahawks are on the clock. Interesting. And in 15 minutes, I have Softy and Dick Fain coming on. So if they pick here, we're going to be able to break down that pick with Softy and Fain. So that's good. We'll see what the Seahawks do. So the Packers traded up. They traded up, right?
They made that
trade up into Miami's spot, and they take Jordan Love, the quarterback. Wow, that is interesting. And now you can hear the announcement on the feed.
The 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select.
Hey, Sean, go ahead and put up the audio, the station audio, real quick.
Utah State.
Jordan Love. Well, here's the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers. And now, remember, the Green Bay Packers did something very similar when they selected Aaron Rodgers to be the heir apparent to Brett Favre. They didn't handle that little marriage well. And again, I think Rodgers is a later part in his career, I believe, when they drafting Love here than where Rodgers was.
I think only a year. I think
is it only about a year?
Let's look that up. I think Favre was 35, 36, and Rodgers is 36.
Okay.
I could be off. He could have been 34. I think he was at least 35 though. I don't think there's much more than 12, 18 months to separate the age difference when Favre had Rodgers get drafted underneath him and now what Rodgers is facing.
What do you make of when you watch Jordan Love there on tape?
Well, I think he's a very good athlete, although it is interesting on a handful of measurables like the short cone and broad jump and even 40-yard dash. Justin Herbert at 2.5 inches taller was a better athlete than Love. We're going to hear a lot about Love's athleticism. I think he's got great arm talent, and at his best, he looks like Pat Mahomes to me. But the discrepancy between his best and what you could envision a reasonable high side and then what his worst is very, very glaring for a first-round draft pick. His low-light reel, if you will, everybody talks about highlight. Everybody looks bad when they throw interceptions. This guy looks conspicuously bad when he throws interceptions, as if he's just blind or woefully underthrowing things. He had a tough year, 17 interceptions versus just 20 touchdowns. So he really dropped off. Everybody can say, well, he had, lost a lot of players, new coaching staff and what have you. But in that league, he should have dominated more. And so if you told me he's going to be in the Pro Bowl in 3 years, I wouldn't even blink. I'd believe you. If you told me that he's just never going to figure it out, I'd believe that too.
What do you think wherever Aaron Rodgers is sipping his brown liquor, because that's what he loves. He loves his brown liquor. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's pissed. We know enough about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is not exactly the greatest team guy. He's a bright guy. He's just kind of a salty guy. Hell, he's at odds with his family. He didn't even talk to his own mom and dad. That's the truth. Look it up. He doesn't talk to his own brother. So I think that he's easily agitated, and I don't think he's happy about this at all. I mean, he's trying to win a Super Bowl in year 2 with LaFleur, right? And now instead of getting him a wide receiver, because they have all kinds of receiver issues, they got a nice running back. Instead of getting him a lineman, he's got some aging linemen, they go ahead and draft his replacement. And all anybody can do is remind him, say, you know what? This is exactly what it was like in 2005.
The irony of this whole thing with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers was the biggest gripe with Mike McCarthy was.
All right, here we go. Seahawks are 3 minutes out. The countdown's coming. It hasn't said yet that the pick is in. I don't know if they're trying to trade. I don't know if they will trade. I came into this thing thinking that they would trade. But given the fact that you've only had a couple of trades so far, most of them involving the 49ers, I don't know that they can trade right now. 2:40 left on the clock. Seahawks ready to pick right now. You just had the Packers jump up into the Dolphins spot and take Jordan Love, which was a shock. The pick is in. Ladies and gentlemen, the Seahawks have picked in their natural pick. They didn't trade. It's coming up. They're not even in a commercial break. I'm sure they'll take one now because that's just what they do on these national broadcasts, right? So I'm here listening with you. I'm here watching with you, and I'm here drinking with you. Essentially, I'm drunk. Not essentially, I'm drunk. Essentially. I'm here. The fiance is here. The dog is here. The jerseys are here. Trey Wingo, I don't know what he's looking at. Cheers. We got lots of Coors Light, and we're going to make a pick. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? We didn't trade back. We didn't do anything like that. We are going to make a pick. John Schneider. Oh, my God. What if it's Jonathan Taylor? I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. Be prepared. Be prepared to be disappointed. Because that's what happens. I remember I tweeted him about it tonight. Bruce Irvin, 2012. They took him at 15, and I said, who? Now, we ended up being happy with that. I'm just saying. All right, everybody, here we go. All right. Send it in right now. Put it in the comments. Who you think they're taking? The pick is in. Who are they taking? Let's see the comments right now. Who's it going to be? Come on. I want to see it. I want to see it in the comments. Rapid fire. Let's go. Who's it going to be? Who are the Seahawks taking? I can't believe they're picking here. This is insane. All right. Cheers, Chris. Here we go. Let's go. Seahawks are on the clock.
The pick is in. So there has been no announcement of a trade. And it looks like Seattle's going to make a selection here at 27.
All right, now they've gone to Louis Riddick. PNW Bearded Dad says the running back. Greg Pasner says JT, Jonathan Taylor, Winfield Hour. That would make Chuck right if they jump up and take the safety. D Lineman says the Rich Show. I said it was going to be Marlon Davidson. Matthew DePaul says Taylor, Jonathan Taylor. Winfield Jr. from Mike Leaper leaps in bounds. There you go. T. Higgins, quick wide receiver. Isaiah Wilson coming from James Riley. Laviska Shenault from Colorado, Zach Simmons. A defensive end from Penn State, Doug Williams says. All right, Winfield. Epineza says Tony Rossman. What's up to Ethan? Taylor. Charles Stemley says Taylor. Eric Fellows says Frank the Tank. All right, so Will Farrell. Alex Bowman, defensive lineman. Melissa Thomas says, I don't know. They're picking their first round. That's too rare. They never do it, but here they are in their natural pick. Chambers Beatty Story says long snapper. Boy, you're not supposed to get high on your own supply, sir. That's just Darren Coob says Laviska Shenault. Here we go.
Linebacker not a want for Seattle.
We're getting a tour of the Army the Army Hospital, Field Hospital at CenturyLink.
Cody Barton and also Ben Burkervin. But linebacker could be the selection here as well. Says Patrick Queen. If you look at most draft boards right now, Patrick Queen would be right up there as one of the top remaining players. Dane Brugler's got him as the 21st overall prospect. And then also
here we go.
That would be
Roger Goodell.
The running back at Ohio State. So
going to the podium. Or they're going to go to commercial because that's what they do.
27. They have not traded this pick. Hugh, how stunned are you? Tell me how stunned you are that they have not traded this pick. They're actually going to make a selection at 27. My God. Finally, they've done it.
Yeah, they have taken some picks, so we've seen it before. They took L.J. Collier, right?
Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker, Texas Tech. They've drafted a middle linebacker.
If I'm not stunned.
Jordan Brooks
it's either
out of Texas Tech with their first pick. I guarantee you somebody nobody was thinking about.
Last year we were sitting
they haven't drafted a middle linebacker high since they took Bobby Wagner out of Utah State. I want to say that was 2012.
Great.
He's 6 foot, 240 pounds, Texas Tech. And I'm going to be honest.
And it was
it's Bruce Irvin all over again. I'm just pissed. What the hell is that?
I mean, remember, it was Bruce Irvin was a
So they don't trade the pick.
James Carpenter.
They use the pick. And they take somebody that nobody's ever heard of. That's
well, go back.
Jesus Christ. All right, that's what they do, I guess. And I know okay.
Right.
Everybody says I'm Pete and John, we trust. But let's just look at the track record of first round picks that the Seahawks have made.
His mouth dropped like what?
Okay. All right. Let's listen to Puckett and Hugh and Rang. Let's hear them talk about this guy real quick, and then we'll bring on Softy and Fan to get their opinion. Jordan Brooks, middle linebacker, Texas Tech. That's your choice at 27, I guess.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. All right, let's go to the basement right now of Roger Goodell in New York with the selection, the 27th overall selection of the Seattle Seahawks. Here we go, Roger Goodell.
So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
And there's the Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech. And no one. I mean, find me a mock draft that had Jordan Brooks going to the Seattle Seahawks at number 27. I'm looking at I'll chat with Rob Rang. I'm looking at Dane Brugler's board. He was the 7th overall linebacker on his board. He had a 2nd to 3rd round grade on Jordan Brooks. And Jordan Brooks, Texas Tech linebacker, 6 feet tall, 240 pounds, goes to the Seattle Seahawks at number 27. Hugh? Oh, no, actually, you know what? Let's go to Ian.
Before I run out of here, I just looked it up. I was telling Hugh, Hugh, you're right. It was going to be somebody that surprised us if they didn't trade, right? So here's a guy that by all accounts is a 3rd to 4th round guy, a late 2nd day, early 3rd day pick. But the 2 or 3 scouting reports I looked while we had a couple minutes before it was announced, workout warrior. I mean, all the little Seahawk traits, uber aggressive, blew him off the charts running and all that kind of stuff. But, I mean, inside linebacker, Hugh.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, it is a shock. I'll be perfectly honest. I try and scout who I think are the top 40 based on the consensus. I haven't looked at one play on this guy. All right, so I got nothing to say about him. But in just looking at these highlights and his body frame and what you're describing, if we can be charitable for a second,
sure.
At 6 foot 245, that's exactly what Bobby Wagner is. 6 foot, and kind of moves and there's a thickness to him. He looks on the hoof like Bobby Wagner.
And he's an inside linebacker. Is he playing Mike? I mean, is that
well,
what he looks like?
Right now, I'm seeing him inside. I gotta check his alignment. I'll get some tape up on him here in a second. But
he was
you think Aaron Rodgers is pissed.
Yeah, he was a 4-year starter.
What's Bobby Wagner thinking right now?
He was a 4-year starter at Texas Tech. He was a man-the-mind linebacker position in the Keith Patterson's defense. They ran a 3-3-5 scheme there, moving inside as a senior after spending high school and his first 3 seasons in Lubbock as an outside linebacker. So his first 3 seasons in Lubbock, he was an outside linebacker. His final year, he moved inside. He finished 2019 second in the FBS in tackles for loss per game at 1.82. He became the first All-American linebacker for the Red Raiders since Zach Thomas back in 1995. So there you go. Very fast, aggressive, but again, second to third round grade. I think Rob had a third or fourth round on him.
Third to fourth round grade from Rob. Yeah. I mean,
it's always unexpected with this team.
Well, you nailed it, Hugh. Like, expect the unexpected, and they gave you the unexpected.
Well, and I said I can't be a hypocrite because I think yesterday I said, look, 20-something years ago when I was evaluating the draft, I was much more keen and aware of what's the value, like get the right value. And if you don't think that other teams are going to covet, then move back and get, don't be conservative like this. This is a conservative pick, right? By all appearances, this is a conservative pick, meaning that they probably could have traded back 10, 15 spots and got him. Now, John Schneider's going to come on and tell you like he does every year, well, hey, there were 6 teams that were going to take him in the next, in the next 5 picks.
We had him ranked in the top 15.
Yeah,
right. Top 5 player.
If we had the number 1 to 27.
If we had the number 1 overall pick, we would have taken him there.
Yeah, right. And so what I said, what we said, look, if you could go back and do the 2012 draft, who cares if you had taken Russell Wilson in the second round? Right. Who cares if you had taken Bobby Wagner in the first round? In fact, if you had to redo it, this is Softy's line, and I agree with it. If you had to redo the draft, Russell Wilson might go number 1 overall, and Bobby Wagner might go number 2 overall. Now, I'm thrusting now in this analogy that this kid that I've never even looked at tape is now Bobby Wagner, a Hall of Famer, right? So I understand the idiocy of what I'm saying. I'm just saying until when I watch some tape, just as a fan and I'm getting paid to analyze, I'll rip their ass. I have no hesitation. I've done it before and I'll do it again. If that's my opinion, it's just they don't give me a chance to have an opinion because they're so obscure with their damn picks.
Well, you use the word conservative. I mean, the only thing you can think of here is that they couldn't trade out of the first round. I mean, all those trades.
All right, well, there it is, and there's a lot going on, a lot of reaction. Hang tight. 15 minutes from now, we're going to bring on David Collier from Lubbock, Texas, and he is going to give us the draft profile on the Seahawks' brand new middle linebacker that they have selected. You can't make this stuff up, right? The Seahawks take a middle linebacker who Rob Rang has a 3rd or 4th round grade on. And I'm joined now by Softy, Dick Fain. 15 minutes from now, we're going to have David Collier from Lubbock, Texas. He covers Texas Tech football, covers football down there. He's going to jump on here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Gentlemen, welcome new Seahawk Jordan Brooks. And would you have been surprised if you weren't surprised?
Just like we called it, right? Just like
Jesus.
We called it. I seem to remember Dick and I being on the air today. You can check the tape, 3:38. We both said, look out for Jordan Brooks.
Who didn't?
He could be the pick. No, I mean, I was just for giggles. I was on CBS's draft rankings. It's just one ranking, obviously, but they got this guy ranked as the 139th best player in the draft. So they had this guy more of like a 5th round draft pick, for crying out loud. But this is just so typical for John Schneider, man. I mean, shame on us, right? Shame on us for even thinking for a half a second that they would draft anybody that we've heard of, whether it's Vanessa, Gross Matos, Patrick Queen, whatever. I mean, do we not learn anything at all after watching these guys operate for the last decade? There was no shot they were drafting anybody that anybody had ever heard of stay there at number 27. So the last time they stayed with their original draft pick, they kind of surprised everybody, including Nick Saban, by taking James Carpenter, and now they've surprised everybody again by taking Jordan Brooks. So, look, I don't know anything about the guy. I just talked to Petros, who's done a bunch of Texas Tech games for TV. He actually texted me as soon as they made the pick, Dick, and said he loves this guy. Now, to his credit, or his defense, I guess, he actually said he loved LJ Collier a year ago, so we'll see what happens with him. But he says this guy's a tackling machine. He's been all over the place ever since he was a freshman at Texas Tech. Fast as hell, plays add-on, fills all over the place, goes out and lets stars make plays, and he cleans things up. The guy's just a speed freak, he says. So we'll see when it's all said and done. I'm curious, Dick, if they play him at Mike, backing up Bobby Wagner. Can he play weak side linebacker and come in for an aging KJ Wright? Does he potentially also come in as well, maybe in more 3 linebacker sets in place of guys like Cody Barton, who I thought was just okay a year ago? So real curious to see where they play this guy, Dick.
Absolutely. I mean, Ian had it right. They must not have been able to find a dance partner to trade down, because you have to imagine that this guy was going to be there at 35, 36, 37, 38, unless they know something that we don't know. And they know that some other GM was absolutely in love with Brooks and he was going to take him 2 picks from now. I mean, that's the only explanation I have that they didn't select this guy in the first 3 or 4 picks of the second round and get an extra 3rd and a 4th by trading down twice.
Well, you remember when they took Bruce Irvin in 2012.
Exactly.
When they traded down a couple spots, there was, all these reports that came out. And I wonder, guys, honestly, how much of this is done by coaches and GMs to kind of protect the brethren around the NFL. There was that word that the Jets were high on Bruce Irvin. Some other teams also like Bruce Irvin. I think we all kind of knew, though, that because of the lack of pro days and in-person visits and workouts, that there was going to be a couple surprises in the first round. I was shocked to see Ayuk from Arizona State go as high as he did over guys like Chenault and Michael Pittman, by the way. So that kind of surprised me. Who knows? Maybe if Jordan Brooks goes out and is able to have all the workouts, maybe he gets moving up the mock draft boards, and maybe he's a name that generates a little more buzz, and maybe all of a sudden, instead of the 139th rated player in college football, maybe he's the 70th rated player or the 60th rated player in college football. So you never know where this guy was going to go. But look, man, I mean, I'm not sure how much this helps with the pass rush, though, next year. So they got to find a way to get some edge rushers. And I think what this pick also showed us is that the edge rush class in this year's draft stunk. Absolutely stunk. It was a great year for tackles. It was a good year for quarterbacks. It was a good year for wide receivers. It was a shitty year. Can I say that, by the way? It was
I can't stop you.
Year awful year for edge rushers, because the Hawks need one desperately.
Yeah.
And they had, pretty much, outside of 1 or 2 players, their pick of the litter, and they turned them all down. So we'll see what this class looks like in 5 years from now.
I'm glad you brought up Bruce Irvin, because I tweeted at Bruce Irvin today. He was pulling up a lot of things that people said back then, and I said, hey, look, I was a guy, I wanted David DeCastro in that draft, and when they announced Bruce Irvin, I said, who the hell is Bruce Irvin? Never heard of the guy. And he goes and has 8 sacks his rookie year. We get a Super Bowl with him. Now we're thrilled that he's back. So I don't know this guy from Adam, and we're going to do our research on him. But Dick, a guy that a lot of people had a 3rd or 4th round draft grade on, not being able to trade back. I mean, do we blame the COVID? Do we blame the technology? Or just this is the guy they wanted and they weren't going to risk sliding back and not getting him?
They care not about grades. And I just saw one of our Facebook posts coming up there saying, if he was any good, he wouldn't have a 3rd round grade. Well, come on, it'd be smarter than that. There's been a lot of guys in NFL history that have had 3rd round grades that have become all pros, Pro Bowlers. I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just ridiculous. I'm looking at the numbers here. 240 pounds running a 4.5. He's got the second longest arms to Isaiah Simmons of any of the linebackers in the top that were supposed to go in the top 3 rounds. So this guy, I mean, at least physically looks like a freak of nature.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I mean, as far as third-round grades, I mean, Russell Wilson turned out okay at 75 overall. So I don't know, man. I mean, I just think, again, that, you know, the difference between a second-round draft pick or a fourth-round draft pick in this year's draft, a late first and early third, may not be as big in this draft. There may not be as big a disparity in this draft as there have been in years past. So, you know, look, I think that you just kind of, you know, having an opinion on this is, to me, fruitless. You know, I don't know anything about the guy.
Yeah.
I've never seen him play. The idea that I'm going to get pissed off and go fly off the handle and go crazy. I mean, I would have been pissed off if it was a kicker. I would have been pissed off if it was a quarterback. I would have been pissed off if it was a punter. But a linebacker at some point is going to be a position of need because of the age of Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright. And like we said today, man, you know, it might be too late to fix this pass rush for 2020. They may have to rely on other methods, to win football games, like outscoring the opponent, by the way, putting up 30-plus, 28-plus on offense, maybe more blitzes from the secondary, maybe unleashing some linebackers, and maybe this is the way that they get this done. So it still doesn't change anything in regards to having to re-sign Clowney, making a run at Everson Griffin. But if this guy in a couple years from now can step in when Bobby Wagner is stepping out at the age of 32 years old, and there's a seamless transition at middle linebacker, you might look back on tonight as a key moment in Seahawks history.
Well, you mentioned the pass rush there, and I'm wondering if the Seahawks already have something done with a Griffin or a Clowney. Now, remember, you got to wait till the 27th. If you wait till the 27th, then you don't lose a compensatory pick. You know that. So maybe they've got. Say, hey, we got it all taken care of. We know who we're going to sign. We're just not going to sign him until so we don't lose that compensatory pick on the 27th.
Well, Clowney's already their guy. I mean, if they want to sign Clowney, there's no issue there as far as the comp pick. I mean, he's their guy. They just bring him back. And yeah, Everson Griffin would factor. Look, I don't think you mess around with stuff like that, and maybe they do, and maybe that's something that at this point, with as dire as I think the pass rush position is, are you really messing around with worrying about losing a comp pick if you don't get your guy?
Well, you could if you're only talking about a few days. You could be, and especially because there's like Softy said, there's nobody in this first round that they really even wanted to touch with at the edge rush position.
They could have had Matos. They could have had Epinesa. They could have had either one of those guys, and they turned him down. So I'm kind of with Dick, though. You know, I think that they were probably looking for a dance partner and just probably couldn't find one, to be honest with you. So, you know, kudos to teams like the Niners and Patriots who were able to pull it off. I'm sure Schneider was running around all day trying to find somebody, at least in the last few minutes. And, you know, you never know. Did this technology thing screw him up? I have no idea. Maybe his freaking microphone was on mute and he had no idea. And he was trying to talk to somebody. I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Kind of like Dick and I on FaceTime during the radio show every day. But, you know, look, I mean, bottom line is if this pass rush is going to get better, it's going to have to be about guys that are on the roster right now. So all of a sudden, Bruce Irvin, Benson Mayowa just became that much more important for this defense, guys. I hate to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, we're 5 minutes away from having David Collier on from everythinglubbock.com. He's a sports director for Red Raider Nation. We can get a profile on this guy, so I encourage you guys to check that out as we bring him on here in about 5 minutes. I just one thing left for you guys each. I'll ask each of you. The Seahawks, they like to acquire draft picks. They came into this draft with 7 picks. The best way to do that is by sliding back with your first round pick. They don't have that now. So what do you anticipate they do the rest of the way? Are they going to stick with 6 picks? They're going to try to move back. There's not nearly as much capital in doing that, or they're just going to play this thing straight up.
They might try to get a couple. There's a couple big gaps there that they're going to try to fill, I would assume. So maybe slide down 7 or 8 spots and get another pick in that gap. I don't have the list in front of me, but I know there's 2 big gaps where they don't have any picks. So, you know, I would imagine 9 probably instead of their 7. I can't imagine John Snyder only taking 7 players.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a pick between the 4th and 6th round, obviously. Yep. and they got 2 6th-round picks. The 7th-round pick went to New England in the Hollister deal, which obviously is turning out to be a good use of that pick for sure. But, yeah, I don't think there's any chance the Seahawks end up with 6 more picks in this draft. Like, I think you're talking about 7 or 8 more picks. Those 2 picks in the 2nd round probably end up, turning themselves into maybe 3 or 4 picks overall. So I would expect the Hawks to do a little more damage in this draft before it's all said and done.
All right, guys, thanks.
If they did.
Thanks for jumping on. Might pull you into the morning show as well. This is shocking news. I don't know what we're going to do. But whatever reaction we have, we're going to do this again tomorrow night. So thanks for jumping on. Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. Big news for the Seahawks. They take a middle linebacker at Texas Tech. Nobody saw that coming. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Where's our Coors Light? You pass one over?
Well, here. All right, now catch it. Yeah. All right. In about 2-3 minutes, we're going to talk to David Collier. He's down there in Texas, and he has the latest update. So he's going to give us all the information on the Seahawks' new linebacker. So quick timeout. I'm going to jump up, refresh the beer, and then we'll talk to David Collier in 2 minutes.
I don't think anyone's convinced they have the future at right tackle on their team. I mean, could Wilson be a right tackle in the future? So, again, these are guys that would have, I think if they had taken Wilson, Chuck, maybe understand it a little bit more. Certainly than Jordan Brooks.
Yeah, well, and by the way, I mean, if you're going to reach for a position and it feels like it is a reach, it feels like we really like this guy. And I'm not going to knock any general manager for drafting who they really like, but let's play the game. I mean, this is what John Schneider aces in the draft, right? Is the manipulation of the board. What he struggles with is his first pick overall every draft. And so that has reared its ugly head once again in that this does not seem like it's time to draft Jordan Brooks. And so if you're going to reach for a player, then all of a sudden I'm going to introduce reaching for the need for this team. Now, all of a sudden, if you take Yatir Gross-Matos, all right, I get it. He's the next defensive end, next pass rusher on your board. Maybe you didn't value him at 27. Maybe you couldn't move down in the draft. But to take a guy that you clearly could have gotten later in the draft or moved down to get, and to take him at 27th overall at a position that might be the strongest position other than quarterback on your entire roster. I mean, I'm not going to go volcanic like I did with Ifedi a few years ago, but this is the second most egregious move by Schneider. And you know how much I admire the guy, but this doesn't make sense on any planet. This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all. And it's a head scratcher to many. It's not going to be a head scratcher to him, obviously, because he took him. Let me read you what Rob Rang said. And we'll get Rob back on probably after the top of the hour. What Rob Rang said about Jordan Brooks. Positives. He rocked up to a 6 foot, 240 pounds, elite speed, developing rusher with experience. On the outside, 4-year starter, staggering production. Now, interesting enough, when he wrote his preview on him for Lindy Sports Magazine, his comp for Jordan Brooks, Hugh, was Michael Kendricks.
Okay.
So is there a thought there that, again, remind everyone, yes, he was a middle linebacker his final season at Texas Tech, his final year. The first 3 years at Tech, he was an outside linebacker. And the comp there from Rob Rang is he reminds him of Michael Kendricks. So maybe there's a thought there. He fills that role here for a few years before maybe ultimately taking over for Bobby Wagner.
Well, I'll look at some tape from 2018 right now. As I said, I'm looking at the Kansas State tape, the second last game. And just since I commented last, I saw him in a 40 front, and he was the middle linebacker.
Okay.
I saw him on a lineup as a 5-down edge guy and rushed against their left tackle. Didn't look particularly impressive in doing so. I don't know. I mean, they rotate their fronts. Now he's back in the 30, and he's back at the inside linebacker, what's called a plug linebacker in a 30 front. So yeah, I mean, in 2019, he was playing predominantly inside, whether they played a 30 or a 40 front.
Okay.
And maybe that's it. Maybe they loved Puck, that idea of the 3 linebackers last year. And so my thought that maybe they would try to angle toward a slot corner at some point in this draft seems to be out the window, because it seems to me that they like the idea of a 4-3, the 7-man front, and that alignment being the predominant defense for this team going forward.
Isaiah Wilson, as I just mentioned, was just taken 29th overall by Tennessee. 3 more picks left in the first round. Dolphins back on the clock at 30. Then it's the Vikings at 31. They had made a trade with the Niners to move down. The Niners moving up to a 25. And then the Chiefs will close out the first round of the NFL draft there at number 32. And again, if you're just joining us, the Seahawks, they did keep their 27th overall pick. The first time they have kept their original first-round pick since 2011 when they stunned the world, including Nick Saban, and took James.
All right, back here in the Coors Light virtual sports bar, the Seahawks, kind of shocking everybody, taking Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech, the inside linebacker, and now bringing on David Collier from KAMC, everythinglubbock.com. He's a sports director over at Red Raider Nation. David, thanks for coming on with us here in the Coors Light virtual sports bar. A call I wasn't expecting to make tonight to Lubbock, Texas. Had a lot of people kind of mocked to the Seahawks, and Jordan Brooks wasn't one of them.
Yeah, you and me both, right? I mean, but listening to Daniel Jeremiah on a conference call, I guess last week, he was really high on Jordan Brooks potentially going late in the first round. And I know a lot of teams had talked to him. I talked to Matt Wells, Texas Tech's head coach, yesterday, and he told me he wouldn't tell us which team, but he was on the phone with a head coach for 30 minutes yesterday talking about Jordan Brooks. And maybe we know who that head coach is now, because they certainly seemed like they were high on him and nobody knew about it.
Seems like it was Pete Carroll. Well, the Seahawks very rarely make their own natural pick in the first round. Usually they slide back. They didn't in this case. They stayed at 22nd to take Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech. So, David, frankly, what is so special about Jordan Brooks?
Well, initially everybody's going to go a Texas Tech linebacker. And, hey, this is the first time a Texas Tech defensive player has been picked in the first round since 1983. Obviously, we know the history of Tech's defense. Had a pretty good one in Zach Thomas a while back with the Miami Dolphins. But just as, I guess, his ability to get to the football, I mean, he led the team in tackles as a freshman. In fact, 3 out of the 4 years here at Texas Tech, he led the team in tackles. He certainly knows how to get to the football. He's an aggressive guy, and he's a very fiery individual. He's a guy that you would think of with some of the defenses you guys have had there in the past. I mean, he has a mentality of a Bennett, a Michael Bennett. I mean, he probably fits in really well, probably would have fit in really well with those defenses from a few years ago.
Well, you mentioned Michael Bennett, who is an own pass rusher just up front. Pass rush is the biggest need for the Seahawks this offseason. It's been barely addressed. Would you consider Jordan Brooks somebody that can help out with the pass rush?
No, I don't think that would be a strong suit. Now, he can certainly go after the quarterback. I mean, but that wasn't something that he was necessarily. We're not sitting here talking about a guy that's getting to the pass or the quarterback and doing that necessarily. I mean, I that wouldn't be his number one skill set. No, not with that. Not to me anyway.
So if you're seeing him in a Seahawks offense, you're thinking heir apparent to Bobby Wagner, middle of the defense, making the calls, and somebody who could be a stalwart in the middle of that Seahawks defense for the next 5 to 7 years. Is that what you're saying about Jordan Brooks?
That's certainly who you would want it to be, right? I mean, I'm not surprised. And if there are doubters out there, that's what he thrives on. I remember the first time I talked to Jordan Brooks and the defense was not good. And he made it known that he didn't care what I thought or anybody else in the media or fans for that matter. He knew what he could do, and he was going to prove everybody that he could do it. So at least you got a guy that has a chip on his shoulder, and he's proven that he can play some pretty decent defense, even though with some obviously not very great defensive units here at Texas Tech.
Well, Pete Carroll loves a chip on the shoulder. He loves that attitude, loves somebody who feels like they were overlooked. So in Jordan Brooks, I guess they get that. If there was something that you were going to say, look, a first-round pick, something should jump off the page at you, what would that be for Jordan Brooks?
Probably just some of those things I said there. I mean, he's definitely a fast guy. He doesn't look like he, is the mold of some of those guys we've talked about at linebacker. But, I mean, he can get to the football. I know tackle numbers might be skewed a little bit, obviously, at Texas Tech, but he's done it for 4 years.
Yeah,
he's a guy that this defense has leaned on. I understand everybody out there. Trust me, we didn't think he was going in the first round too. Maybe early second round. This is kind of shocking for us. kind of changing my newscast up here on the fly. So I'm kind of with you guys in this whole situation.
All right, David Collier, everythinglubbock.com, of course, out there at the ABC affiliate KAMC, out there in Lubbock, Texas. Appreciate you coming on the Sports Radio 950 KHR Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar and shedding a little light on Jordan Brooks, the Seahawks' new first-round draft pick, middle linebacker, Texas Tech.
Enjoy him. Enjoy that, too. I can't have that quite yet.
Absolutely. Well, hang in there for an hour or two, and you'll be able to go right along with us. Thanks a lot, David. Appreciate it. All right, so that was David Collier. So he led his team in tackles 3 out of 4 years, has some explosiveness. Nothing physically particularly jumps off the page other than his fieriness, his chip on the shoulder, which, Pete Carroll loves that kind of stuff, those intangibles. But as far as just measurables and things like that, explosiveness, not anything really that David Collier mentioned there down there in Lubbock, Texas. He's the guy. He's seeing it week in and week out. That's not gonna help you out in the pass rush. Nothing. I mean, really heir apparent to Bobby Wagner. We're going to hang back. We're going to let Jason Puckett, Hugh Millen, Rob Rang talk more about the Seahawks first-round selection. Jordan Brooks, Texas Tech inside linebacker here. KJR on the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar.
20 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Jordan Brooks, selected 27th overall by the Seattle Seahawks, middle linebacker out of Texas Tech. Right after that, Patrick Queen was selected, linebacker out of LSU by the Ravens. Titans go with tackle Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia, 29th. The 30th pick, just in by the Miami Dolphins, quarterback out of Auburn, Noah. We're just going to call him Noah. He's going to be Noah. I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name, but a quarterback out of Auburn going to the Dolphins at number 30. The Vikings are up, and then the Chiefs, and then we're done with the first round. Rob Rang rejoins us from NFL Draft Scout, also Sports Illustrated. Rob, I saw your comments on Twitter about Jordan Brooks. You wrote a draft profile in Lindsay magazine about everyone, including him, and your comp was Michael Kendricks. Why did he remind you of Michael Kendricks?
Well, they have really similar size. Michael Kendricks, and he came out of Cal with 5'11", 240 pounds. This kid, Jordan Brooks, 6 foot, 240 pounds. They both played that inside linebacker position in college at programs that are, frankly, Texas Tech and Cal Berkeley are better known for their offense rather than defense. But when you watch them on tape, I mean, you see a guy who does fly around the field, and there's no question this is a really athletic linebacker. But at the same time, I have the same concerns I'm sure that a lot of Seahawks fans have, is that this is not a pass rusher. This is not a pass catcher, obviously. And so is linebacker really the biggest area of concern for this team? I struggle with that. But there's no doubt, 6 foot, 240 pounds, running a 4.53. I mean, that's Bobby Wagner kind of stuff. So there's no doubt this is a talented player. But at the same time, again, because there were some medical questions about him, he was unable to perform at the Senior Bowl, and people were a little concerned about that. That's one of the reasons why I and others had him as more of a a second or third round pick, certainly not 27th overall.
Jeff Gladney has just been selected cornerback out of TCU. He goes to the Vikings at 31. So the Chiefs, we're waiting on the Chiefs. They will make the final pick there of the first round. Hugh, you've been watching more film on Jordan Brooks here on the last 5 to 10 minutes. Anything else kind of stand out to you as you watch?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing middle linebacker. They'll change up the front, as I said. They'll just play a 30 odd front, and they'll go to 40, and he's playing inside linebacker in both of those. I'd say I was doing this same thing with Bruce Irvin. I was scrambling to watch tape because I had not seen it on draft night, and I was just kind of, what's the fuss? Why is this guy worth the 15th pick? And then last year with LJ Collier, I mean, we were just exasperated, and I'm watching tape and I'm like, well, this is awful. And I will not say that about this. I'm seeing what looks like a good middle linebacker, like a really good middle linebacker. I think he, as we had been discussing, I think he's more like a Bobby Wagner than he is an outside guy. And it just gets me to thinking there was a big drop off in Wagner's play last year. It was still outstanding, but it was far less than the standard that he had. And I think he made all pro just because he made tackles and he's got a reputation. But I think you're talking about media guys that are covering their own team. How does a guy who covers the Cincinnati Bengals know how good a season Bobby Wagner had, right? I mean, it takes everything I have just to study enough Seahawks tape for me to be able to come out and say that. So I think that this might speak more to what's going on with Bobby Wagner, not for 2020, but I think the idea, whether it's a cap casualty where they make some hard decisions where, at some point they say, hey, we're not paying you $15 million, Bobby, if you're going to, drop. So put it this way. I don't know that that's the case. We'll let Carroll and Schneider, and we'll see if we find them credible or whether or not they're concealing their intentions. But at least a reasonable Seahawks fan at this juncture would say it's got to be part of the discussion. What is the analysis of Bobby Wagner and the future for Wagner, not in, again, 2020, but 2021, 2022? Could we see a quicker end to the Bobby Wagner Seahawks career than we might have thought?
I want to revisit last year if we can, just for a quick second. And Rob, I want to ask you first, and then Hugh, I want you to follow up with it. I don't remember how it went. I kind of think I do. When they selected Cody Barton, did we not have a feeling that when they selected Cody Barton, that we felt that this was eventually going to be the heir apparent to Bobby Wagner?
Well, that was my thought. And I thought that Cody Barton played reasonably well last year. He doesn't have this kind of speed. He doesn't have Bobby Wagner speed. He doesn't have Jordan Brooks speed. I mean, this is a different level of straight line speed. Kind of like we were talking before about the linebacker Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma. I think that this is actually a more instinctive player who does play faster than Kenneth Murray does, and actually was a more productive player. It's just that, this is a guy, again, who, because that he was unable to play at the senior.
All right, there it is. So Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech, middle linebacker, is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. I'm hoping to get Curtis Crabtree on here in a second, but we went down to Lubbock, Texas, and talked to David Collier. The main profile on him: true middle linebacker, led his team in tackles 3 out of 4 years. Nothing huge jumps off the page at you as far as athletically, and he's a guy that has high motor. He's a guy that has a chip on the shoulder. He's a guy that is going to be a worker. So that's the guy that they get. Now, Rob Rang mentioned third or fourth round grade on him, and the Seahawks, look, it's a first round. It's the kind of pick that they're known for. So look, we're going to bring Curtis Crabtree on here in a minute and get his thoughts. But if you wanted the Seahawks to Seahawks, that's exactly what they did. Taking somebody that you had never heard of in the draft process, taking somebody that you didn't plan on. I mean, you could throw out a billion names. Oh, I bet the Seahawks would take this. I wish they would take this. I want them to take that. And yet they don't take any of those guys. They take Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech, middle linebacker. And so Curtis Crabtree coming up here in just a minute. But that the Chiefs are making their pick. It's the last pick here of the first round, and then the draft will be over for tonight. Of course, thanks for hanging out here with us in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. We're going to do it again tomorrow night. So rounds 2 and 3, we'll be right back here. There's Curtis Crabtree. So a running back does go to the Chiefs. It's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who is going to be the Chiefs running back. Who is a great pick for the Chiefs. I mean, this is something I thought could happen. But Curtis, something that I didn't have happening, nobody had happening, and you're smiling because this is just what they do. Jordan Brooks, Texas Tech, go.
Well, look, I know during the several times I've been on here the last few weeks to various shows and stuff, I tried to say that the Seahawks needed help at linebacker. I didn't necessarily mean right in the first round with their first selection, but this was a team that, still their 3 linebackers right now are all at least 8 years old in NFL terms. And yes, they took Ben Burke-Irvin and Cody Barton last year, but I still don't see Ben Burke-Irvin as a longtime starter at all. And at some point, if you want to say that Bobby Wagner started to fall off a little bit last year, you can debate whether he did or not. At that point, you're starting to look at, okay, if Bobby's starting to slack, KJ's up in years, Bruce Irvin's back on a 1-year deal, what's the future of that position for Seattle? So I think they absolutely needed linebacker help.
Yeah.
I just didn't necessarily expect it to come with the 27th overall pick for a guy that on Rob Rang's board that he sent me, he had ranked over 100. So a little Seahawky for sure.
Well, what do you think? I mean, do you think they tried to move back and they're just GMs are gun shy? I can't remember a first round that had fewer trades than this one, and you got to think technology played some role in that. I'm just wondering if that snake bit John Schneider.
It's possible. I can't say otherwise. It certainly seemed as though we saw with the number of trades, there just wasn't all that many, but whether that was due to the current circumstances or if the teams just didn't feel like moving when it all came down to it, I'm not sure we can say. Maybe we'll find out when we talk to Schneider and Carroll here in a little bit, but certainly it's a total Seahawks move. A guy that, I understand from the little bit I've read on him, and that's all the background I have on him. Speed linebacker, sure tackler. I believe one of his coaches at Texas Tech was with Bobby Wagner at Utah State, so there might be a little bit of a connection with that. But still, I don't think anybody expected Jordan Brooks when you had your list of possible Seahawks targets coming out at the start of the night for sure.
Definitely not. Yeah, some pass rush options. Of course, all the running back options that people were looking at them taking. One just goes off here at 32 at Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Interesting. We spoke with David Collier. He's down there in Lubbock, Texas. He watches all these games from Texas Tech. He said, of course, 3 out of 4 seasons leads the team in tackles. That's good. Nothing necessarily jumps off the page as far as like athletic superiority, but you get the same words you always seem to hear with these Pete Carroll, John Schneider picks. Chip on the shoulder, high motor, hard worker. Those were descriptors for Jordan Brooks. So I guess we shouldn't be surprised that we are surprised.
Well, no, I mean, that's the thing with the Seahawks is that the unexpected is expected. So ultimately, it's certainly right up their wheelhouse for sure. I mean, just like I've heard you on the air say, basically, I study the top 40 guys. I don't know this guy at all. I mean, that's the same way. Sure. I don't have any background with them. I know if you're thinking, you usually don't think of Texas Tech as a defensive hotbed,
right?
So that's certainly
not exactly the conference.
No, you don't expect them to be the school of defensive stars, but we'll have to see how this one shakes out. How Pete Carroll and John Schneider talk about him here in a little bit, and what kind of insight they can provide into him.
Well, we're going to have that here on Sports Radio 950 KJR. Here, this is going to be about it for the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar, but I just want to get one last thought from you, Curtis, and that is, look, they like to slide back. They like to pick up extra picks. They had 7 picks coming into this draft. The best capital to pick up picks from is in that first round. They've used their first round picks. So what do you expect to happen pick-wise for them from here on out?
Well, I do wonder, speaking about variables here, maybe not so much the technological variables, but the simple fact that we're very reasonably looking at an offseason with no offseason and a training camp that may be delayed or shortened or not really happen at all, or whatever the circumstances may be, to where Seattle may just not be able to plan on relying on rookies to contribute as regularly as they would in a normal year. So maybe if that's what they're thinking is, the need to have 10, 11 rookie draft picks isn't the most wise plan of action to follow. So the Miami Dolphins are currently going the other way. They've got 15 picks in their belt right now. So we'll see how that one kind of pans. But certainly I think that might be a factor in Seattle's decision to sit and pick, not pick up any more picks at the time being. They certainly could tomorrow. But yeah, we at least have something to talk about tonight.
Well, Curtis, thanks for jumping on with me. Probably going to ask you to do the same thing tomorrow once we get a couple picks in. But Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar here, you over there in Renton. I mean, the stone's throw from the VMAC, which is empty tonight in a weird circumstance. But thanks for jumping on with me.
It sounds good, Matt. Talk to you later.
All right, see ya. There's Curtis Crabtree and Matt Slickhawk Mikolas here in the Coors Light Virtual Sports Bar. That's really it. That's round 1 of the draft. And we went all the way through it. Missed that. All right. So same thing tomorrow night, starting whenever the draft starts. I assume it's 5 o'clock. We'll see. But same thing. You're going to get the Sports Radio 950 KJR coverage. and in and out, you're going to get me. And I thought it was going to be just during the breaks. It ended up being a lot more than that tonight, and probably even more tomorrow. Believe it or not, the more I drink, the more I talk. So really excited. Kevin, thanks a lot. Yes, I will recover. Do my best there. I got some wings waiting for me downstairs. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night. And you guys can hear me tomorrow, Sports Radio 950 KJR, 6 to 10, Chuck and Buck. And then co-hosting with the Puck and Slickhawk show. I'm sure we will replay the comments in case you missed it from David Collier down there in Texas. But thanks to everybody who tuned in tonight, hanging out with me, drinking with me. Tomorrow's a Friday, so we should be able to put down a lot more. Maybe we'll get into the brown water too. But thanks everybody for tuning in. See you tomorrow night. Go Hawks.